Hello everyone and welcome to Brady Cricket Club in Maharamison, County Tyrone for this today, which is the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup Final. The atmosphere is building off the field and now on the field as the players take centre stage, and indeed in the commentary box here. We're all ready for a fantastic final between Clontarf and Balbriggan. I am delighted to have beside me once again my commentary pal, Isabel Joyce. Welcome, Isabel.
You were trying not to say partner in crime, weren't you, Ali?
Trying.
I'm all over it. Yeah, it's great to be back up in Breedy, and once again, great weather. That being said, the last day I was here, we did have some rain, but we're 3 from 4 days so far. We've got another day tomorrow. It looks like it's going to be a good one for the National Cup, one I'm looking forward to. But this is the number one event, you'd have to say, because it's the premier competition, the Irish Senior Cup. They're playing for the Bob Kerr Trophy, and the Calester Rocket is opening the bowling for Clontarf. Greg Ford on strike.
Right on the money straight away, but Greg Ford is able to knock that into the offside and get off the mark. It's Cameron Rowe actually who's taken strike, and it'll be Greg Ford now.
Yeah.
So it's been a hectic old morning here with the crowds coming in. Hopefully you can hear in the background plenty of support for both of these sides come up today from Dublin. And we're in for a cracking game.
Conor Fletcher, number 2 for Balbriggan, and someone who they'll look to kind of work around for the innings. He's a real classical right-handed batter, what we would have been used to seeing in one-day cricket for a long time. His type of style of play, strong through the offside, really pleasing on the eye. He'll be a keeper as well.
Like a keeper, yep.
It's been a real up and down season for Balbriggan, and it's amazing how often you find teams like that who are, up one day, down the next in cup finals, and it only, you have to have 4 good days leading up to it, and then a 5th one to take the trophy. But it's almost like consistency meets the team with a bit of X factor.
It is a bit of that. It is a little bit of X factor. Cup competitions, that's exactly why people get excited by them, because almost anybody can win them. Have a couple of good days out, and the next minute you're in a final. And look, I don't think anybody out there would suggest that Clontarf aren't favourites today, given the league campaign and the season they've had. But we've seen it before many times that a team can come as the underdog and lift a trophy. So certainly Balbriggan will be hoping to use that underdog tally today.
He's had a brilliant season, hasn't he, David Delaney, as captain. He says he hates captaincy, but it seems to bring out the best in him. He's been on song with bat and ball. What was it he took against Railway Union not too long ago? 7 for 19.
7 for... I think it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek from David that he doesn't like captaincy. He likes to be involved in everything that he does. He's just one of those all-action cricketers.
Well, you see, the problem for David is he thinks non-stop. So now taking on the captaincy gives him another thing to just think about 24 hours a day on top of everything else.
Yeah, he's probably one of those non-captain captains that he probably does it anyway. There's a short one. That's quick. I think he might have a bit of a chat. Yep, there it is. A little bit of a chat. Conor Fletcher, go ahead. That's what we love to see. A little bit of byplay early on. Let's say just in 5 deliveries and already a bit of chat out there. The wheels are off here for Delaney. You're right, he's had a really good campaign. As usual, both bat and ball.
He's only been out twice in the competition, 223 runs so far.
That's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty to finish the over. He just walks through. That's Cameron. Sorry, Fletcher know that he's there and about. So good stuff from David Delaney to start. He wanted to set the tone, so he's certainly done that.
Do you know what? When you're Ruben Wilson and that over has just been delivered at the other end, and there's some good support for both teams have travelled up all the way to Breedy. But when you Ruben Wilson, there's two ways of looking at it. Oh, I've got to back it up. Can I back this up? Or great, they're going to try and come after me a little bit, and that gives opportunities for wickets. And I think that's probably the mindset that the young right armour, who's still young enough to play the next Under-19 World Cup. He's played in 2 so far, but that's the mindset I'm sure he'll have. He's had a good couple of games in the quarter-final and the semi-final. He's been in the wickets, so he'll be hoping to be in the wickets again. 2 slips in place.
And there's the first boundary coming up for Balbriggan. Slightly overpitched by Wilson, just his first delivery. Cameron Rowe leans into it, picks the gap, and picks up the first 4.
Yeah, slightly too full. Looking for the swing. Ruben Wilson just needs to pull that length back. That won't worry him too much, that shot. Good for him to see Cameron Rose playing shots early on. He's the man that was picked by Chris de Freitas in that pre-final video as the man to look out for. He's got the 2 highest scores for Balbriggan this year, but both in the 70s. Clontarf have plenty of centurions across the season, so a big difference between the teams.
That's a really good point. I was chatting to a few Clontarf people earlier, and they were telling me that I think 7 of their first 11 have scored centuries this year. You know, and it probably should have been 8 with a few on hand. That's a better line and length. There you go. They're going to scramble a single here. It's good running.
Yeah, and they have to take every opportunity like that, Balbriggan, because it's an attacking enough field. It's kind of a more traditional field, what we would have been used to in days gone by, where there's only a couple of fielders on the leg side, fine legs on the boundary. John McNally has to cover a lot of ground there, kind of in front of square on the single, and David Vincent, or it's Luke Thompson, in fact, at mid-on. So there should be singles, anything straight like that from Ruben Wilson. Can you just get it between and scamper through? And Conor Fletcher was... I think it was really good from him because he was the one who was paying attention. Cameron Rowe had no thoughts of a single, but manages to get down the other end.
Back on his lines there. So yeah, I think that is important if they can just make sure that they pick up singles. We talk about it all the time. It's okay getting your boundaries. They're not going to be too many. You wouldn't have thought, given the quality of the lineup here, it's going to be pretty tight. So really keep that scoreboard ticking over with singles, and really important for these 2 Balbriggan batters to get their team off to a really good start.
It's an incredibly good fielding side that Clontarf have. Just looking around the ground, I'm trying to pick where the weak spot is. Very difficult to steal singles here. No ball called from Rowley Black, and Luke Thompson has to give big chase here. Can he reel it in? Does well. Great technique. David Delaney will come from mid-off, but Thompson will keep it to 2.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice shot. Down the ground, didn't try and overhit it. Just let the bat come on, and it's doubled up with the no ball as well. So, signal for the free hit.
One thing I will say, when you've got a really young team like this Clontarf team, they seem jittery. Very, very jittery. And I mean, Owen Delaney, I can see he was in slip. He comes out, so they can change the field because it's a different batter on strike. But he's the only kind of older head in the lineup. So they just need to calm the nerves, calm the emotions a little bit. It could do with a little bit of calmness from Owen Delaney here, just to bring the emotions down. Long on and mid wicket, the 2 out.
Get away with that into the offside. Just Lynch with the fielding. Actually, Patrick C was. Yeah, you're talking about the youngsters. I actually couldn't believe it when I was looking at the team. I think their average age is 21, just over 21. And it's unbelievable when you see that. And they have played in a lot of big games this year, but this will be the biggest. So you do need to just sort of make sure they just stick to their skills and not get caught up.
Beauty, absolute beauty there from Wilson. Great comeback. The free hit was I think it took Cameron Rowe by surprise because it was a full toss outside off. He could have put it anywhere, managed to find the fielder. So that's something he's got to put to the back of his mind as well. When you miss out on a free hit, it can play on your mind so much. But you have to remember, that's exactly what it is. It's just a free hit. And if you get runs from it, great. If you don't, especially at the start of a 50-over game, it really doesn't matter because they got the no ball and they got the runs from that ball as well.
Closes out with a dot. So still an expensive over with that. No ball thrown in, 9 from it. And Balbriggan move on to 10 without loss from the first 2 overs.
Might be worth looking back on how the two teams have got to the final. Start with Balbriggan. They've faced Cliftonville Academy in the first round. Cliftonville batting first, only managing to get to 162. And Balbriggan, that was a pretty easy chase for them. They got there with just 3 wickets down. Connor Fletcher, who's out there in the middle now, was the top performer with the bat there, 53 for him. They got past Leinster in the next round, which was a big one because Leinster have been good in the league stuff in Cricket Leinster this season. It was a really low-scoring game. It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that. David Delaney continuing from the Mason Road end.
Great shot. That's a terrific shot from Connor Fletcher. Might have been getting a little bit of tap at the end of the last over from Delaney. He stands tall there, punches it through the offside. Excellent shot.
When I was saying he's a classical batter, this is the kind of shot I'm talking about. Beautiful to watch. Rises just onto the back foot, balance as well. He's actually played that while he's in the air. Uses all the pace on offer from Delaney. That's the opening boundary off Delaney's bowling.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good, as I say. At the end of the previous over.
Looks like he's some kind of pirate with a sword there, the way he's managed to get out of the road there.
Yeah,
I said he was elegant to watch. It didn't just mean his shots, his leaves as well.
That's in the Mornis Labashane category of leave.
Labashachne.
Very, very swashbuckling indeed, but did the job.
Yeah, that second round game against Leinster, Balbriggan only made 102 all out in the 28th over. And then Leinster all out needing 3 to win, all out for 100.
Actually, I remember that game because I was checking out a lot of the blog and things like that, and actually thinking it halfway, well, that's Balbriggan done. Oh, another beaut from Delaney.
Yeah, there were good because Clontarf that round, Clontarf almost had an upset against Rush as well. So that day the blog was going 90 and I kept on checking in. It was brilliant because there were so many games on as well. So you were trying to keep up with all of them. But it was Seb de Oliveira 4 for 34 and Matt Hollard 3 for 19 who were the heroes that day. And they got past Donamana in the quarter-final. That was a big moment. They haven't had an easy run, so that's always good when you get to a cup final if you're having to beat not just teams in forms but big name teams in the competition. Donamana, a very big name team in the competition, albeit they haven't been that successful recently, but you can never write them off.
Well, especially this year, given that the first 2 rounds they had taken care of Warringstown from the NCU and then Marion in their back part as well. So Donamana were definitely eyeing this up this year with the final being up here, and almost the rest of the country was sort of cursing Balbriggan for knocking them out a little bit. But yeah, it was a good win for them, and then they went on to the semi-final and obviously took on another NCU side in Lisburn. And
really tight game again, just a 1-wicket victory. Sharp
be a
one.
wide. Yep, that's been called.
Yeah, Lisburn in that semi-final, 254 all out in the 46th, and I remember looking at it at the time and thinking 4 overs left. Did you wasted 24 balls there? Could you have? Because they're such an attacking batting team, right? And people always say this is how we play. You need someone in there who's willing to just bat to the end and get everything on offer. Because a few more runs, and it could have made the difference. Balbriggan only getting home with 3 balls to spare, and then needed Kashif Ali, who would split his webbing to come out and bat one-handed to get the winning runs.
Right. It was a great story.
Yeah.
I've actually spoken to a few Lisburn boys since that, and that's exactly what they've said. You know, a little bit of game management there. I mean, maybe could have. Yes, you play that way generally, and that's the way they go. But just that little bit of match management at the time could have got them over. The hindsight's a great thing, but they're
again,
disappointed.
I was looking at the blog, and they were crazy out of the blocks, weren't they? Ross Adair opened, and then once he was gone, things slowed down massively. Which is where you need different types of players in your lineup, and maybe they need to look at that, Lisburn, especially in 50 over cricket.
Called a wide.
This is the point in the game now where all the nervous jitters and the excitement just start to bring you down. You feel a little bit tired early in the day.
Yeah.
You're David Delaney, just in your second over. You bowled a couple wides. You've got to bowl 2 extra in this over. So it's about managing the emotions now for Clontarf. It's going to be a long day ahead.
That's such a good point in a final. Yeah, all the energy you burn up early on. It's a different. Don't care how many games you've played at this level and in leagues and all sorts of different competitions. When you play a final like this, it does. It's meant to be different. It's actually, you know, the build up the whole week, and then playing the game. You're right. Just that nervous energy, and it will settle down after a little while, but. Just trying to cope with that is another little aspect you've got to think of.
Yeah, and I think they say that's the third over done and dusted, 16 without loss. It's a big saying that, you know, you have to win a final, you have to lose one first.
Yeah.
And that's actually more about all the stuff around the ground, around the game, all the build up. There's, you know, they all play top level club cricket, but there'll have been a microscope on all the players and how they got here all throughout the week. And you know, for David Delaney, obviously he's someone who's been talked about a lot, but for a lot of the other players, they wouldn't be used to this level of focus on their performances and who they are and everything. So yeah, the good thing for Clontarf, I suppose, in that aspect is Balbriggan are in the same boat.
Well said. Just squares up Cameron Rowe, but he manages to squeeze it past point for a single. He moves on to 7, as is Connor Fletcher. And that's kind of what we talk about in here, about experience. That's where, you know, we always talk about experience, and people say, well, what's experience got to do with it? You're just playing the game, just play the game. But that's where experience comes into it. You've got a couple of players who have been at this. I mean, I think there's only one on the pitch today that's played in an Irish Senior Cup final before, so it's going to be different for both teams. But his experience might just, Owen Delaney it might just kick in there.
He's the solitary man remaining. Good fielding from Mitchell Thompson in cover. He's the solitary man remaining from that win 12 years ago.
Yeah.
2013 they won the double rugby and cricket. They're calling it the double. I've never heard of that double before. I heard it about Clontarf, but they are a dual club, you should say. There's quite a lot of crossover between the clubs, which is brilliant to see. But he's the only man, and he'll be a calming presence for sure, regardless of the fact that they've plenty of Ireland under-19 representatives. Just tipped off the legs. Using the pace again, finds the gap. Easily put away by Fletcher, down backward of square for another boundary.
Nicely played again. Just angling in a little bit too straight there, Ruben Wilson. We've talked about that leg side, and again, just that's the pace of the ball. Just a little bit of timing, and if he beats the man at square leg, it'll go for 4. And there it does. So moves him on to 11. Scored a 21. Decent start for Balbriggan.
Connor Fletcher's someone that other teams are very aware of, but probably hasn't put in the performances across the number of seasons he's been here to really show off what he can do. Looks very well focused today, though. Oh, another ball already. Black's got the eyes of an eagle there on the front foot of Ruben Wilson. And they won't be able to change the field this time because they didn't change ends. So the one slip remaining stays in. Everyone else, no doubt, will be just shuffling back towards the ring.
Yeah, the old signal to just nip back a little bit. I actually noticed that in the women's game against Pakistan. There was a no ball, I think, in the first over, and they did move the field. The umpire just caught it in time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just caught it in time and moved them back. And that'd be another wide, yes. Yeah, it was. I think it was the second ball of the innings.
Yeah,
yeah. And they did move. Square leg was moved right in front, and I think Gareth Morrison said, "Just hold it," held the bowler up, and no, you can't do that. And I think Amy Hunter hit it for 6 anyway. It didn't really matter where they put her. Where they put her.
Yeah, it was an odd over that, wasn't it, Fatima Sana?
Yeah.
And she bowled 4 dots, I think, to close out.
Wilson just need to settle down here. Another free hit, of course.
He got a sighter the previous ball. He decided to come down, Conor Fletcher, but it was a wide. Went again. Reuben Wilson looking to go Yorker, but just doesn't quite get it right. And Fletcher finds the gap between mid-off and cover.
Yeah, the gap was the key thing there. Again, it was a free hit in the last over, which was a full toss, and he didn't manage to pick the gap, but on this occasion gets it through. And no balls, and he's just costing Clontarf a little bit here.
Better length. We've seen how good he is at the bowling Yorkers, Reuben Wilson, but maybe, you know, the words going around that that's his kind of go-to ball for free hits. So good option that from Conor Fletcher, dancing down and just changing the length ever so slightly, giving himself the length he wants to find the gap. I think it was here, wasn't it,
yeah.
for the Interpros in the T20s
here, yeah.
that we saw him just do it so well at the back end of T20 games, but we're in a different format here. I reckon it probably would have been a perfect Yorker if Fletcher hadn't come down.
That's too high. On leg. So not much going for that appeal, but he's just a final ball of the over as a dot, but it's a pretty expensive one. And as I say, Balbriggan will be pretty happy with that start. 27 without loss after 4.
Yeah, 11 from the over. They'll be delighted with this start, Balbriggan. Clontarf have plenty of different options they can go to. They'll stick, I'm sure, with these two for the time being. But they've lots of spinners in the lineup. David Vincent, Killian MacDonald, who is the hero against Pembroke with that hat-trick. Ethan Marshall's another seamer. Luke Thompson, John McNally. So there's lots of different options. It could just be a case of getting out of the power play and then looking to bring your spinners on and quieten things down. But they'd love to get a wicket. There's remaining 2 slips in there. Fionn Hand, I saw earlier, he's on the sideline. He'd love to be out there now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. Big miss for them. Obviously missing Curtis Camphor as well from the last couple of weeks. He's been in a bit of nick, let's say. He's been in a little bit of nick.
What about yesterday against for Essex? Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Century on debut.
Wasn't the worst debut you've ever seen. 120 off 68, and
yeah,
he got the big wicket as well, Ben Folkes. So it's always great when you go to a new team.
Oh, listen, I tell you what, for day one, if you can do something day one, you're golden. If you don't perform day one, you feel like everyone's looking at you.
It's a full ball from Delaney, and that has just flown off the blade of Cameron Rowe, straight down along the ground, and goes for another 4.
It's quite short, that end. A little bit streaky from Rowe, throws the hands at it. And Luke Thompson can't cut it off. A little bit wide there at third.
Yeah, he is quite wide. Down in front of the main pavilion. That's where the majority of the Balbriggan supporters are, in the main sort of seated area.
Well, it's interesting to see. So David Delaney is obviously bowling, and it can be quite difficult to captain and bowl at the same time. So Killian MacDonald was moving Luke Thompson down at third there. He's in a kind of a wide mid-off. There's a backward point, big gap in cover. one-day field, that having that huge gap between. We can't quite see the angle here, but I think Mitchell Thompson's just maybe forward of point, but not by much.
No,
maybe a couple of meters.
Yeah, I think if anything, he's on point.
He's just on point. Then David Vinson's backward point, and then you've got Killian MacDonald, probably a couple of meters wider than of a traditional mid-off, and yeah, the huge gap between him and Mitchell Thompson. So the carrot is firmly there for Cameron Rowe. If anything's over pitched. Really
good call. Good call. Yeah.
Conor Fletcher, for me, just seems to have come out today with a very calm head, focused, in the moment. Cameron Rowe maybe has a bit of that jittery energy about him that we've been talking about Clontarf having.
Yeah, seemed to be on the ball is some of the phrase from the first over. Gets shaken up by Delaney, but he's certainly settled down from there the quicker. There's that little gap we talked about, and they can take a single. That's good stuff from Balbriggan. Cameron Rowe gets the boundary, and now takes a single to get off strike, and he's 12 from 12.
Yeah, I think I was talking about that gap as an opportunity for boundary, but good thinking from him to just make sure that a defensive shot goes into that space and get himself down the other end.
Change the field here. Gotta bring up that man at third. Send out square leg to deep square leg. So we're signifying this might not be in his half. It's well bowled and well played. And there's the over. 5 from it with the boundary. 32 without loss. Do you want to just over a run of ball here for Balbriggan? And as we've just mentioned, Conor Fletcher has settled quite well. Cameron Rowe though, 12 from 12. And having opted to bat, I think he'll be pretty pleased. You were out in the middle, is he, with the toss? What was the sort of chat out there when you finally managed to get to speak to Greg Ford?
Do you know what? It was like someone who hadn't really thought about those answers. There's so many emotions and thoughts going around around a final like that, and I think if you're not used to being interviewed at the toss, you haven't thought about it in that way. He's obviously a batsman himself, so he's probably thinking about his own game and then what the fields are going to be and stuff. But actually, how the team's going to go is probably more like the duty you'd think that would be the coach, Andre Boata, who's got plenty of experience in this competition. Ironically, he was playing for Clontarf when they won this in 2013. He's in all the pictures, so he's someone who's got experience in the competition and getting over the line. Killian MacDonald into the attack early.
Yeah, real interesting move here, as we've just been discussing, that Balbriggan slightly on top maybe. Starts with a wide, so you would have to say probably you would think it wouldn't have been in Clontarf's plans for the sort of 6th over and your left arm spinner's on. I wouldn't have thought that would have been plan A, but that's their flexibility with their options.
Oh, that's good fielding. Well, I was looking at their scorecards, looking at the various scorecards, and he generally is 5th in the lineup. So it's definitely a departure from their usual plan.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just, say we'll have an over here just to mix it, maybe bring Wilson back or change up again with a seamer. Be really interesting to see.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout, and I think when you're choosing a spinner to bowl in the power play, you usually go with your left arm spinner. It's just they're just not as easy to take on down the ground because they're turning it away from the two right-handers. So a good option. I do think as well Killian MacDonald is someone who has a lot of confidence. He would have turned to David Delaney and said, bring me on.
Could be gone, is gone. First wicket goes, and that change of bowling does the job for Clontarf. I'm sure David Delaney will be saying it was me that did that, not Killian MacDonald. But the first wicket goes. Cameron Rowe has been caught and bowled on the second chance there by Killian MacDonald. That change of bowling has done the business for Clontarf.
First question in the post-match. Who thought of this bowling change? Cameron Rowe goes 13 from 16. He's the man that they were hoping would put in a big performance from Balbriggan. 35 for 1. Coming into the action in the power play, the left-arm spinner. He wasn't afraid to give the ball a little bit of flight. Nicely away from the right-hander, and on the second chance he's got good form in the competition, comes in with lots of confidence, and this is the only problem. He's now got a left-hander coming in. He's got to get out of the over, and it'll be interesting to see if he retains the ball from this end, the left-arm spinner. But job number 1 done.
Yeah, absolutely. And his heart must have been in his mouth there when that ball skipped up off his hands, but it very fortunately just looped up nicely for the second attempt and finished the catch. Never easy on the follow through, and the ball came back at a decent rate. Got his hands down and managed to effect the catch. But yeah, that's exactly what Clontarf would have been looking for, just to change up the momentum. And they've picked up a wicket as well. Maybe just were looking to sort of get through a quick over and stop that sort of run of ball. They've done that as well, but they've managed to pick up a wicket, which is a real bonus.
Yeah, I think Ruben Wilson, just maybe it's a case of you look at someone and say, right, you just need a rest. You need to take a break and you can come back later. And when you look at Luke Thompson and Ethan Marshall, maybe you don't want to put them in the cauldron in the power play. So John McNally might have been the other option. He might come on next. It's just a different gravy, isn't it? The ball coming off the bat of Krista Freitas, but he survives that final delivery. Breakthrough in the 6th over for Clontarf. Balbriggan 35 for 1.
Yeah, good stuff for Clontarf. As I say, just that little bit of a change. Could have just stuck with Ruben Wilson, even though struggling a little bit. And it wouldn't surprise me to see him come back now. You know, he may well come back now that they've got the breakthrough. But yeah, it will be an interesting chat later on as to, was that your choice? He's coming down towards us now, listen, so maybe we could.
I should clarify that. I think maybe David was looking around, was talking to Killian. He's obviously someone he talks to about tactical changes. And then when he said, "Would you do it?" he said,
absolutely.
"I'm keen." I'm not currently saying it was all on.
Well, we'll find out.
But you need to find that out in the post-match.
I'll find out. Don't need to continue. Oh, that's squared up. Connor Fletcher there.
Changing the field, as you can see from that, going to Luke Thompson in short third. They've got fine leg and backward square out in the boundary, so Connor Fletcher can expect them at the body, I think, unless we see a brilliant Siraj type double bluff and it's the full away swinging delivery outside off.
Well, they'd sort of done that towards the end of the last over. Last ball of his previous over, they brought up third and put out deep square leg, but it's gone even more so now. So yeah, maybe targeting the body. There you go. It's up in the air. And the cheers will tell you it's been taken. And it certainly wasn't a double bluff, Isabel. It certainly wasn't. It was as planned as it could come. And Connor Fletcher has fallen into it. And he's gone for 16. And after a really good opening 5 overs, Balbriggan have lost both openers in quick succession. Fletcher's gone, caught McNally, pulled Delaney for 16.
Yeah, that's really disappointing for me. I had been talking up how he seemed really in the moment, really switched on. That was clearly the plan. Delaney wide of the crease. He's got to go for 16 from 23 with 3 boundaries. He looked set to make a big score, but Connor Fletcher goes with the second wicket on the same score. Stylish looking pull shot, but just didn't get enough on it. A little bit late. John McNally barely had to move. Good technique right on the rope. It's quite a big ground out here, but Balbriggan will be used to it being big square. That's the way that well, actually they're used to it being short square, so maybe that's why he's fallen into the trap. It's long, straight. But yeah, disappointing for them not to be able to deal with that tactical change from David Delaney. But on the flip side, Clontarf have made a plan and it's paid off.
Yeah, I think that's sort of from where we're sitting here. We can sort of analyse it a little bit when the field is happening. Maybe when you're right in the middle, it's a little bit more difficult. But I think you probably could have seen that coming. You know what I mean?
Very kind.
Yeah,
that's very kind. That's your job as an opener. I think there's only two fielders out. You've got to know where they are.
Yeah, you got to pick up on it pretty quickly and see what's coming.
I mean, maybe he did, and he just backed his skills, and that's another thing to be lauded, but it definitely didn't pay off on that occasion.
Dylan Lewis is in. Oh, that's on the pad.
Yeah, nowhere close. I mean, you could see from the angle it's pitched outside leg. I'm not even sure it's going on to hit the stumps, but Mark Hawthorne is never giving that out. Would you like to just put the collywobbles up the new batter, though, if you can, with an appeal early on?
Definitely. Big shout there early on. Yeah, definitely. No doubt about that. Mark Hawthorne's off the races there pretty quickly. Didn't need to think about that one too hard, but good thing for Dylan Lewis as he gets down the other end just at the minute. Just need to settle. We talked about Clontarf settling in those first 5 overs. Well, shoes on the other foot now. Experienced player in the middle there now. Most quality player, you have to say.
Yeah, this is a really big matchup. Chris de Freitas and David Delaney. And I mean, you talk about settling the nerves, and Balbriggan's nerves would have been settled pretty early on, but then you lose those 2 wickets and all of a sudden they're right back. Whereas for Clontarf, take 1 or 2 wickets and you're there well and truly in the game.
Yep. Just the swings and roundabouts. We talk about it in T20 cricket a lot, that momentum shifts are fairly regular, but it happens in 50 over games too. That's a terrific shot. That is a terrific shot. Quality player on the top of the bounce there. Really, really good. And even though Fielder got a hand to it, just mentioned about the ball coming off the bat. That was terrific, because that was a quick ball, top of the bounce, and just middled it through point.
Basically just defend, you know, just little tiny punch at it. And David Vincent, I think, got a half hand to it, because he turned around to look and see had he done enough, but he hadn't. A great surface as well. I mean, look at that bounce. Real good carry here from David Delaney, which you'd expect considering his pace, but still from that length to get it to rise that much.
Not sure that was a plan or not, but the old tempter outside off.
It's worth it. Take the third would be brilliant. 7 gone, 40 without loss, or 40 for 2, I should say. Sorry. They're up and about now, the Clontarf faithful.
Yep, plenty of flags about today. Really good to see. Brought up a lot of innovative little flags. It's a good sight out there, and they're red and blue.
Yeah, hopefully the sun comes out a little bit later on. It's quite warm here, isn't it?
It's been promised. It has been today. Yeah, been promised quite a warm day here, and again tomorrow. So hopefully that's the case. Well, here's our questions answered. Isabel, it's going to be Killian McDonald again. Going to keep him on here, even though left-handers at the crease.
Dylan Lewis. He'll look to just rotate the strike now. We're kind of, even though there's 3 overs left in the power play, it might be middle overs territory for Balbriggan. Take what's on offer, put away anything that's kind of gifted to you. Especially with a spinner on, it can be quite difficult to stop the batters finding the boundary fielders when you're a spinner in particular in the power play. Cover out, square out as well. You have to be really straight, but mindful of the fact that the boundary back over your head is just a little bunt for these players. So it has to be all that kind of length, is what I'm trying to say. So it's easy to hit those 2 square boundary riders.
Yeah, just with those 2 wickets, probably if you were sitting here at 35, 36 for naught, 3-4 overs to go on a power play. That's what we've seen. First 3 balls anyway. That's a poor ball now. Dragged down. McNally cannot keep it in down there. Valiant dive.
Yeah, he apologises, but actually I'm not sure he could have done any better because he was hit with such power. I think he was planning on doing an army roll out in the deep, but it got onto him quicker than he could manage to actually roll. Just a bit too short, just slightly down leg side, and that's all that the invitation Chris DeFreitas needs. Yeah, probably could have done better on second look. Didn't quite get down quickly enough, but the power was the difference there, and that's the timing and the sound off the bat that we've been talking about for Chris DeFreitas for the whole summer, really.
Yeah, that's the sort of perfect over, you think, for Balbriggan there. They'll pick up the ones, as we talked about at the start of the over. Got the bad ball, put it away. And managed to pick up a decent set of 6 there. 48 for 2. 8 gone in this Balbriggan innings.
Well, one of the great excuses that you have as a bowler is that end doesn't suit me. And I'm saying that as it's a real excuse. Sometimes it's not. It's, you don't feel comfortable. He hasn't looked himself, Ruben Wilson, really from this end, the Keary Road end. So he's going to switch ends. David Delaney saving 6 of his own overs.
Yeah, 1 for 16 from his 4.
He's bowling over the wicket to the 2 left-handers. Slip still in. Short third. There's a big gap. If there's any width, there's a gap between third and point that wouldn't take much for Chris DeFreitas to easily put it down there if there's a bit of width on offer. Everyone up on the offside. Square leg and find the 2 men out.
Slight misfield there.
Another half's up, this time Ethan Marshall. It was interesting getting back the big moments. I know I talked to you, I sent it to you, Ali, but the big moments in the careers between the 2 teams, so different.
Yeah.
It's, we'll get down to that, but Ethan Marshall, one of many players in the Clontarf team to have made their debut for Ireland under-19s.
Yeah, there's quite a lot there. That under-19 team, I know a few players on it as well. It's quite a good unit now. They've got a good group together. I mean, Ruben Wilson, as you mentioned earlier, has been playing under-19s for as long as I know, and he's got another World Cup possibly in him.
Yeah.
So they've actually been playing together for quite some time now, the under-19s.
It's been the big change, I think, for me in the men's and the women's side is the under-19 programs being so to the fore. The women's under-19s T20 World Cup, obviously there's only been 2 so far, but it's been a big change, particularly for the NCU and the NWCU. Like when you look at the Ireland under-17s now, there's a real even spread of players. It really doesn't take that long to develop very good female players. If you find some athletes, you got some players that come up that they've got their families involved. And talking to someone about club cricket the other day, you really don't need that many from each age group. You just need 1 or 2.
1 or 2, yep.
From each.
Or yeah. But you're right. Same in club cricket. You just get 1 every couple of years coming through. Better lines here from Ruben Wilson. And yeah, it's a good point about NCU, the Northwest. They can see these girls at 17. The parents start to go to games, and then people come along. I've got a young girl at 13, 14.
Yeah.
Maybe she could do that, and it just builds momentum. So it's a big thing. Obviously, the senior team, it's still sort of Leinster dominated, but underneath there, yep, the 17s and 19s have got a really good programs at the minute.
come back over this from Wilson, just slightly too straight. Changing personnel on the field. Patrick Z, the overseas, been put into that space. Swapped with Ethan Marshall, so he's obviously someone they feel they can cover maybe as an overseas to get to the National Cup final, your first year over.
I was just gonna mention him that probably, I don't mean this sort of in a negative way, but he's sort of maybe one of the lesser profile overseas players in Leinster. Doesn't tend to bat in the top 3 or 4, comes in middle order, and hasn't scored the massive scores, but he's done really well at the start of the season to just tick over Clontarf, and seems to play a low-key role without sort of stepping up as a big personality, but I'm sure he is. I'm sure in his age again, he's a young overseas player. You get some of the older players coming, like to stamp their authority on teams, but he seems to be sort of just playing into the Clontarf sort of younger model.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of having a good overseas is finding someone who'll integrate well into the group, and that'll be different for every single team.
Yeah.
So would Patrick Z fit into Balbriggan? I don't know him personally, but it's not a given. John McNally, who he thought might have come in earlier, he'll finish out the power play. He's it's funny to me that he's more of a bowler in this team than a batter, because having worked at Clontarf when he was just a young lad playing under 14s, he was the standout batter. He was kind of bowling a bit of seam, thought he might bowl a bit of spin, because he had Luke Thompson, Ethan Marshall, other out and out fast bowlers around him, but he's put the work in and become a real all-rounder.
Yeah, we've watched him in red colours in the Interprovincials, performing really well for the Munster Reds with the bat in the middle order. He's rescued his team a couple of times, but certainly for his club side here, he's performed well in this tournament as well. He's got wickets, and he just has that knack. I think he's one of those sort of golden players.
Like Curtis Camphor in the Irish team,
yeah,
isn't it?
he just picks up wickets.
I always think of him as just someone who'll take wickets. Just a note on that 2-run by Chris de Freitas. Brilliant awareness from him about that pocket down there. Down there towards the scoreboard. That's one of the big pockets where you can look to run to. As soon as he hit it, he was away like the clappers. He knew he wanted to come back for the seconds. I don't think Dylan Lewis was too aware that he might get called into action to run a second.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that? I'm just thinking about that myself. Obviously, we've watched Chris de Freitas and the quality he's got with bat in hand, but it just seems that things like that always come with that. The better players seem to know. I mean, that doesn't take a quality of batter. You can just look out there and see there's a pocket and work out.
I've got a good theory on this. We'll come back to it. Short and
shot.
Given the treatment, dispatched so far in front of square that John McNally just hangs his head down. At that pace on this pitch, you cannot bowl that short, and Chris de Freitas hits that with ease.
Well, that one's almost in the category of dismissive.
Almost.
Yeah, just
I think
sat
that's the
back.
definition.
Yeah, just sat back, didn't move, hit the ball through the gap, and didn't even need to take a run 2 or 3 steps down the track, and yeah, that's gone. And would you believe it? Would you believe it? He has played the most beautiful shot seconds before, and this time juicy half volley, and he clips it straight to square leg. I was just about to mention that he's moved to 19 off 16 in the blink of an eye. Could that be a defining moment in this final? De Freitas goes, caught Delaney, bowled McNally for just 19.
Yeah, disappointment. That's the overriding feeling there for Chris de Freitas, because he looked in some serious touch. This is here to be hit full straight, and he just got a little bit too far inside it for me. Picked out the fielder perfectly. Don't know if Luke Thompson had moved or what had happened, but that awareness of where the field was completely gone for Chris de Freitas. And yeah, you say, could that be the defining moment? We'll only find out. We'll have to wait for a long time, but it very well could be.
Yeah, just the way he was playing. I mean, you mentioned it even from the first few balls that he came in, the sound off the bat, his timing was on. And that shot he just played there through mid-wicket was such class. You thought this is going to be a big innings here for the Freitas, but you have to say he's almost given that away there. Just chipped it to square leg. You don't often see balls chipped to sort of square leg. You know, a ball on leg stump, you'd sort of say you would put your hands through it, hit along the floor, or go over the top. Don't often see that. So he'll be cursing himself going to the pavilion there.
Yeah, I mean, I stick with my earlier statement that I think he just got in too far inside the line of the ball, and then because of that, he was kind of chasing it. He had to hit it aerial. If he stayed a little bit more in line, he could have got the head over the ball and played along the carpet. But maybe he was backing himself to get it over that fielder. Maybe he just hadn't realised Thompson was there. It's all manner of questions to be asked. Farouk Nasser in at number 5. He's got a good strike rate, and he's a top class batsman. He's definitely dangerous, has the ability to score quickly, but in a lot earlier than his team or he would have wanted.
Yeah, these umpires don't miss much, do they? Rolly Black saying to David Delaney about rubbing the ball on his sleeve. He's wearing a sleeve there. Won't get off the mark. That's the over. Successful over for John McNally, being brought into the attack. Maybe not his greatest over, but he picks up the wicket after 10 overs, 57 for 3. There is your card for Balbriggan. Got off to a reasonable start, going a run of ball plus the first 5 or 6 overs, and then Balbriggan lost their openers in 6 consecutive overs as the bowling changed for McDonald, got Rowe, and then Fletcher sort of gave his wicket away, as did sort of Chris de Freitas away, and they've all been dismissed for 13, 16 and 19. 2 new batters at the crease, and Balbriggan 57 for 3 from those first 10 overs. Rebuild in action now.
I'm not going to wait, I don't think, till the post-match. We've got Killian MacDonald in front of us here in the commentary position. We'll definitely have to find out from him whose idea was bowling change. He might not tell us the truth, is the only problem.
That's
he might
the problem,
claim
yeah.
all the plaudits. Beauty. From Reuben Wilson, he looks a lot more confident and comfortable down at the Mason Road end. You asked me before that wicket, why did...
Yeah, it's kind of been, it's gone
the
now.
irony of
Yeah.
Mr. Freitas having the awareness of the two down there. And the reason I was going to say is because they usually have their game so organised before. The top players, it's twofold. They're organised beforehand, and he will have picked out probably areas in the ground, but also fielders. There's not really a weakness, but you know, youngster Ethan Marshall maybe not quite as quick to the ball as the rest of the guys on the field. So he probably would have picked out 1 or 2 people he's going to keep an eye on where they are in the field. We already saw Ethan Marshall moved in the field as well because of that. But also they place importance on it. And I think when you're not a top class player, you don't look at those 1% as being important. So things like your sleep and, you know, making sure you're hydrated and all those things. It's actually up to the player, especially in cricket, to do a lot of that stuff because the game is so long. So it's on you to make sure that you're doing those things. When you're like a runner or a tennis player, you've got people around you that will make sure you're doing all those things. But as a cricketer, especially at the club level of the game, it's down to how much you put in and how much importance you place on it.
Almost through. A bit late on the shot there. Yes. Yeah, I think you're right there in terms of sort of a batter player has to really concentrate on what they're doing, and then those other things sort of get looked over. So that could be part of it. Yeah.
And the third thing I'll say is that when you are confident in your technique and what you're doing, you're not thinking about that when you're going out in the middle. So if your coach is making your mind to be thinking about singles, what I say to people is that technical stuff, it takes care of itself out in the middle. You're not going to be able to think to actually affect that when you're playing a game. Now you must be in the moment. Yeah. Look at the gaps. If it goes there, run a single. A bit too straight. Kenny MacDonald will cut that off. Yeah, so when you're going out, rather than thinking, right, I must do what my coach told me about, like I'm going to wave my bat around like everyone does now, and I'm going to do this.
You know, about sort of practice and training, that's where you get your technique down. You do that in there so that whenever you go out, it is second nature. You're confident with it, and then you can look at those other things. That's why, you know, good coaches always talk about practice as you do in a game.
Yeah.
Put yourself in that situation.
Yeah, it's the same with catching. Like there's a lot of thinking about the technique of people when they're catching, and perfectly with perfect technique and training and throwing and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to the game, you do whatever feels right in the moment to just make sure that ball doesn't touch the ground or it doesn't go over the rope, whatever it is. And generally, if you've worked well enough on your technique, that will come to the fore. But you shouldn't be thinking about that when you're on the field.
It should be second nature when you're going in to take a catch.
Not at this level anyway. Maybe at underage level when you're still learning. That's a different kettle of fish.
A bit wide, yeah.
Just manages to get inside that Nasser. One of 3 off spinners in the team for Balbriggan. So we talked about big moments in the game, and 3 down, 4 down looks a lot different, doesn't it? Even though they do have batting to come, it's a little bit brittle at the moment. If they lose one and then they need their number 6 to bat, who's very well capable. Greg Ford, I think it is, will come in that position. But after that, you'd be worried that they'll be able to survive for the 50 overs. 11 gone, 61 for 3 Balbriggan.
Yeah, well, we discussed that earlier on, I think. You know, it wouldn't sort of. I'll just have a quick look at the bowling figures there as they come up on the screen. Delaney there, 1 for 16. Wilson, he's come back there from the Mason Road end with 2 decent overs. His first 2 from the Kerry Road end were a little bit of a struggle with a few extras, no balls and wides. But it was that introduction of Killian MacDonald that got the breakthrough, and then since then 1 for Delaney and 1 for McNally, and he's going to continue. So yeah, just to add on to that, we definitely would have said that. We mentioned about Clontarf's batting. They've got 7 players who've got hundreds, and their aggregate's just over 200 in leagues. So I mean, their batting hasn't been their strength; it's definitely been their bowling. So you know, I really need to build a partnership here and try and get in. That's not going to help if he'd have just nicked off there with.
He just didn't really get his body close to the ball there, Dylan Lewis, and he threw his head to the sky. It was full. It did nip away a little bit, I will say, but it just, yeah, it's one of those where he's thinking, I've got to bat for a long time, and that just gives you a little bit of indecision. It looks like it was there to hit, but he didn't quite commit to it.
God, it's just all going Clontarf's way at the minute.
Great catch.
Yeah, on the second, yep. Just popped it up again, similar to the McDonald's earlier on. Just popped out of the hands to start with, but even getting your hands to that was going like a rocket there to point. Let's see, takes it on the second attempt. Dylan Lewis, we saw it just ball before, threw his hands at it. Really needed him to stay for a while. McNally's picked up a second, and it's 61 for 4.
Yeah, disappointing that, because again it was there to hit, but Balbriggan guilty of not trying to find the gaps enough. Just went for power, not placement. Sharp chance, and had the wherewithal to take it on the second attempt. Bit of juggling going on for Clontarf today, but they've managed to do what's required to make sure that the batters are dismissed, and Balbriggan in real trouble now. The one bright spot for them is they know their strength is their bowling, but they need something to bowl at, because this Clontarf batting lineup is in some good form across the season. Greg Ford, the new man out, the captain, hasn't really gone on to make any big scores this season. He's looked good on plenty of occasions, but lots of starts, no real big scores for him. Needs a captain's innings today.
I'll give the Balbriggan faithful out there, a little bit of hope here. In that, I remember doing a game a couple of years ago in the All-Ireland T20 final against CIYMS, and Balbriggan were right behind the 8 ball in that game. CIYMS had pretty much won the game, and Greg Ford came out and played a really top knock. And he did a Jim Maguire, hit the last ball for 6. That one didn't win the game though, got them a tie. Unfortunately, it didn't go over the line, but he has form for rescues. So
the reason I'm laughing is I love that has become a Jane Maguire.
Oh, absolutely.
Now. That's called the Jane Maguire. Brilliant.
Absolutely. There you go. Beautiful shot. That'll even be the shot of the day so far. That's an absolute beauty. Came rocketing off the bat there. Full again this time for McNally. Maybe going for the Yorker. Misses his length, but Greg Ford good enough. Hit that down the ground.
Wide of the crease, in at the stumps, and he's a top class batter, Greg Ford. Sometimes you just need one innings in the season to make it. Could this be his? Dispatched again. Too short, too full. Previous ball, this time too short. Sits up, Greg Ford helps himself to back-to-back boundaries.
No backing down from the skipper. He's straight into it. Last ball probably was there to hit earlier in innings because it was nice and full and you just needed to lean into it, but that one you got to pick up the lengths pretty quickly, and he did so. Maybe he was thinking that McNally was going to pull the lengths back after the previous ball, but he put it away really nicely. Oh, but John McNally, you can have your 2 foot back, and it's not going to be for Greg Ford, unfortunately. McNally will concede 2 boundaries in the over, but as is always the way with a bowler, you've always got another chance.
Yeah, that's it. He just sent the square leg out. I think this is the only wicket nearly where you say good bowling. Like, he was got out there. Greg Ford goes for 8 from 4, 2 boundaries, but the captain, after looking good, gets a pretty good nut from John McNally. Good plan from him. Fine leg, square leg out. Comes wide of the crease. A little bit of extra venom in this one. In at the right-hander and just beats him slightly. I think has it nipped away. I thought it had come off his pad. Need to see it in real time. I thought that had cannoned off his pad, but maybe it just held its line ever so slightly. Here we go. This is the replay from behind.
Yeah, it looks a bit of an effort ball here.
Yeah, he just played the wrong line. I think he thought it was going to come in more, played the wrong line, and good comeback ball from John McNally. He just never seems down and out. Loves a challenge, loves to be in the battle. 12 gone, 69 for 5, Balbriggan, and in a whole heap of trouble.
And the skipper sees an opening here. Just 12 overs gone, and he's brought himself back here. Just bowled 4 overs so far, David Delaney.
Seb de Oliveira in at number 7. Averaging 29 with the bat. That's not going to be enough though, is it?
Not today.
He
It's
needs
going to be a bit more than that. Yeah.
Normally for a number 7, they're averaging around
decent.
30. You'd be happy if they score 30 every game, absolutely. But today, they need a big shift from him.
Just going to get over there. Man at mid-wicket. Just got enough on that. Did Nasser.
Well, sometimes with like Connor Fletcher's dismissal, I thought, it was a silly shot. He didn't have to play the pull shot there. For Farouk Nasser, that was just saving your own life with the shot, because that was a perfectly placed bouncer from David Delaney. It was quick. He's had a little rest in at the kind of chin maybe of Farouk Nasser, so he had to get something on it to make sure it didn't clock him on the nut. Full this time, and a bit of a flick off the pads, just a single. Much older team, Balbriggan, so a lot more experience overall. Nasser's the senior in the team, 42 years of age and still going strong. One of the off spinners in the lineup, Dylan Lewis and Oliveira, the other two. How are your nerves going, to Oliveira? I reckon you just need to quieten the heart rate a little bit, you know, the Raheny rockets coming in at you.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him here, you know, coming in here. Only 12 overs gone, just over about an hour's play, and you're already out there. He'd been hoping to relax for a bit and watch his teammates knock it around. A good couple of hours. Wanted to be out there, of course, but maybe for the last sort of 10, 12 overs and maybe get that 29 and 30 at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he went the full one first delivery, which was interesting, David Delaney, but made sure to test out the upstairs on the second attempt. And Clontarf full of voice out there, no surprise there.
Yeah, I always think it's one of the great things about cricket, how the noise levels go up and down, and a fielding team just tells you everything about what's going on. After 5 overs, there wasn't much happening out there. Levels were quiet, but certainly not now.
That's disappointing for De Oliveira. Didn't manage to find the gap, but at least found the middle of the bat. 3 dots to close out that David Delaney return over. 72 for 5 are Balbriggan. It's a good pitch, but a good bowling attack for Balbriggan. We said anything 250 plus they felt was good. I mean, I thought maybe 280 plus. It's not looking like they're going to get there. What are they aiming for at this point, Daddy?
Well, I had sort of done a bit of a look at the last couple of years here into pro cricket and sort of that level of cricket at 270, 272's round about average there, and we had an inter-pro game here just last week, 50 over game, and it was 280, played 280. Knights chased down 280 in that game. So yeah, generally it's a reasonably high scoring ground on average. I mean, you know, I think Brady's well known as a batting team in the northwest. They've always produced good batters, so it's always been a good deck out here. So I mean, yeah, certainly I'd have been looking 260 and 270 around about that before the game, but certainly at the minute it's driven down the ground for the extravagant shot from Farouk Nasir.
Yeah, that's what you'll get. You'll get a bit of flair from Farouk Nasir, and he gets onto one. It always looks stylish. Big gap at mid-on. As soon as he got the length, he knew where he wanted to put it. Yeah, just give you an idea of the field here that John McNally's bowling to. Mid-off, cover, point. Third is out. There's still a slip in place. Fine leg, square, and mid-on.
Well, it seems to be boundary or bust here for Balbriggan.
That's what I'd be used to seeing from Nasir. Having seen him play over a number of years now, he's definitely someone who can entertain while he's out there, but does he have the ability to either just go big and keep going and give them that big score they need, or can he maybe adjust and you know, good balls respect them a little bit more?
Just be one on the boundary now, of course. So yeah, just going back to that 270, 280 would have been, but also looked at sort of going back over the years, you know, not many chases over 200, haven't been very many. Okay. So in a final, the old thing, you know, bat first, get runs on the board and let the scoreboard do the rest. So even around 220, 230 has won plenty of finals in the Irish Senior Cup, just because of the, you know, if you're chasing that in the league, it's usually 9 times out of 10 you can get that, but in a final it just has different connotations. So I just want to stay in here and, as I say, just try and build one partnership. The opening partnership got going a little bit, but they just need to build one here and try and settle those nerves and get themselves first of all over 150, then look at 200.
They really apply themselves. I mean, talking to Trevor Hamilton earlier, I'd said to my surprise, Greg Ford said 250, but maybe that's why, maybe they had a look at the numbers and said, look, we're more of a bowling team. Let's just put our expectations slightly down to 250. I might have to recalculate again at the moment, like as those wickets have fallen, and said 200, we give ourselves a good chance. And I mean, for me, Owen Delaney then becomes the real big wicket for them, because he's the man they'll look to bat around. He's got the experience. Big innings for him in the semi-final, 117 not out. But the thing about chasing is that you usually want people with experience coming in at 4 and 5, and they do have some, definitely, and they've got the overseas as well, but slightly young team. So those are the kinds of things that Andre Buata needs to be instilling into his team on the sideline and at the halfway point. 77 for 5 after 14, Balbriggan. Score is looking okay, as in the number of runs, just not the number of wickets.
Wickets, yeah.
Last 5 overs.
A lot about how the run rates were great, you know, 10s, 9s, 10s and over, but it was the figure. It was the figure after the little slash there. It was so often it was 4 and 5, and it just seems to be modern day. It doesn't. They don't even think about wickets anymore, and that's okay if you've got a big long batting lineup and things like that. But we just talked about Lisburn in the semi-final. You know, it's okay going early and things like that, but those last 4 overs obviously have caught them up in that game particularly. But it's just a modern day way of going about it.
Yeah, I think that the reason for that is Ruben Wilson replaces David Delaney. We'll come back to after this delivery. Yeah, they say that, like, look, rather lose because you've gone after the game than come up short and get chased down easily. But I think that changes a little bit in a final. I mean, for all the reasons you've just said. Yeah. But also sometimes when you go, right, we need 280, you need to recalculate when you're getting out at the top order. Why are we getting out? Is it a little bit more difficult than we thought? Now, this is a quick pitch. Matt Hollard has serious pace for Balbriggan as well, not just David Delaney for Clontarf. So sometimes you have to take your strengths and the situation into account a little bit more. A shot of real class. Just waited for it under the eyes, made sure to get it in that gap on this occasion. Finds it between backward point and point for his opening boundary.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good. He just stayed up on the toes there and punched it through and got that all-important gap. It's quite an attacking field again here. No surprise from Clontarf with those 5 wickets already gained. So gaps are still there. Oh, but a rudder return from Wilson. Wow. That's a great delivery.
Quite an open stance there from D'Oliveira. Gets that front foot forward and plays down the line. Makes sure to cover the stumps, and pretty lucky not to get an edge there, truth be told.
Yeah, got squared up a little bit.
55 dot balls and 12 fours. It's a great stat. Shows what way they're going to make things. And there, they squared up again there, and that's. I wonder, does he realise quite how much that front foot is coming across in his trigger? Maybe it's the nerves of today, or maybe it's something that's crept in. It's such a foible of cricket, isn't it, that you'll work on something technically and then over time you'll just develop some kind of habit like that. I wouldn't imagine he means to get his front foot quite so far over to the off stump.
Yeah, it definitely brings the shoulder square then when he's trying to play defensively particularly.
Means he can access outside off stump well, but on the stumps is a bit of a danger.
A little bit straight. Wilson this time. Get D'Oliveira.
Yeah, it's a good ploy though, I think. Just keep hammering away at the stumps. Can you go middle and off? Rather, that was kind of creeping onto leg stump, and when you've pushed your front foot across like that, you think it's going down leg, you can clip it into square leg quite easily. But if you can hang about that off stump line, even middle and off, you're in on the money.
Yeah, that for me is the other downside of getting your foot too far across. It actually gives the bowler a real big target to aim at. And that closes out the over. Ruben Wilson has the boundary from it, from the punch by De Oliveira. And after 15 overs, Balbriggan now 83 for 5. John McNally, and those figures on screen, he's 3 for 19. He's going to continue, no surprise there. Picking up wickets at fairly regular intervals. So, after 50, not going to give away too much here. I'm sure you all know who I'm going to be talking about in just a second as John McNally bowls the opening over of this 16th. There'll be a dot ball. Fairly well linked with the Clontarf club, let's say. A very warm welcome to Andrew Pointer. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to have you with us here, Andrew. Just a great day, Irish Senior Cup days. Great day.
Yeah, it's definitely the jewel in the crown of club cricket in this country. Even when you get to like quarter-final stage, everyone starts to get a little bit excited that can we make it to the final, and Clontarf have come out in their droves to support as well.
That's a lovely shot. That is a really nice shot. Haven't seen enough of them really. De Oliveira, he's just getting going into his innings here. It's a little full again from McNally. He seems to be going for boundary or wicket here at the moment. Just a little bit full, driven by De Oliveira.
Yeah, lovely shot. Seb, he can. Clontarf be fearing Seb De Oliveira. He can still bat, so it's not job done just by any case.
Quick single. Yeah, it's interesting. We were just talking about it before you came on, Andrew, about power scores here at Brady up around 260, 270 in the Interpros, and it's a quick scoring ground. And Greg Ford at the toss sort of said they'd be looking to get 240, 250. But obviously, given the start, how easy is it to renegotiate that and sort of in the dressing room sort of say, well, we need to rein that in a little bit, the 250 now, and it's given the start you've got here?
Yeah, I think they'll be hoping for this pair to dig in. They might not be too fussed by the scoring rate and just try and stop that flow of wickets. I think you're right with John McNally. He's either gone for a 4 or a wicket. It's been like a highlights package, his spell so far.
Yep. Tries the short ball.
But just on John, he does have that knack. He's shown it in the Interpros as well. He comes on and he gets wickets regularly early in his spell, so he's got a bit of a golden arm. So that's why David Delaney, I think, turned to him when the runs were flowing for Balbriggan.
Yeah, I'll ask you a quick question here in a minute. We've been talking about it in those first few overs, and see what you think about it. That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Yeah, that obviously Balbriggan got off to a pretty decent start. There was over a run of ball, and after 5 overs they changed it up. Ruben had sort of struggled at this end to start with, and David Delaney wanted to change the bowling. We don't think that Killian McDonald coming on would have been a plan, because he usually comes on sort of 3rd, 4th change. He usually bowls later. What do you think was the mindset there going on to go with the spinner in the 6th over?
I think they probably just fancied the change of. They felt probably the wicket's quite good. From everything I've heard from speaking to Nicky and Bill, the coaches, and the wicket's really good. So I think they might have just gone for a complete change of tact and pace, and gone to Killian. He has in his career bowled, especially in T20, bowled in the power play and been successful. So I'd say that was one of the reasons that it could depend on him as a spinner not to go for too many runs. He just unfortunately got his lengths wrong and bowled a bit short. Yeah.
But he also managed to pick up the wicket, a real bonus. We were sort of talking, it might have been just a change of pace, not actual delivery, just a change of pace of game, just to slow the game down a little bit.
The one thing with Killian, he definitely didn't bowl his best, but he very rarely misses the stumps. So he makes you play every ball, and and he's been fantastic. He's been one of the Clontarf's best bowlers, including getting a hat-trick against Pembroke. So he's someone that they do depend on and do trust. He just unfortunately didn't start how he wanted to. Hopefully, if he does come back on later in the day, he can rectify that for himself.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned earlier, Andrew, just across the art right here, lots of little tables and seats and all the Clontarf fans in one area, and Balbriggan up in the main area. It's good to see so many coming up to the game today. As you mentioned, it's a really big game, and I know from Clontarf, being around Clontarf a few times, they really put stall in this competition, even though it hasn't been overly successful over the last few years. It's still the one that they look out for at the start of the year.
100%. Like you saw that video that Cricket Ireland put out that was released yesterday. Like, it means so much to so many people, not just the lucky 11 that get to go out and represent the club on the field, but people from all sorts of generations of cricket, like guys that have just finished to guys that played 30 or 40 years ago, past presidents, friends, family of players. And yeah, we bought 2 buses up this morning, and potentially similar numbers to that on the buses in their own cars and making their own way as well. Yeah. So we are lucky. We've always been well supported. Doesn't matter that it's a long way from home, that people have boxed off the day to come and support the lads up here.
Definitely, and it's good to see. As I said, well documented. I love this competition about how it just gets everybody in a different union coming to play different teams. It's not your same. I mean, Clontarf seem to have played Pembroke every other week this season. Played in this competition, of course.
Yeah, it's funny how you do have seasons like that. You draw the same people in all the different competitions. Malahide were like that for Clontarf last year. We got them in both the Leinster and the Irish Cup. And Pembroke seem to be those guys this year, and it's been good battles. And having watched most of those games, it's probably as close to Interpro cricket as possible with the stars on show, and with the Irish lads being a lot more available this season than any other season recently. The standard of cricket's been fantastic in those games.
It's just floated up into a gap there, didn't? Lots of shouts have catch it. 100% sure it came off the bat, but
yeah, just eluded Mitch Thompson there at cover. Probably not really expecting it at cover there, because he was looking to flick it into the leg side, so might have just caught him off guard and land safely for the batsman.
I'm just looking at your sort of run through this tournament. Obviously, you would have to say probably the standout was that quarter-final against Pembroke. They would have been the team that, when you get drawn against them, it would have been, please don't get them, and they'd have been saying the same about you, and it turned out to be a really good day for your guys.
Yeah, they ended up playing a double-header as well. They played in the league on the Saturday and Pembroke won, and won convincingly as well. And then I think it was 90% of I think we had one change and Pembroke had one change. They brought Barry McCarthy in, and we had a change as well. I can't remember who it was, but all 20 of the players were still playing from the day before, and the result was completely different, which is what I love about cricket. And on the same wicket, only thing that happened to change was that both teams were the team that batted first.
That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Farouk Nasir's been playing like that. He's one of these sort of maverick-type cricketers. He's going to take it on. That one he picks up really nicely, dispatches it.
Clontarf have used a lot of bouncers. David and Ruben have bowled a lot down that end, so it must be a tactic that they're going for.
Particularly at that end, and I think certainly David Delaney got it through early on, but we're just going to go to a little drinks break here. And it's 96 for 5. We'll be back with you in just a few moments. Okay, welcome back here after a short drinks break there. 17 overs gone. And Balbriggan are 96 for 5 in this Bobcare Irish Senior Cup final, having opted to bat first. Started off really well with their opening partnership, but just wickets along the way. I've just been talking about, they've sort of given a few away as well. 96 for 5, so just in this partnership between Nasser and De Oliveira, very important 6th wicket here for Balbriggan, just to try and steady that ship again. Killian McDonald, as we were just discussing before the break, got the opening breakthrough. He's back now from the Kerry Road end and almost picks a wicket straight away.
He was a bit happier with that start after his first initial spell. It was a bit short in his first couple of overs.
There's a little bit short again. Right into the offside. Sweeper picks up. Just a single. Yeah, probably a good time for a spinner to come on if he's going to bowl one of these middle overs with 5 down. You can. So if he hits a line of length here, try and frustrate the run rate for a start and maybe get them to sort of play a false shot and pick up another wicket or two.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they go double spin. They might go to Dave Vincent at the far end as well. But yeah, Killian's normally very dependable. Someone that doesn't get hit for too many and picks up his wickets as he goes as well.
Initial call of 2, but not out to the boundary there. Sweeper in nice and quickly. Cut the angle off to make sure there wasn't that 2. Yeah, plenty of options for David Delaney today. You say David Vincent may come on now at the other end. They may look to have the double spin. We've seen the seamers in action already.
Yeah, he tends to save. He has his own initial burst with the new ball, and then if there's a couple of wickets or a wicket, he tends to bring himself on to try and get a second wicket, and then he uses Ruben Wilson and John McNally. One will open and support as well, and then he uses them towards the end of the game as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw spin come in this end. The fact that the seamers have all bowled 5-6 overs each.
Yeah.
It might save them for the second half and let the spin twins whirl away here. Looks like David Vincent.
Yeah.
Change of bowler from the city.
Yeah, so just looking back at the tournament then, obviously started up in the NCU, played Cliftonville Academy in that opening game. Early season, got over the line there, and then a little bit of a squeak against Rush. I think we were talking about it earlier that Balbriggan were in a whole heap of trouble against Leinster that day, pulled out for 102, but I think it's a similar sort of thing for Clontarf against Rush. Obviously would have been favourites that day, but it got into a little bit of bother.
Yeah, Rush is an odd place to go as well.
Yeah.
The dimensions of the ground, and they're usually a well-supported team as well. Their crowd come out and let you know it's quite you're fielding it long on and long off, and guys are literally right behind you on the wall there.
Love it.
But it is good. It's good fun. Yeah. But I often think those first couple of rounds.
But only gets one. Really is well fielded out there. Keeps it down to 1.
But those first few rounds are just about getting through. It doesn't potentially matter what it looks like, and especially the first round, because you always play someone like outside of your province.
Yeah, you're always against a different union, yeah.
Which I really enjoy, because, like you say, Clontarf played Pembroke quite a lot this year, and last year Clontarf played Malahide a lot. You end up playing someone 4 or 5 times a year, you get a little bit frustrated.
That single brings up the 100 for Balbriggan. The run rate, as we talked about, is perfectly acceptable, 5.5. Just need to keep this going for a while, just to settle those nerves, as I say.
Yeah, I'm sure Clontarf will be saying, can we get another wicket, if not two, and really be chasing something like 150.
Yeah, well, that's as I said, as I was saying earlier, in terms of mindset, it happens quite a lot in T20 cricket where you're on top and you think, well, because you can just naturally, you would have been saying 5 down for 60, 70 and we're bang on top. But if one partnership changes that around, the mindset can quickly change then.
Yeah, you hear the lads sort of saying, oh, 150 all out, then it becomes 180,
Yeah.
then it becomes 200 as a partnership.
And you think that 200 then feels like 300 because you think you should have bowled them out for 120, 130.
Mm.
Give it a little bit more air. Good feeling again. It's important to keep those shots to the boundary down to singles if you can. So just the 4 singles from Vincent's first over. And it's 102 for 5 as we approach 20 overs, 19 gone.
I think the fact they've gone double spin and got guys on the boundary, that they'll probably hope to bring this run rate down from sort of 5.5s to, can they go for 5 or 10 overs here of it being 4 and over and get a little bit more control and minimise a few boundaries. I think Clontarf will be happy, and hopefully that brings a bit of pressure and a wicket or two.
Donald to continue. Good clean hit again, but out to the sweeper. Makes a little bit of a meal of it out there. Does well enough now to keep it down to 1. And we talked about finals and how different a final is. We talked about the build-up and the build-up in the week and how important that you mentioned it when you first came on, how important a game this is, and it is different for players. It's a step up, even sort of cameras and talking to people before the game and things like that. You've played in a couple of finals. How did you find them?
Well, there wasn't any streaming back in those games.
No.
So that was slightly different. But the lads are kind of used to that stuff. Like a lot of clubs around, like Clontarf stream our game. We don't do commentary and things, but we live stream our games, as do a few around the Leinster League. But I think this final, more so than the two that I was lucky enough to play in, the fact it's in Derry and in Breedy, it added that like extra thing of travelling up last night. They stayed overnight last night. All the squad and all the backroom staff stayed last night. So it adds that little bit of, that's a bit different, you know. Like and you can probably break your routines a little bit for what, like, guys would be pretty regimented on what they do on a morning, especially before a big game. If it's they have their Cocoa Pops or they go for a walk or whatever it might be. I don't know what everyone else does, but waking up in a hotel, might not have even had a great night's sleep because you're in a different bed. So that's a little added layer of it. The 2 finals.
That's beaten. That's gone for 4.
He looks pretty upset with himself there.
It's a couple of little misfields.
But the 2 in 2013 and 14, those finals were in Malahide and in Clontarf, so they're only like 15 minutes down the road from where we're based. So you kind of did what you normally did for any other league game, which probably meant we treated it kind of like any other game, apart from we wouldn't get this kind of crowd at a game. And I always quite liked the crowd. Kind of nearly wanted to show off a little bit and be the person that was, at the end of the day, the guy that everyone came up to and said, well done.
Yeah. Well, that's what the big players do, don't they? They want to play in front of big crowds and perform and almost become, this is my stage here, and perform on that stage. And yeah, look, just talking about it, I mean, obviously it was a pretty special day for you back in 2013. Just come back to that in a second. I'll let you have a wee think about it and bring your thoughts on it. There's the scorecard. Balbriggan, as I say, getting off to a reasonable start, but lost their openers in back-to-back overs, 13, 16 and 19 for the top 3. And then Lewis and Ford had played a couple of nice boundaries, but Sort of played down the wrong line, and these two are just starting to resettle this innings here for Balbriggan, and that'll help even more. Right down the ground from De Oliveira. He's moved to 24 now. He's doing a really good job here in that he's keeping out the good balls, but still able to tick over the run rate with the odd boundary. It's floated up by Vincent, and nice shot from De Oliveira. Yeah, straight as an arrow.
Lovely shot into the sight screen.
Yeah, as we were just talking about, obviously that game back in 2013 when Clontarf won their only ISC trophy to date, lost 2 finals but won that day. He got 100 that day, and I've been looking back on it, and I think you've mentioned that it's one of your proudest innings, and you actually how you played. It wasn't just getting 100, it was how you played that day. You were really pleased about how you played.
Yeah, it was. I think it probably was probably the best I've ever played. To be honest, just the magnitude of the game and the situation of the game, chasing the score that we were, and I was lucky. There was some guys along the way. Like I had a good partnership with Andre Botha, who I always enjoyed batting with, and Owen Delaney as well, who I always enjoyed batting with as well. We seemed to work quite nicely together over our time in the same teams. So the overarching thing was how, coming off the field, how much it meant to absolutely everyone in the cricket club. That everyone was so pleased for me, but like the happy tears and the celebrations of guys that had stopped playing for a number of years, and what it meant to them, because it was our first one and our only one to date. So hopefully someone gets that feeling tonight, and we can go down the road with the Bob Kerr Trophy on our bus.
Well, that's the idea, and so it's always a good day out. Now your bowling figures now. Next around 5 bowlers. About to be seeing a 6th. 3 wickets for McNally, but it's a really strange one, because I'd probably say he'd be looking at he hasn't bowled at his absolute best here. You know, he's 4 overs 3 for 25, but I've seen John McNally all season. I've certainly seen him bowl better than he has today, but he's got 3 wickets in the bag.
Yeah, he's had a really successful Interpro summer so far, especially the T20s. He was fantastic. He either got wickets or got runs for Munster in all those festivals. I think for John, he probably he was either very full or a bit short, which allowed guys to get pull shots or drives away for 4. And but as I say, he has that knack of a bit of a golden arm, and still got 3 wickets, which Clontarf be very happy about.
Yeah, absolutely. Overseas player now. Gonna try this now. Patrick Z.
Z. It's the first couple of weeks after he arrived, everyone was kind of asking the same questions.
Same question.
Yeah,
how do we go about this? So he's just stuck with Z. Don't go too far from that.
He's a fantastic fella.
I was actually discussing it quite earlier, and with Izzy about. He seemed I could be wrong here. He maybe fill me in, but he just seems to be a bit of a lower profile overseas player, in that he sort of has bought into the younger thoughts around Clontarf. It's a young team, and he seems to fit that model.
Yeah,
would that be fair?
I think, I'd agree. Yeah, and he's a young fella himself. He's fitted in. Like, they're a young squad at the moment. Like, take Owen Delaney out, the average age must be in the teens, I'd say, not far, just above it. But and he's come in, he's fitted in really well. He has a bit of a link to the club in the previous pro that we had, Rod Hoken, which he did so much brilliant work in our youth structures, and he gets remembered for how much coaching he did and bringing so many of these guys that are playing now through. He was also a fantastic player himself, and Patrick's at the same school that Rod works at, so he teaches and has coached Patrick for his teens as well. So there's a nice little link there, and the recommendation came from Rod when we were looking for someone. And I can only say my girls play plenty of cricket at the club, and they both love him when he's taking their sessions. So I think that's a big win for any overseas player being in Ireland, that they have to do their coaching, and that they're well liked around the club, and Patrick definitely is.
Just 2 runs from his opening over.
Yeah, he seems to. He can bowl. He doesn't bowl in every game because there's plenty of bowling options for David Delaney to use, but he's always there as an option if he needs to. He's scored his runs as well. He's got a real match-winning 100 against Railway in the Leinster Cup, and he's got a couple of modes to his game as well. He can, if he's needed, he can go up the order and be nice and solid, but he can be a bit of a power hitter at the end as well.
Vincent goes, and De Oliveira goes for that one. Gets it wide of any cover. That's another boundary. Taking a backward step here, De Oliveira. The ball's full. He seems to be throwing his hands clean at it. Picks up another boundary.
Very clean striker on the drive. Hits the ball nice and hard for extra cover, and straight with that previous boundary as well. Clontarf will be hoping for a wicket here.
Yep. Just the ups and downs here. 6th wicket partnership here. Just building. It's exactly what we talked about for Balbriggan, to get them back into the game. The last thing they need to run out.
Yeah.
A late call there.
Yeah, that is definitely what they don't need.
And worked so hard here.
Because they're batsmen as well, they definitely try, and they're nearly one step ahead of and know what maybe they would be thinking about, and when they were batting, and try and change the pace or change their they change from over and around the wicket quite regularly, just to keep things fresh. And basically, what would they not want to be doing?
Yeah, so we have like an off spinner pulling to an off spinner. You kind of say, well, what would we least like here? You know,
Yeah.
so pretty quick through the overs again. See, he's ready again. Going up for that one.
Seems to be a big appeal from the
Clontarf
Clontarf
crowd from square leg. We'll get a look at it here. Coming around the wicket, of course, so probably needs a wee bit of purchase. I'll catch it. It's coming straight down towards us. And fielded just in front of us here, so stifled appeal first up, and then Nasser goes down the track and off is up in the circle on a 1 bounce 4.
Any opportunity Balbriggan have been given, they've put it to the boundary.
Definitely. Going again, this could go, it's going to spin a little bit. Thought that was going to run away down there to that pocket. Pretty high. Pretty high, yeah. It's pretty high.
Any opportunity they've been given, they've put it to the fence, which is kind of their game plan. They are pretty positive whenever we've played them in the past.
There. Partnership's over 50 now.
It's exactly what Balbriggan needed.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
exactly what Clontarf would have been hoping not for, yeah.
Yeah. Quicker ball, but dragged down. Thought it was going to go into the gap there, but 2 men on the sweeping on that boundary on the leg side. Keeps it down to 1. Another get over those 6 from it with the boundary. 129 for 5 as we approach the halfway mark here. 24 overs gone. Nasser's on 28. Seb De Oliveira, he's moved on to 32 from 39.
They've also gone about it relatively risk-free. They haven't hit the ball in the air too much, and just when they have been given opportunity, they've been able to hit the boundary rope.
Change of bowler.
Yes, that change back again. You had mentioned it earlier on that he sometimes comes back when a wicket's fallen. It's now that actually a wicket hasn't fallen, he's decided I've got to come back here. He pulled 5 so far, 4 up top, and then 1 in 1 over spell. So 5 overs for Delaney. He's going to come back here now for maybe just one to try and break this partnership, which is just building for Balbriggan, as we say, up around 69. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, he's definitely brought himself back on to break this partnership. I can't see him bowling more than 2 overs here if he doesn't.
That would mean, you know, you're talking, if he bowls 3 now, you're going to have 2 at the death. So yeah, might be a 1 or 2 over burst here. See how he gets on in this first over. Starting with a wide though.
Be interesting how Balbriggan go about it as well, because they probably know that that's the plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's try and not lose a wicket here whilst David's bowling, and might not be the end of the world if it is a couple of overs, go for 1, 2, 3, something like that, and see him out. Especially with the being 5 down, they won't want to lose many more.
Good carry through there. Delaney.
His pace has picked up as the sort of season's gone on. I wasn't at, they played Railway in a league game recently, and apparently he got 7 wickets or something, and they were all bowled, and the reports were that he bowled like the speed of light that day. He has had a few niggles as the year's gone on, as you would expect for someone that's trying to bowl it as fast as he is. But I think he's got himself right here.
He got that through from cover, but off comes round. Spliced a little bit from De Oliveira.
This might be a nice matchup for Clontarf.
Yep. We've seen that Sear doesn't take much of a backward step, so yeah, likely to take it on. There's a short ball in the locker, of course. See if he uses it here. Doesn't, goes full. Beats Nasir's defensive push.
Oliveira's telling him to leave it and telling him there's only 2 balls left.
Yeah,
so
that's the mindset.
I think we might know Oliveira's plan anyway.
Yeah, that's the mindset for sure.
Really like at the end of a test match, there's only a few balls left to get through to end of play.
End of play, that's good. Just get through to the break. That's nicely played off the legs though. Got in a good position to play that. Just a single loop. It's good stuff from Balbriggan here. Just as I say, they would have been really under pressure, these two. Coming in at the stage they did. Only made 60 for 5. Just, you know, as you say, Andre, they've just haven't really taken too many risks. They've hit the bad ball.
Yeah, I'd say the Balbriggan faithful are pretty happy with this pair. And we'll want it to continue as well.
Absolutely. Oh, thanks to Andre Pointer, who's come on here and given us his insight into that. Thanks, Andre. Hopefully you enjoy your rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Great to be able to have someone who was there when Clontarf won their Irish Senior Cup in 2013, but it's the first Irish Senior Cup appearance, final appearance for Balbriggan, and delighted to have with me Roger Kerr from Balbriggan. You said General Dog's Body. I think secretary, club secretary sounds a little bit more befitting of your station.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much for having me on.
So it was probably all doom and gloom over your part of the ground, what, 40 minutes ago, 69 for 5. A lot of your top class players back, but a rebuild going on. So people starting to take the hands away from the face and start thinking there's a bit of a chance.
Yeah, it was a very good start, very bright start. 32 for no wicket off 4 overs, but you say a bit of a clatter of wickets and 65 for 5. You're absolutely right. The doom and gloom merchants were out.
You never have to look too far in cricket for doom and gloom merchants. Chance at the non-strikers. Good run that from Farouk Nasser. He's aware that Seb de Oliveira is probably slightly quicker, so he's put the pressure on his partner and said, I think you can get through for a single.
Well, Faruqi is playing the veteran's role. He's the oldest member of the team, but his experience is showing through this afternoon.
Pace off from Patrick Z, just trying to maybe tempt something from Farouk Nasser. He's someone who we saw early in his innings. He's not afraid of taking the field on, has a power game. He's showing his nous as well. Big shout, chance,
Close.
and going outside off, says Rowley Black. You can always tell because he walks away when he's not interested.
Now, Farouk and Sebastian have both done what's required. So they dug in after all the wickets. And looks like it pitched outside leg.
Oh, I think you've got better eyes than me. I thought that pitched on leg. I think he's lucky. He's generally bowled at leg stump. I reckon that was pretty close. I think on first look it looked like Rowley Black had pointed outside off and said it's going missing off stump. I don't think it is. The only thing could have been pitched outside leg. But yeah, sorry, you were mentioning the rebuild and the combination of these two very different batters to bowl to, so that makes it quite difficult, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean the one thing about our side is we bat all the way down, and certainly these two are doing the right thing, playing themselves in and just gradually accumulating the runs.
Well, Balbriggan, the supporters are getting full of voice again. They're enjoying this partnership between Nasser and de Oliveira. 26 gone, 138 for 5 Balbriggan. I'm just looking down the overs and what they've been going at. They've generally been going at 5 and 6 and over. So managing to accumulate runs when there's an opportunity for a boundary. Neither are too worried about taking the field on. So they've really settled things down for Balbriggan, and the biggest day of the club's history.
Absolutely huge. We've been in the Irish Senior Cup for 7 years, made the quarterfinals on a couple of occasions, but this is the first time that we've actually come into the big one, the final.
Well, you rarely see teams come in and win on the first time of asking, but could that be what Balbriggan do today? John McNally, who's been in the wickets 3 for 25, brought on to try and break this partnership, switches ends.
Nice solid defence there from Farouk.
Yeah, I've seen him over a number of years, and his defensive shot, not a lot of foot movement, so that can get him into trouble if there's movement away, but John McNally tending to bring the ball in, so he looks solid, doesn't he?
Well, he's very experienced, and he does have a high score of 252 in a 50 over game, not in Leinster but in Essex, in the Essex League.
And an unconventional shot on that occasion. Sometimes it's the unconventional players who can be the most difficult to bowl to. John McNally does have a knack of coming on and taking wickets.
Short, that's a great shot. Going to make the boundary. Oh, what a great save.
Brilliant in the deep from Mitchell Thompson, and good from David Vincent to come around and make sure it's only 2. He does the tidying up, but slightly wide outside off, and he doesn't need a second invitation, Nasser. He'll be disappointed it didn't go to the boundary, but
you've got to give credit to a great piece of fielding there, very much the modern way.
A little bit wide again, but doesn't beat the fielder in point. So, I mean, at the toss, Greg Ford was saying 250 plus. Recalibration, recalculation. What do you think your bowling attack can defend?
Well, after last weekend, 19, but that was a one-off, once in a decade performance. I'd certainly we'd be looking for a minimum of 180, get it up to the 200, and given the sort of collapse early on, when we're down to 5 wickets, I think 220 and above, we'd be very happy with that given the early wickets.
That being said, 2 set batters in the 30s, 23 overs to go. You could still get up towards that 250, even 280.
Well, the way that the game has now changed, you can easily score. I've seen it many times, 120, 140 off the last 20 overs. But it's all very much to do with wickets in hand. If these 2 players can remain here for another 10 overs, giving it 13 with the lower tail to come in, you just never know.
Yeah, absolutely. 27 overs gone, 140 for 5. This partnership worth 71 from just 90 deliveries. They've been out there for about an hour now, so they're well set, they're comfortable. The Clontarf team have quietened down a little bit when they both came out to the middle. They were full of voice. Patrick Z gets a thick edge. The field not set really for that delivery. No third in place. They'll come back for an easy second. It's a free shot, that, because there's no slip, there's no third.
Wide outside the off stump, I'd say a free hit there, but he just found the edge and it ran away for a couple.
Interesting field here. Killian MacDonald quite close in at mid-on. There's a man over his right shoulder, a wide long on, long off as well. Quite a square mid-wicket on the boundary. So the sweep shot is on if you want to take him on. And that fielder in 45 has been called into action quite a lot, but it's quite an individual field, isn't it? You don't see it too often.
Just bowling to the field, which is great to see from any slow bowler. He's backed himself and he's bowling to that field. That's a great shot.
Just outside off stump, strong through the offside is Seb de Oliveira. He's been a slightly stronger scorer. Nasser came in slightly earlier, so he had to do kind of a little bit of a rescue job slightly sooner than de Oliveira. And a confident shot down the ground again.
This is what I like to see now. They both played themselves in, have done the rebuild, and are now just starting to knock the ball around, 1s and 2s with the occasional boundary, and that's all that's required for the next 10 to 12 overs.
Yeah, and they'll get frustrated, Clontarf, as well, because they'll go searching for boundaries. Field change, that man that was kind of straight and mid-on's gone to square. Into the pitch on this occasion, just gets out of the over. 4 from it after 28. Balbriggan building nicely, 144 for 5. Now bowlers used so far, 6 of them, 3 wickets for McNally. He's bowling currently from the Mason Road end, a wicket each as well for MacDonald and David Delaney. MacDonald making the original breakthrough that kind of set the wickets tumbling. Vincent Z and Wilson yet to take a wicket of their own, but all economical enough in their own way.
Nice little turn off his legs there from Farouk, just for the single.
We've seen that quite a lot, haven't we? A little bit too straight to him, and
anything down the leg, he's one to just turn it around, and if it's in the right area, to go large, but that hasn't been required too much today. It's more important to keep the wicket intact, keep the scoreboard turning over, and singles are just fine now. 4 or 5 of those and over with the odd boundary, then things could be looking a lot better.
decent ball that from McNally. Good length. You can't get too full against Oliveira. But yeah, they've gone about it really well. I think it looked like it was going to be Conor Fletcher's day to me. He looked really good at the top, and then just that mistake where it couldn't help himself with a shorter pitch delivery from Delaney.
Yeah, Connor's had a disappointing season by his own standards. He is the leading centurion over the last 5 years for the first team, but he just never seemed to have got going. He took a year out to go to Australia last year and didn't play at all, but now he's back.
Good delivery. It's a little bit quicker that from John McNally.
But back to Connor, it's always difficult as an opening batsman. You're facing the new ball, you get a little nick off. Sometimes the luck doesn't run with you.
Yeah, you get the best opportunity because you got the longest time to bat, but you face the new ball, face probably the premier bowlers in every team. Just into the pitch on that occasion. Work to do in the deep for Thompson. He won't be able to keep it to one, but just not managing to find the boundary as frequently, Balbriggan.
No, but the score's been added over in 1s and 2s, and so we'll be happy with this at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, early in this partnership, they were generally kind of every over or two finding at least one boundary. Clontarf have got the measure of things and tidied that up, but the 1s and 2s still coming.
Sure.
Push through to Vincent, and another over comes to an end 4 again from that one. Both teams probably pleased enough. 29 gone. Balbriggan closing in on the 150 mark. 148 for 5.
Well, that's a great recovery. I mean, you've got to give credit to the Clontarf bowlers. They're bowling to their field. There aren't many loose balls. Balbriggan just knocking it around, and they have managed to land on a couple of loose balls for boundaries. But at the moment, the run rate still 5 and over. So, you know, that could be 250, and I think we'd be very happy with that if this were to continue.
Well, that's what Greg Ford said he wanted. Great technique there from De Oliveira. He's eyeing up a half century, no doubt. He's trying not to think too far ahead, but it can be difficult when you get into the 40s not to look at that milestone coming up. He needs to keep his head in the moment.
It's nice from Farouk again, just onto the offside, deep backward point.
150 up for Balbriggan in the 30th over, so in good time. They do say you can double your score in the last 20, so that would be quite the recovery if they managed to get to 300.
I'd be delighted with that, and I think you'd hear a lot from the Balbriggan supporters if that were the case.
Probably should have been a single, but couldn't quite pick up the line quickly enough there in a series, obviously on the other side, so get away with one there, Clontarf. From their point of view, they'd love to break this partnership. Nice change up just across the right-handed batter, a little bit quicker. So in terms of what's to come for Balbriggan, if they do make a breakthrough, Clontarf,
you've still got Jordan Hollard. He was the hero of the semi-final against Lisbon. He can hit a very heavy ball and a long ball. Matt Hollard and Andrew Dyak, the bowlers, always be wary of the bowlers with the long levers because they can hit a very, very long ball. So one of the things that Andre Botha has been nice shot. He's always been asking from the lower order is to contribute and make runs, and that's something that they have consistently done over the past couple of seasons. We've been lucky that the lower order have actually sometimes got us out of a difficult situation.
Yeah, you need your lower order to contribute. They'll be hoping to come in as late as possible, but it's Nasser and De Oliveira who have managed to rescue this innings for Balbriggan, 36 and 44. A pretty decent strike rate as well, both of them. Top 3 all got starts but dismissed in the teens, which will be a disappointment for Balbriggan, but if their middle order can launch a rescue mission as they have done and continue to do so, then they will feel that they have a good chance in this final. John McNally to continue for the Mason Road end.
Is he going to make it?
Squares it to the leg side. Thompson does well, cuts it off for 2. Just a little bit over pitch from John McNally, and if you invite Farouk Nasser, he will take you on.
I mean, there's still time even for these batters to open their shoulders, but at the moment it's not required. They're doing a very nice job keeping the momentum and the runs going. I'd just be happy to see them there for another 10 overs.
Flip leg side on Delaney. I haven't seen much of him in the field because he's been in the slips for much of the game. No chances going through that area, but he's in mid-wicket now. Anticipated well there. Yeah, if these two can stay together, then Clontarf they were pretty excited on the sidelines especially. There's the short ball, Nasir was ready for it. He was in position so early, that's gone like a rocket to the boundary.
That's
we haven't seen one for a while, but he's helped himself to one there, Nasir.
That's a great shot. The ball's quite short. He's back across and then pulls it. Great use of the wrists there and bat speed, and it's travelled very, very quickly on this very fast outfield. 4 more to the total.
Got in front of Thompson, not by that much, but it was enough to beat him quite easily. Another into the pitch delivery, better length on this occasion. Nice. That run rate just above 5, which is good for Balbriggan, especially considering that collapse at the top. And they do have time to try and increase it if they have wickets in hand in the last few overs. There's the slower one.
I mean, there's still 19 overs after this. You add 120 onto that one, 280. We'd be very delighted with that given the start.
I was wondering how your maths would go there as you were putting yourself under pressure. Yeah, 120. I mean, it's very doable, but you normally find that happening if you've got one of your top four in. They've got their 5th and 7th batters in, so still in good shape. Full and beats to Oliveira. I guess goes under the bat. He's lucky it wasn't on the stumps. One other over comes to a close. 31 gone. 159 for 5.
Yeah, both these players are doing the right thing. They've got a great partnership going now, and I think it won't be before too long that we might see a bit more expansive play. But in saying that, the Clontarf bowlers have been bowling very well. Bowling to their field, which is very much in a defensive mode, as you'd expect in this stage in any innings.
Yeah, they're going to bring on their left arm spinner, Killian MacDonald, because they've got loads of bowling options. Clontarf, he's only bowled 4 so far, 1 for 20 for MacDonald, but he took that cotton bowled, a brilliant cotton bowled to get the first wicket, as Cameron Rowe it was. 13 from 16 balls, and Cotton the second time of asking.
I was going to say a bit of a juggling act there, but he did what was required and it didn't go down, and that started the rot.
2 fielders operating now behind point, and yeah, a slightly more conventional field for MacDonald. Cover out, long off, long on, and square.
Into the ground and no runs. He's bowling a very good tight line, and again bowling to his field.
Yeah, much easier than his first spell where he was only allowed 2 out. He now has protection for 4. Someone running behind the bowler's arm again there, so Nasser is entitled to pull away.
Short. No run again. Good bowling from MacDonald.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit more flighted. Good thinking having it outside off as well, just trying to draw the mistake. And that one full and wide outside off. Nasser on the back foot thinks better of taking it on. 4 dots as Clontarf look to build some pressure here. Good one again. He's looking to try and bowl a maiden and force Nasser into a mistake, and he's got plenty of overs left, so they need to find a way to maybe try and keep rotating the strike against him.
I still think they've been a little bit defensive given the situation of early wickets. But it's just a patience game, and that's a nice little single there through the offside.
Single to close out the over. Quick one from McDonald, 160 for 5.
Both batsmen now on 44, so a couple of shots away from 50s in the Irish senior final, which would be nice.
Yeah, 44 from 62, each of them on the exact same score. You don't see that too often. Same number of balls. Nice day. The clouds might burn off in the afternoon, and if you Balbriggan are defending a high score, you'll be able to sit back and enjoy what the Independents will hope is a tight final. You, I'm sure, would love an early collapse in the second innings.
For the journey home, it can start earlier, but we'd take a win at whatever time of night.
Wilson back into the attack.
Clipped in the air. Through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot there from Farouk. Bit aerial, but it was well clear of the fielder at mid-wicket.
He went through with the shot here. Nasser, it's a real strength of his. When it's straight, he'll take it on. It's the wrist through, and you can see the jump from him. He was hoping it would get over the fielder, but he didn't have to worry. Easily made it over Owen Delaney in mid-wicket.
Certainly one of his strengths, as I said before, on the leg side. Very wristy action, very good bat speed.
Looks to send it that way again. Slightly quicker this time, I think, from Wilson. He does have that Yorker, Ruben Wilson, in at middle and leg stump. That could be a very good weapon against someone who likes to take on the straight ball leg side. 2 away from a half century is Nasser. He's looking to get there before his partner.
He has the opportunity.
Yeah, he's got the strike. Imagine he gets a single now and then De Oliveira takes him on. I wondered, has he looked at the scoreboard and thought, I want to get there first with those shots in the previous over of John McNally from this end. Doesn't get it past.
I still think that they're in team mode. Batting is more important, not the individual performance, but to not give away the wicket, keep the scoreboard ticking over, the strike rotated, and just try and keep Clontarf on the back foot.
I don't know. I think that's the Balbriggan man in you. I think if you're out there in the middle, you're thinking about your 50. Very difficult to not look and see.
Oh, back in the day, I'd be looking to launch it over the side screen,
yeah,
but that was a long time ago.
Doesn't get it through again. So that pressure that really isn't there, apart from in his own mind, is mounting.
The nervous 40s.
Well, I don't necessarily think that's the thing, but when you're on 48 after a boundary and then you face 3 dots, you could see he'd stepped away and he's just trying to talk himself down.
Two balls left in the over, so he has the opportunity.
Yeah, still plenty of time. Don't you worry about that, Farouk. And no ball.
No
and could
ball.
this be it? It's 4. It's 50 for Farouk Nasir. Cometh the moment, cometh the man. He came in with his team in a big hole. Farouk Nasir watched his captain go as well, but he's managed to stand tall on the biggest day in the club's history. 52 from 67 for Nasir. 5 4s and that 1-6. He's been made to work hard, but now he's reaping the dividends of his hard work.
Bowler in short. Down again, you see that use of the wrists and that quick back speed. He's really got it away, and with the fast outfield today, this is a free hit now.
There's that Yorker, and I don't think the Clontarf faithful realise what Balbriggan don't. Why didn't they run?
That's a good question.
It's a bye. I've seen that happen loads of times, that you run and the balls hit the stumps. I've seen it go for 4 as well, but that's the Yorker he should have bowled the previous delivery.
Exactly.
Well, except for that was obviously the no ball. He's been struggling with his front foot, hasn't he?
but certainly got the Balbriggan faithful up on their feet there, and for the first time in a good number of overs you actually hear them here in the commentary booth.
For the 50, but then you heard the Clontarf faithful because they thought that was a wicket. They didn't realise about the no ball.
Sure.
And kept out on this occasion by Nasser. He gets to 51st, the partnership 100 now, and it's exactly the rescue mission that Balbriggan needed. 33 gone, 169 for 5. They were 69 for 5 not just an hour ago, and all of a sudden it just crept and crept, and before you know it,
it's certainly a lot healthier now, and there's a few sighs of relief going on with the supporters. 69 for 5, 169 for 5, fantastic 100 partnership by two players who have basically played proper cricket, not taken too many risks and chances.
they haven't let the occasion overtake them either. McDonald continuing.
Straight to the fielder again. It's a backward point.
He's got a way of managing in these overs, Killian MacDonald, to set a field that's very difficult to score any runs off without taking risks.
He's through this time, just for the single. And it's one for 22 off 5 overs for Killian. Very tight bowling.
Gets it through again. So managing to just beat that fielder in point to look for singles.
Just keeping the score ticking over up to 171 now. And that's almost approaching the lower end of what we'd be happy with, the 180. And there's still plenty of overs to go and wickets in hand with some stroke makers to come, let alone these players at the middle opening their shoulder.
I don't think if you ask Andre Bota, he'd be happy right now with 180.
No, he'd want 380.
I think he'd take 280 maybe. Add 100 on.
We'll split the difference short.
Terrible delivery from Killian MacDonald. He's tried something there, which is understandable. It's, Seamus Lynch called into action there behind the stumps.
That's possibly the first bad ball that he's actually bowled. It was way wide, not just a marginal one.
No, it's hit the bat or the glove of De Oliveira, but a good delivery. That nice drift in, turns enough to hold its line and ask the question.
I think my old eyesight's going now. I better put my glasses back on.
Got to use the ears a bit more then. If the eyes are gone, use the ears. Gets that gap once more. So another good over from MacDonald, but Balbriggan feel happy with the outcome as well. 34 gone, 170. 3 for 5, and it's going to be drinks with that. There's the chance.
That's the inside edge, you're right.
The teams will take a drink, we'll take a break. My thanks to Roger Kerr for his time and his insight. Great to have you on, Roger, and we'll talk to you again soon, no doubt. Best of luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much for having me on, Izzy.
But
Welcome back to Breedy for this Irish Senior Cup final. Just had the second drinks break, and certainly a different feeling around the ground from the second drinks break to the first one. If you were with us earlier, that first drinks break, Clontarf bang on top, but since then De Oliveira and Nasser have put together a real good partnership for the sixth wicket. Delaney back into the attack, and they have just got Balbriggan maybe even back into this game, maybe even a little bit ahead of this game. Their run rate's always been good, and just holding that wickets column now at 5. They're now sitting on game now, you have to say, as well.
Absolutely. It's chasing is never easy in a final. That's the first thing, and David Delaney's brought himself back on now after the drinks break, just sensing an opportunity. There's a break in concentration. Can he nip one of these two out? Concentration there, though, work to do in the deep, and we've seen that on a number of occasions. The outfield's so good, the ball just keeps on leaving you, and De Oliveira gets to 50. Came in at number 7, and a big innings was needed. Great appreciation from the Balbriggan faithful. He gets there with 69 deliveries, 6 boundaries, and in 84 minutes he follows his partner with a half century.
Yeah, nice way to get there too. Just on the leg stump, clipped into the leg side, and you're right, that outfield is pretty quick there, and despairing dive on the boundary, can't pull it in. Little punch, little Tiger Woods punch there as he goes to his 50 as well. Realises that he's pulled his team out of a real hole here. Still work to do, of course. Him and Nasser have done really well here.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to win a final, but there's every one of these 22 players would have gone to bed last night dreaming of being the hero for their team. It's very early days to be talking about who's going to be the hero, but Balbriggan, if they're north of Dublin, with big cheers. The Balbriggan faithful walking around the ground looking very different to how they did an hour ago. Everyone them passing us by.
Yeah. Actually acknowledging us now.
Yeah.
Previously it was heads down. Look at your shoes. And
they were looking at me with grimaces, shaking heads. There's nothing so pessimistic as a club supporter.
Absolutely correct.
Absolutely nothing so pessimistic. They're so quick to talk about their own team and think about the worst.
Absolutely correct.
In fact, Roger Kerr was walking past, I think, after 13 overs, and he just gave me this signal of like eyes to the sky, and as if they'd almost given up on their team, but they're back supporting them now.
It's in the air, and it's just going to clear mid on. A little bit fortunate there, possibly that was the tactic, the short ball. Try and get a wicket here, but just clears mid on. It's just going Balbriggan's way just at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think actually I'll give this one to Nasser because we've talked so much about how strong his wrists are, and that's just got him out of that bit of trouble. Nearly anyone else across the two teams, David Delaney may be accepted, would have probably been caught in mid on, but he just manages to get the wrists through a little bit at the end to give it that extra bit of distance and come back for a second.
come back. Still a good carry through there from Delaney. Yeah, point you make. We actually were discussing it. I was discussing it earlier with Andrew Pointer when he was on. I was talking about his 100 in 2013, and you know, sometimes you hear people saying, "Oh, it's not about me. It's about winning the trophy." And as I said, I wanted to be the one that performed that day, and was the one that people said, "Well done." And people have said to me, even, and I think it's since then, people still come up to him and say, "You remember that 100?" It was one of those innings that people still remember, and that's what cup finals can do. They can, you know, you can just be that one guy on the day, or it just happens to be a performance from you, and you win the trophy, and you're remembered for years to come.
Yeah, a bit of folklore. It's not about. I think people look at it the wrong way. It's not, and this is coming from me, who's always been a bits and pieces player. But it's to have the mindset that when you're going out, you want to be there at the end, rather than, oh God, I hope it comes off. If you have that mindset, I want it to be me. It's a very different way to go out, and I'm assuming that's how these two took it, because they're down the order. They're saying, right, well, I'm going to prove that I'm just as good. David Vincent coming back on. David Delaney not afraid to chop and change his bowlers. He's got lots of options. And I suppose with the advent of T20 cricket as well, bowlers used to doing more shorter, sharper spells. Seems to be a real tactic of his in this over in particular, to come wide and look to get the ball in at the stumps of De Oliveira. Also to get through the over as quick as possible.
Noticeable that he's back at his mark straight away. I don't know whether that's a regular thing. Didn't really see that earlier on. He was just bowling as a regular off spinner, but in this particular over, he seems to be back pretty sharpish.
Oh my God, that's down. Killian MacDonald has gone straight through the hands at square leg. That was an opportunity. Now, it was going at the speed of light, but it's the kind of chance they've been taking so far. It seemed to take MacDonald by surprise. It's just shot through the hands.
Yeah, just burst through the hands there at square leg. Sometimes, you know, that's the skill of being at square leg. You've got to sort of realise that the ball's not on your eye line. Initially, you're not looking at it directly, so got to get used to that position. That's a chance for Clontarf just to break this momentum, and now that it's gone down, it just adds to the sort of feeling that things are going Balbriggan's way at the minute. Now down the ground. Yes, 4 more. That's the last ball of the over. Makes it a really good over for Balbriggan. 9 from it in the end.
The very definition of insult to injury. The chance goes down, it goes for 4, and then just slightly too full. A little bit of width outside the off stump as well, and Nasser's able to get his hands through at a second boundary. So it was looking like a really good over, and would have been brilliant had they broken the partnership. Ends up going for 9, 189 for 5 after 36. You're
going to change into more spin from the Mason Road end. I was talking to Andrew Pointer as well at the start. Obviously, MacDonald picked up that wicket in his first over, but he felt he hasn't bowled as well as he has been all season. He hasn't been on his lines and lengths, particularly been a little bit short today, he felt. Yeah, in his second spell while you guys were off, I'm sorry, I should say third spell, I think, while you were off, I thought he looked a lot better. He was getting a bit of drift, going up and down the speeds. He did have one horror ball that went down the leg side that obviously didn't come out right, and Seamus Lynch managed to make it not go for 4. But other than that, like, he nearly had De Oliveira out LBW. Just a little inside edge saved him. Being wide. Yeah, he looks frustrated, because those ones are frustrating as a left-arm spinner. You feel like the batters had ample opportunity as the ball passes in front of them to score, but that's not the rules. Yeah, that's right. You know, the rule as it was written, you know, the batter cannot hit the ball. This is going about 40 miles an hour, just passing you, just tap it down the leg side there. Of course you can hit it. Just help me out, will you? I'm just speaking about the experience of Nasser. Like,
you see with that, obviously they've got such exciting players of both teams, youth and exuberance and power and freedom and all that kind of stuff, but Nasser's just so clear in his game plan. He knows which balls he wants to attack, which ones he wants to defend. Really clear that anything short, he's going to back himself to get it over the rope. If it's up to him, it's going to be hit back over the bowler's head. So there's many ways to skin a cat. It's the experience that's paying off today for Balbriggan so far.
Yeah, just why we just love cricket, because as I say, an hour ago, completely different game, and just all of a sudden, I'm going to hesitate to say this because I don't want to say it, but it just looks comfortable at the minute. You know, they seem to be picking up singles regularly, knocking it around, the odd boundary off a bad ball. What looked so difficult in the first 15 overs. And they're moving quite serenely, these two. Partnership building. 195 for 5 now from 37. Nasser on 65. De Oliveira, he's on 55. Vincent to continue.
That's blasted. 2 full, outside off stump, given the treatment right over the tent, and Owen Delaney watched that sail over his head. And tough as a spinach ball from this end. The 200 comes up with that imperious looking 6, the first maximum for De Oliveira.
Yep. Just got down on one knee and just smacked that over, as you can see there. Delaney just looks up behind him. Bounces back off the scaffolding almost. Big shot from Oliveira. Pressure on Vincent now.
Yeah, he has to be so careful with his length to both these batters, and I suppose in top level club cricket that's always the case, but such good pitch and even shorter down this end, down towards the Curie Road end than he'd be used to. John McNally, you'd imagine he'll come back into the attack before too long. He seems to be a partnership breaker for Clontarf. Bottom edge, I should say, because might have been the bottom of the bat, gets the pace to beat Ruben Wilson in the deep, puts in the big dive. Would have 4 added to the 6 off the first ball.
Yeah, Ruben Wilson got a little bit dummied there a little bit, because he was actually moving to his right initially because he thought the ball was going to come square. The bottom edge did for him a little bit, and he had to go chasing, and those extra couple of yards cost him because just couldn't pull it in. The last ball is defended, so 12 overs to go. Right, now we talked about power score here at Breedy in the recent past, and you can see the Manhattan looking much more healthy. The actual building blocks haven't changed a great deal. It's those dots on the top that have gone missing. It's the partnership. So the dot's a signal for a wicket, so 5 of them in the first 12 overs and nothing since. So it stayed reasonably similar.
Name a sport where you can feel so on top in the first kind of 5% of the game and then feel so not on top.
Yeah, that's exactly
so
what I was talking
it's
about.
just so strange.
It's a strange phenomenon.
If you take football, for example, if you're, say, to then feel like you're 4-3 down,
Yeah.
you know, it just, you don't see it too often.
I think that's the key, that it's within the context of the first part of the game. It's not even the whole game.
Yeah,
you know,
it's only the first innings.
Yeah.
David Delaney's been kept relatively quiet. The 1 wicket for him, that well thought out plan that Connor Fletcher fell into, caught in the deep. Does he have something similar that he can effect against either one of these two on the same score again.
Yeah. It was something that we had talked about when you were out of the box earlier, that I think they did have a bit of a conversation that he's only going to come back for 1 or 2 overs here. Let's just settle in. We'll not take too many risks against him, because he's not going to bowl 4 or 5 here. So it's not going to cost us too much time-wise. So I think they did a really good thing there of just making sure, and they actually picked up a couple of boundaries as well off a couple of full balls. So that was a good move, because at that time a wicket would have really set them back again. Now, we're now moving into the last 10 or so. We can nearly start to think about we can take a few more risks and can't afford to lose a wicket, maybe.
Yeah, you can, but also, David Delaney brings himself on to take a wicket. And usually when you're trying to take a wicket, well, not usually, but often, you can just bowl it slightly too full. You miss your Yorker at all, it's a half volley. Get the line of your short ball wrong, anything like that. So it does open up boundary opportunities. Probably not the time to be like running down the pitch or looking to play ramps if that's not in your usual game plan. 4 dots to start out the over though. Delaney will be happy enough, and maybe he needs to look at his role being, look, I just need to go for as few as possible so that we can build some pressure and maybe take a wicket down the other end. So need to maybe bowl in partnerships a little bit more than we've seen in the last 25 overs or so.
There's that one on leg stump again, and again a despairing dive. I just mentioned about the full ball. That one's on leg stump and just clipped around the corner. Another boundary. Farouk Nasir, he moves to 69 now.
Slightly too straight, and he's onto that like a flash. You aim in at his stumps, he sees it as a boundary scoring opportunity, splits the fielders. Kenny McDonald puts in a valiant dive, but extra pace of Delaney means it beats him to the boundary.
They could have got one there. Probably a single there, but they were happy enough with the boundary off the over. So 209 for 5. These two have now put on 140 of just 161. So again, as we mentioned, they kept up with that 5.5 rate throughout their partnership. And they're sitting with 11 overs to go at 209.
Well, they were in at around 5 for a long time, so whenever you can increase your scoring rate later on in the innings by like 0.5 or something, it means you're scoring well, doesn't it? So they're really building into the innings. We called it, Ali. McNally would be into the attack, looking to try and break the partnership. 7 overs, 3 for 38, but it's been a while since those 3 wickets. He'll be hoping he can add a 4th and just get into the lower order of Balbriggan. Won't quite get there at the next wicket because Jordan Hollard is a recognised batsman. If they can get one, even maybe 2, then they'll look to close things out.
Comes off the pad. It'll be 2 leg byes. Always fine leg is quite wide. I'd call it fine leg if it's quite wide. I need something else for that.
Do you know what? I'm finding it so hard to pick the fielders out of the crowd here. Blue and red, and obviously their supporters are wearing as much blue and red as they can, so it's hard to see where he is. But yeah, he's kind of between fine leg and square leg.
Yeah.
Nice line and length. Reckoning against Nasir, he'd be maybe thinking about taking that on leg side, but De Oliveira more of a strength through the offside down the ground as well. 7 overs ago, Clontarf were thinking we might be on the bus early today.
Well, it's always dangerous, you know.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of? It makes me think of when it's been raining in the morning and you think, oh, God, it's lashing. We're not going to get a game in today. And your concentration on the game just goes. And all of a sudden, the sun comes out, the grounds staff do a great job, and you're playing the full 50.
You got to switch on, man. Yeah. Driven down the ground and gets a hand to it. Can't really go down as a chance, that one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Even for you?
Yeah, even for me, that one. Coming back to the bowler. The harshest man about catches in the world.
Well, we'll make a full decision here. I think he just put his hand out to stop it.
I think it was to stop, yeah.
Say 4. I'm putting it down as a drop.
Oh, dear.
His dad will be killing me in the background there somewhere. Thankfully, he's at the ground. He's not listening to me. Short taken on. Is it a chance in the deep?
Short boundary, it could be there, and it's
Ruben
gone.
Wilson, that's the wicket. It was brought on. And did I call it wrong? I think it might be Luke Thompson in the deep, or even Ethan Marshall. One of the three. We need the numbers. It's Ethan Marshall.
It is Ethan Marshall.
Hasn't been asked to do anything else in the game, but it went absolutely straight to him. And Cotton Bold went down the ball before the short delivery to De Oliveira. He'll be disappointed, but he's played a great hand. 65 from 88 for him. 7 4s and 1 6.
And you've been mentioning it was difficult for us to pick out the fielders. Maybe De Oliveira looked round there and he didn't know there was a fielder down there because it just went straight to him. Yeah, he's given it plenty. You can just pick out the fielder. There he is. Didn't really have to move. Just a yard inside the boundary. Takes the catch. And gets a really good round of applause from the crowd, from the Balbriggan support in particular, who are milling around the pavilion there. Really good knock from De Oliveira.
But you know what? Our cameraman couldn't quite pick it out. I don't feel too bad for calling 3 different people for the catch. It's right at the opposite end of the ground to us. But not an easy catch there, especially because you're not sure. It was in the air for so long, you might not have been sure where the rope was. John McNally gets his 4th. So this is quite a big moment. Jordan Hollard out in the middle. He's been watching for a very long time. He's been getting more and more comfortable, no doubt, on the sideline as the 2 batters out in the middle have rescued the innings. But now he gets his opportunity and he's got just about 10 overs. He'll be pleased to have the time.
Takes the 1, get himself off the mark, but there it is. John McNally comes back again. 4 for 39 he has now. Couple left for him. He'll be eyeing up a 5-fer. Only need a couple of those. Senior Cup, so 5 wickets be a big thing for John McNally. He'll be on that up. There's the card. Openers 13 and 16 respectively, but they fell in consecutive overs. But it's that partnership there between Farouk Nasser and Seb De Oliveira just been broken. 69 for Nasser, he's unbeaten. De Oliveira just gone there for 65. So 212 for 6 as we enter the final 10 overs of this innings. And you might have thought that we might not have been seeing the final 10 overs earlier on, but that partnership of 140 plus has got us to this stage now. Patrick C comes back to bowl from McCreary Road. Starts with a full toss. Should be new man.
Well, they didn't come back for the second. Yeah. David Vincent had given up on trying to save the second, but Nasser has decided maybe I should be the man on strike. They're having a bit of a heated conversation there, but hopefully they can put it behind them and get back to the work at hand.
Probably should have been 2 there, looking out towards that angle.
100. I mean, even if he'd picked up clean, it could have been 2, let alone with the fumble. So you can see why Hollard, who's been watching from the sideline, he's got no doubt endless energy right now. Oh, he's frustrated. We're in power play 3 now, so 5 fielders allowed outside the ring. It's square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off and cover, so no surprise there, especially with the spinner operating.
Interesting. The first thing he said there, for the was push.
I don't think that was Farouk. I think that was Hollard.
Was it Hollard, do you
was
think? 'Cause
had
I'm
a
thinking,
distinctly South African.
I didn't quite. I
sound to it.
just heard the word push, and I thought, yeah, hang on, you weren't
You and I
pushing
thought
too hard earlier on.
the exact same thing, but no, I think all that fairness to.
That would explain a
Yes,
little
sir.
bit better. Yeah.
Very casual looking stop that from David Delaney.
You managed to see the Clontarf flags with Patrick C on it.
No, I didn't
No?
take it in.
Have you not seen it? No. I've actually got it's Postman Pat. They've got the Postman Pat on it, and it's Patrick C. That's his given name.
Get behind your
With
overseas.
the little black and white cat on it, and things like that. So it's quite fun. There's your bowling figures there, and stand out. Man in blue there. John McNally 4 for 39. He's picked up the wickets today when they really needed it, particularly that last one there, his previous over. Vincent's going at 7 and over. So can he get 5 wickets here? Behind it up, he's got 2 overs to do it. Could be. Oh, down.
See, I'm not going to put that down as a drop because I think that was just out the reach of Seamus Lynch. He jumped at the right time.
I'm
He
going
reached
drop.
up.
I'm
I
going drop.
don't think it was it. I think it touched the top of his hand. I don't think he could catch it. Oh, you're right. And
Yep.
look around. So you've got. I think I'm by myself here and saying it wasn't a drop. I reckon you're right. It's another drop.
Yeah, I think he might give him the time again there.
What was he on? 70. So he's dropped on 54. That was an out-and-out drop, that one from McDonald. I
Yeah.
have to say it was going like lightning, but you want to take that.
That's in the gap on the leg side, and we'll one bounce and beat the 2 fielders. Just had a quick look out there to see if anybody could get round there, but it was placed right into the gap between the 2. As I say, 1 bounce. Nice boundary for Hallard there.
Yeah, a little bit too straight. That length would have been perfect, just a slightly different line. Look out in the deep. You can expect Balbriggan to start opening the shoulders now, so you have to keep your eyes on the prize here because they'll be thinking boundaries. Clontarf, I think, have been guilty of just getting a bit frustrated when they've got things wrong. They've got to refocus and think, right, we've got just over 8 overs to go. Let's see if we can have a few quiet overs here. Deft touch, get the single, get the man in form on strike. Dropped on 54 and 70, so can he make Clontarf pay and get Balbriggan's first century of the competition? What a day to do it.
Oh, what a
in the
day to do
final.
it indeed. That would be quite unreal. Pick up 100, especially from where they were.
High score of a Balbriggan player in the competition so far.
78.
Correct.
Cameron Rowe.
Almost carried to David Delaney. So first job, get past that.
That's it. Yeah, that'll be a good start.
It's quite incredible, really, to get to the final of the Irish Cup, where you think of teams that have got to the final before. Generally, it's off the back of a few players scoring centuries, and maybe not the same player across the games, but certainly in 1 or 2 of the games. So you're going to get high-scoring fixtures. It's certainly been how Clontarf have done things. There have been tight,
Yeah.
lower-scoring games for sure, but
previous partnership for the 6th wicket, and now this one that's building a little bit. Certainly lends to a really interesting second innings, because it's going to be those matchups that we talked about. It's going to be the Balbriggan bowling attack, which has definitely been their strength, against the Clontarf batting lineup, which is, as we've talked quite a lot, they've got plenty of depth, but we've seen that sometimes doesn't work out, that they do go hard.
Yeah.
They can lose wickets, so it's sort of setting it up for a really good second half here, but still 8 overs to go here.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Balbriggan's route to the final a long time ago, but Clontarf's route to the final a little bit more straightforward, but the one that stands out to me, they beat Temple Patrick pretty comprehensively in the first round, chasing 236, but the second round against Rush was looking difficult, where they were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they? They lost a load of wickets at the start, and it took a David Delaney century from the middle order. So like a little bit like this from Balbriggan,
Exactly.
to post 247, and then they defended it pretty easily. Rush 172 not out, and John McNally was in the wickets that day.
Hollard's gone for it. Has he got enough? He certainly has. Picked that pocket in the corner. The fielder just looked at it initially and then gave up on it. Hollard picks up a maximum.
It's a great time for him to be coming in. Patrick Z deciding to bowl over the wicket to the new man out in the middle. Gets the length a little bit too far outside off, and John McNally was settling underneath it, but then you saw him give up on it. You knew it was going over the head. And he goes again. Has he managed to find the fielder on this occasion? No, just about has the legs. So back-to-back sixes. Patrick Z needs to figure something out here.
Yeah, almost a carbon copy there. Same spot, same slot, and same result in the end. That one a little bit more of a teaser for the fielder. Back to back, and you're quite right then. Measley's decided to come around the wicket.
A better game plan against Jordan Hollard. Push it across him a little bit quicker through the air. Gets him off strike, and it's funny that they would have been trying to get Jordan Hollard on strike before that, but it was a good matchup for him. He's taken the field on. And for Nasser now, he really should just try and rotate and give the strike to his partner.
I was literally just about to say that now. He's on 73 now, 4, and he's almost got this stage now. Well, okay, 20 off 11. I can just knock this around now and see how we go with this, because I can give it to Jordan Hollard now. That's well played, really well played. Should get back for 2. He's going into the danger end.
Yeah, it's the right man running to the right end, so an expensive over for Clontarf. 17 from that, 43 gone. Balbriggan 238.
Only 17 just at the time of it. 7 overs to go now. That was 8 overs to go. If you pick up a 10 or a 12, you're happy. If you get a big over like a 17 or a 20, really just pushes you up.
Get batters out in the middle saying, oh, someone else will do better behind me, I should get out. And I'm not saying that for Seb de Oliveira, but Clontarf will be wishing at the moment maybe he was still in. They get him out, obviously not, but time will tell whether they'll rue the fact that they managed to get him out. Jordan Hollard will certainly be hoping that he can make them disappointed that he's out in the middle.
So last over for John McNally. 4 for 46 currently. That single from Nasser.
He generally tries to hit the ball hard, doesn't he, Nasser? But on that occasion, just pushing it down the ground, so it's quite clear what he thinks his job is. I think if Jordan Hollard gets out, he'll switch back into gear, won't he? He'll dance down the track, and he's happy to take on David Delaney in mid-off. Slower ball from John McNally. We haven't seen too many of those.
Hasn't been too many of them in general, really. Today we may see some now as we move into the last sort of 5 or 6 overs here. White ball.
Just trying a little bit too hard, John McNally. You can see when he's putting the extra effort in and just falls away towards the offside, pushing it in towards the right-handed batters. And again, maybe getting tired. It's his last over. So just try and find something that's his 50 up in terms of for his bowling. It's Jordan Hollard, of course, who was there at the end in the semi-final against Lisburn. 55 not out from 37 deliveries in a great innings. They only got there at 3 balls to spare. So he's got good form in the competition. There's that slower delivery again. I always wonder these days, do bowlers even bother telling the keepers? Give them a heads up.
That doesn't look like it anymore. There used to be the old pull of the ear. Or
if you see me tie my laces, that's when I'm bowling the slower ball. You'd have to tell the keeper before the game, but I doubt they do that now.
There's probably an analyst on it now. Probably somebody's going to be, top edge again, but it's going to fall short this time.
Do you know what? I think it's gone so far the other way, where nobody does it, that you could probably afford to do it
probably
again.
Could
no
again
one's
now,
paying attention.
Yep.
Just who's in that in the deep again there, whether he could have come in and a diving effort, possibly tried to take the catch. Am I being harsh again?
I think that's a little bit harsh on that one. Maybe a pickup of the sort of trajectory pretty quickly. It had to go. It'd have been a dive for sure.
There's
Down
that.
the ground. That's beautiful. Beautiful from Hollard. Just gets his foot to the ball and cracks it through the gap. Extra cover. Really nice.
Slower ball picked really early from Hollard and just floated as well from McNally. 2 full, huge gap. Doesn't need to worry about it being aerial. Gets it right between mid-off and extra cover. Now dancing over in the Balbriggan area, eyeing up something that they could have only dreamed of a couple of hours ago.
It's pulled into the leg side. There is cover. Picks out one of those two. Sweeping on the boundary, so just one off the last. And another good over for Balbriggan. The boundary off Hollard, and he's a nice little innings here. Just backing up Nasser and backing up that 6-wicket partnership that's got them back into the game. How can they put the foot on the pedal now in these last 6?
Well, it's all about setting things up for someone like Hollard to come in and play this kind of innings at the end. 27 fours and 4 sixes in the innings and 149 dot balls. So they've bowled pretty well, Clontarf. It's just been that when they have got things wrong, Balbriggan have backed themselves to find those boundaries. It's how they've gone about things. Yes, they lost wickets early on because of going after the bowling, but they backed someone to come good. 7 overs for McDonald. He's coming back into the attack. 1 for 31. Yeah, they've backed someone to come off. It's been their number 5 and number 7 first, and now Jordan Hollard playing a lovely knock.
Interesting. If it is going to be Keelan McDonald, he come on. I think it was the 6th over he bowled. He's going to come in here with 6 overs to go now. So quite different for a left arm spinner. You can have the middle of the power play and now the middle of the final power play.
Tempter. He's not afraid of a big hitter in Jordan Hollard. Love to see a spinner that backs their skills. I reckon it's just getting to the point now for Nasser that if he wants to get that century, which of course he wants to, 250 up for Balbriggan with that single, he's got to start thinking boundaries himself as well. He's still doing a great job for his team handing the strike over to Hollard, but just 5.4 overs left, running out of time, 23 still required.
We're going to have to manage this quite well. I think the Pakistan women team managed theirs quite well the other week. I think she
that
needed,
was in a chase,
it
though.
was. She needed
plenty of
15, but
time.
it was 15 off 16. I think she needed the final 16 runs and managed to get there. Of course, you've always got those extra couple. You hit a boundary off the last ball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one that I saw and that I was part of, the Leinster Women's Cup final, I didn't look at the scoreboard, and I tend not to, because I don't think it's. I just look at the general score, and obviously overs left. Come back to that. Didn't realise Leah Paul with 2 overs to go was on 89.
Ooh.
Because you know, obviously she got her 50, but she scored quite really heavily after the 50, so it was quite late on. So she was on 89. I faced all of the 19th over.
Still talking to you.
She doesn't. She didn't mind. I mean, I didn't even realize. I got out then running at 2 on the last ball of that over to try and get her on strike for the last over, because I thought she's. But now, that being said, I hit a few boundaries at least. But then when I got out, they were all.
Yeah, what are you doing? I'm scoring
she
boundaries.
just needs 11 for her century. And I was thinking, oh no, I look terrible here. Anyway, I texted her and said, next time will you give me a heads up?
Yeah.
I'll get the single and get you on strike. Good finish to that over. McDonald just going for singles, 6 from it, 5 to go in the innings. Balbriggan well set for a late flurry, 254 for 6.
Yeah, 6 off that over. We take that. You're right for it. Sarah's just gone into his shell a little bit. Obviously Hollard going at one end is fine, but it's for a say with 5 to go now. This is the time, we've just been talking about it, but this is kind of the time that personal gains go out the window a little bit. You really got to play for your team here first and foremost, and then if the others come, so be it.
I actually think that's what he's doing, and he thinks, right, if I get out, then there's so much pressure on Jordan Hollard. So maybe it's the other way. He's just thinking, I've just got to get a single and make sure that he can focus on his own game solely and doesn't have to worry about the other end. Reuben Wilson back into the attack. Switched ends again. He's at the Keary Road end. Danced down and blasted past Owen Delaney in extra cover. A different gravy. Jordan Hollard, he's been today dealing in boundaries and making it look easy out here in Breedy.
Yep, he's come out here and playing a little jam so far. Dances down, makes that into a half volley, gets the hands through it, and it races away for another boundary. 35 off 19 now.
Where's all the momentum at the halfway point? That's what we want to know. That's what the next 4 or 5 overs will tell us, because at the moment it's looking like Balbriggan, but 1 or 2 wickets and Clontarf can wrestle that back. He's found the gap, not just in the field, but in the buildings and in the places where the ball will bounce back easily. And Delaney's had to do a bit of a search there at a small little car park behind us, but the ball has returned. Reuben Wilson, wicketless and expensive so far. Anticipates the walk down the pitch and bowls it in to the track. Hollard probably missing out there, truth be told.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit disappointed with that one. He had gone into position and then just didn't execute. And fine legs up in the circle as well.
The Raheny Express getting ready in front of us, so I'm sure we'll see him soon.
Yeah, he's got 2 left. Oh, that's big. That's a big shot from Hollard. That's up onto the top deck here at Breedy. A couple of cars in danger there. That's the biggest hit we've seen today.
Too short, and Hollard missed out in the last short ball. He wasn't going to miss out again. Held himself back, expected the short ball, got into it nice and early. Swivels and helps that. Don't celebrate too early, Balbriggan. Only one team has nearly finished batting so far, but they're well set. Strong last few overs here. And they'll feel like they probably have the momentum. Four, 6, 4. Ruben Wilson brought back on because the spinners seem to be expensive, but it seems to be, it doesn't matter who's bowling, Hollard's going to take them on.
He's playing a real gem of a knock here, we've just said it. I do think that noise has come about from the fact that, 69 for 5 and we're nearly 200 runs later, just one wicket. It just amplifies that because we were looking out of the game, we're now not on top, really on top completely here, but certainly from where they were, this has been a great comeback. He'll take the single.
Now, is this the time that Nasser feels he can look to open his shoulders? I've got my team within 4 overs of the halfway point. Partnership of 58 with the number 8 batter. He's on 46 from 23. Can I try and see if I can get a milestone? He'll need a few more shots. He can't do it in 2 balls. He needs to start scoring strongly here, Nasser. The answer's no. Or he's just kept the strike.
He's keeping the strike to give himself a real good go at it in the next over, but
I reckon the captain's coming in at you and saying, take a break, Ruben Wilson. It's not your day, and that can be the case sometimes. He hasn't looked like he's had the answer. Last 5 overs, 56 for none. A lot of those have been Jordan Hollard. In fact, I think 46 of them.
Yeah, 46 out of 56, and again, it's just one of those little vagaries of cricket that the guy who was in set is now taking the back seat and watching it. The number 8, he just comes to the crease cold. He's just taking it on from the 40th over.
I think that was not the greatest decision from Clontarf to bowl Ruben Wilson there. He'd been expensive. Killian MacDonald just bowled a good over from the Mason Road end. Why not have David Delaney come on from the Keary Road end and finish things out? Bowl overs number 48 and 50, but instead he's going to finish out his spell from the Mason Road end. They're going to take on Owen Delaney. He's sitting on the ring. Well read from Nasser. He's clearly just not worried at all about that century, which,
nope.
Fair play to him, because it's probably what's best for the team.
Certainly when Jordan Hollard's going in this sort of mode at the minute. He's hitting at 200, you can see on screen there, 46 from 23.
Doesn't beat the field, so he won't get to his half century with that delivery. 2 singles to start out David Delaney's second last over. Interesting to see who closes out at this end, though. There's plenty of options for David Delaney. The problem for him, he's bowling this over, and he's got to be thinking about who's going to bowl the over at the other end. Never comfortable. John McNally's bowled out. Ruben Wilson, you'd have to think, isn't an option. Maybe if it was a really senior seam bowler who'd been taken down the last over, say Graham Hume or something like that, just to think of someone up this direction, you might still stick with them, but for a young seamer, I don't think so. I'm going to take on Patrick Z. Good to see this quick single still taken in the 47th from the experienced.
Let's say we'll not go with any other adjective.
We'll go with veteran. That's
veterans,
okay.
Veterans fine. Yep.
Yeah, so it could be Killian MacDonald. I think that's who I'd go with. David Vincent has bowled 5 for 35, so okay, economy rate. I don't think I'd be bowling him against Jordan Hollard right now. Patsy as well was taken down from the other end, which is the longer boundary. And there's a sharp bouncer. And a little bit of a stare from David Delaney. I don't think that Jordan Hollard will be too worried about that.
Yeah, stuck onto that one. Set yourself up for the next one. See if you can get yourself to your half century.
The one thing is, whoever bowls from the other end is going to be, they're going to have Jordan Hollard coming at them.
Definitely.
There's 3 singles and a dot in this over. They'll be eyeing up 300 here, Balbriggan.
Take the one there. Yeah, we're already in unchased territory here in the Irish Senior Cups. 250 is the highest. Clontarf actually. And chased 250.
Well, I think that's where knowing your stats is actually so useful, because it's something I was saying to Roger Kerr before we came on. Because he was down, he's still pretty down at that point. It was still early days, and I was saying, look, Ali's been looking up all these stats, and even chasing 200 in the Irish Cup final, it hasn't been done that often.
A couple of times, just yeah.
Yes, you can aim for 250 plus, and that's great. But when you lose those early wickets, you don't have to think the game is over, because 200 is hard to chase down in the Irish Cup. Now they're at 274, so obviously, maybe the 2 men that were in the middle knew those stats. And they won't take on Patrick C again. So really good over from Delaney, but again wicketless. 3 overs to go. Balbriggan 274 for 6.
That's definitely something in a final that comes into it. We've talked quite a lot today about how a final is different from a normal sort of 50 over league game, and turning up on a Saturday and just going through your motions. This is different, and definitely comes into it. Chasing brings its own pressure. Doesn't matter what's on the board, really. Obviously the lower the better for you, but sometimes those low chases can be difficult. And sort of looking at the previous finals, you're right, just over 200. 200 hasn't been chased that often. So getting up to 274 now, and obviously we've talked about Clontarf, a tremendous batting lineup, but they got the potential for the odd collapse as well. And as I said earlier, it could really line up a really good second innings here. It's going to be Killian MacDonald, who's
the thing is
chopped and changed.
The big scores have been chased down in the competition, just not in the final.
Correct.
So
yeah,
we might. It's all new these days. Better pitches, great weather, higher skills, better bats, so it can be done. Work to do for Delaney. Great spot from Jordan Hollard. Gets to 50 as he should, with a boundary. He's come in right at the end. It was set up by the 2 men in the middle, but he's come in to make 50 from just 27 deliveries, and the Balbriggan faithful have loved watching him. 5 4s, 3 6s, and he's not done yet.
Well, such a good line there that he goes to his 50 with a boundary, as he should do, because that's been a terrific innings. He's picked gaps as well as hit the ball really cleanly, and just the momentum that he's got into this Balbriggan innings just at the right time.
Now he's found that gap again where you have to go out into the car park and search for your ball. Gives Killian MacDonald time to think and stew about that shot. Field change now. Owen Delaney a little bit straighter in extra cover. It was too big a gap for David Delaney just to defend. Very difficult straight. He's got to come wider, so the gap is between mid-off and mid-on. Finds Owen Delaney. He's showing us frustration. I think he's got what we call a bluey down south. I don't know if it translates.
I'm not going to tell you what it's called.
Okay, don't tell me.
We're getting a little bit of bother for that one. That's going downtown. That's a big 6. And Jordan Hollard keeps going here. That is as clean as you want. Straight is the shorter boundary here at Breedy, but it's beautiful.
I just don't think they've got their ends right here at Clontarf. The spinners having to deal with things from the end that is a much shorter straight boundary. How he'd love to be bowling from the Mason Road end. Killian MacDonald trying to get catches out in the deep. No chance from this end. David Delaney taking that end. Ruben Wilson as well. John McNally bowled a good few overs from that end.
Yeah, this is definitely the shorter end here at the Kerry Road. Many times we've talked about it here that the Kerry River runs behind us here.
I'd even say this is short in the women's game.
Yeah, it is a shorter side, and many balls disappeared into that river. So yeah, it's again just knowing your ends as to which end to bowl your spinners.
Big full toss. Could this be the wicket?
No, it's been called low, so it's a chance. And it's been dropped.
Oh my goodness.
So all sorts going on there. Immediately looked at the square leg umpire. He indicated that it was under waist level. Let's have a look here. Ooh.
I'm not sure that's the right call at all. That's way above the waist height. It would have been really dirty if he got caught, but Patrick Z not managing to hold on. He managed to come back for a second as well.
Oh, that's in the clubhouse. This is another one going. That's right into the Balbriggan faithful. It's on top of the roof. And you can hear the Balbriggan. You can see them. They're getting into this game very much so. On the back of Jordan Hollard.
He read it really well. Hollard, he knew this was likely to come. Did a little shuffle to the leg side. Right up under his nose, and bottom hand comes in. Now, if I was a betting woman, which I'm not, I would say quick, wide outside off stump. He's gone straight in. Got a better length on that occasion, so just a single to close out. Another expensive over. 2 6s, 4, and 3 more as well. 2 overs to go. 293 for 6.
Here's a question for you. Which 2 of these is Anne up their 100?
Yeah.
I tell you what, he is going unbelievable here.
19
really
from
is.
that over. David Delaney's going to finish his spell. I mean, incredible to me. Two things. We talked about the seamers bowling from the end where it's longer straight, but also open the bowling from the Mason Road end. That means you've got to bowl the final over from the Kerry Road end. So it could be costly, and those are decisions you can make before the game as well.
Yeah, I've seen around I'm most familiar with back home. Know that there's one really short end, and you always remember we played Fox Lodge in the National Cup, and it was exactly that. They bowled second and bowled the final over from the short end, and that's a real mistake. You know, it just comes down to it. Anyway, here's Delaney. It's gone again. He's continuing here. Is Jordan Hollard. He's taken down Delaney. To add insult to it, maybe it's just because it's disappeared, but Delaney pulls up a little bit. That's gone out of the park again.
2 full, a little bit wide outside off. I think if he'd got it straighter, he might have been okay, but just that little bit of width outside the off stump allows Hollard to get the arms right through. Delaney, he reached for his calf. That's not good news for a number of reasons. Obviously, he's got 5 balls to bowl here, but he's a linchpin in the batting lineup for Clontarf. That's the line he would have been looking for. Bottom edge through to Killian MacDonald. But they're cheering everything now, Balbriggan.
Almost getting to the stage now where you might have turned down the single there, but it takes them to 300. Could we have seen this? 69 for 5, 300 for 6.
What were the odds?
Unbelievable partnerships.
What were the odds on them getting to 300 when they were 69 for 5? I'd love to know. If anyone out there had a look.
Well, I was chatting to Damien Byrne when I was off commentary, and he's rail up in Balbriggan, and he said to me, I would love to get to 230. It would be 230 at that stage.
Roger Kira said He said 180. And he was saying that when they were 172, by the way, as well.
Oh boy! All right, well
I was
that's
"Here, come
slightly
on.
different.
Let's just aim a bit higher here.
There's pessimism and there's pessimism.
I've
That's
told you, there's nothing so pessimistic as a club supporter.
yeah. Just 10 runs shy of 100 partnership now. Back to back 100 partnerships would be unbelievable.
Yeah, so we were talking about when a team gets a wicket and then wishes they hadn't.
Yeah.
I was saying,
Well,
we'll find out. There were 211 for 6.
yeah.
They lost the last wicket, and it was 10 overs, just about 10 overs to go. And I think that I've been answered.
Well, that's exactly it. There's 50 balls they've got now. 52 balls, I think, for 90 runs.
Short one, that might be a wide. No, it's just one for the over, says Rowley Black. Setting up for the full delivery there, which I think, you can only bowl a few short ones in the over, really, David Delaney. So set up for the full one. He's not going to probably bowl length. He'll bowl, try and go Yorker or short.
Yeah, you would think it's probably going to be in at the sort of mid-waist area above and then or full, completely full.
Field not set for a wide Yorker, which would be a good option. Third is inside the ring, as is backward point. So it'd be a dangerous delivery to bowl. .302 for 6 now. Who's going to bowl the last over? I'm going to give you mine first. I think it's got to be Wilson.
I think it'll be Wilson too, to be honest with you. I think it will be.
You've got to say to your seamer, right, this is your job. 50 over cricket. It's not a spinner's job to close things out. It's up to the seamers. John McNally's bowled out. David Delaney's bowled out. You can't ask Luke Thompson or Ethan Marshall to come into the attack at this stage in the game.
Definitely not. I think you're right. Even though he's had a tough day, back your skills in the final over. It's going to be 4. Inside off, and Delaney kicks the turf in frustration because he brought up third man there for that ball. He changed him back. The regulation third man changed his mind, brought him up, bowled outside off, and the edge from Nasser. He picks up a boundary after a wee while for him.
It was a free hit, really. He wants Hollard on strike for the last over. Just throw the hands at it, see what happens. It's my day, he says. Gets a boundary, 86. He'll be hoping to watch from the other end. Doesn't want to run too much. He's got bowling to do later on. Both of these players do, in fact.
There is that conversation we're just talking about. It is going to be Ruben Wilson for the 50th and final over. John Hollard facing up. 75 from 36 he's on. Here we go.
Launched. Just misses, and you only have to miss by a small amount, and Jordan Hollard will climb into it. Yet another 6. That tally is building. You asked me who's looking at the century. It's quite clearly Jordan Hollard.
Well, cricket just amazes me sometimes. That's just the power hitting these days. He's missed that by 6 inches, and as soon as it left the bat, it was travelling. That's a big long hit there. Never mind a short boundary.
7 sixes so far for Hollard. Slower ball, but gets the similar treatment. Can David Delaney catch it? No. Just one bounce and inside the rope for 4. Delaney hopefully hasn't done himself an injury. It was a valiant effort, but just out of the reach. Hollard follows up the 6 with a 4.
Yeah, just sliced away, and there is that 100 partnership up from that last couple of boundaries. Just coming from 56 balls, the 100 came up between these two. That one was just sliced and just kept moving away from just out of his reach there. 185 now. It's in the air. Can man get round? There's two closing in on it. They could collide.
Oh no!
And they do.
No call. And David Vincent crashes into.
I think they're okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's never something we want to see.
Johnson. And there's so much shouting in the background. Even if there was a call, it probably wouldn't have heard it.
Well, hopefully he's just been winded because it didn't look good to start with. It's one of those things on a cricket field you just never like to see, no matter about the situation in a game.
It's the Balbriggan crowd that are close by, but
We'll get a replay of it now. Yeah, we're going to get a replay of it right now and just see what happened there. Two players you can see closing in on it.
oh, Mitchell Thompson was in a good position to take the catch, but David Vincent obviously didn't hear him. He's going off. We've got the paramedics taking a look at him now. Hopefully he's okay to continue on. Yash Bala will come on as the subfielder. And John McNally's been dispatched over to that area of the ground. Jordan Hollard overtakes Nasser with that shot. Hits it
Incredible.
for 2. And 13 away. He's got 3 deliveries. Has to continue to go at the same rate to get to his century. And there's the catch. Goes down.
Down.
John
Thought
McNally
he
had
got
just
it
been
himself,
sent
yeah.
over there, but the 6 it is. He just about had the distance to get it over the boundary towards the Balbriggan faithful.
Yeah, you've mentioned about staying vigilant. I think you definitely do right now. Flat. You can just see him now. Yeah.
Oh, he's worn it on the chest there.
Crazy.
Looking for the Yorker. Yet another 6, 3 in the over so far. That's the biggest of the lot. 99 with 1 delivery to come for Jordan Hollard. It's as if it was meant to be. The way they've batted through this innings, it's all been set up for his cameo in the last 10 overs.
Well, 3 6s in this over has just taken him to 99. We were semi-joking a couple of overs ago about who was looking for their century, but this has been incredible hitting from Jordan Hollard. 41 balls. He's 99 not out.
A first appearance for Balbriggan in the Irish Senior Cup final.
Push a single.
Yeah, don't miss.
Here we go. Final ball.
100 for Jordan Hollard. It was all about him getting to the milestone and that final delivery of the first innings here in Breedy. Could it be a historic day for Balbriggan Cricket Club? They were in the doldrums at 69 for 5, but 3 innings of brilliance from their middle and lower order. They've been asked to come to the party by their coach, Andre Boata, and they've done just that. 100 from 42 deliveries, 6 4s and 9 6s in just 47 minutes. He's put himself into the history books no matter what happens in this game. 100 in the All-Ireland final to take his team to 331 for 6.
Yeah, a 10th 100 in an Irish Senior Cup final, but none would have come like that. 42 deliveries, and you can probably hear in the background here the noise from the Balbriggan supporters. It's almost as if they've won the game here. It's been such a turnaround. We mentioned it earlier that coming from sort of such a low level when half their side was out, that they've posted 331 for 6. An unbelievable turnaround here, but it is still halfway. We've got a Clontarf side full of batters. There is your Balbriggan scorecard, and if ever there was a tale of two halves. Decent start from Rowan Fletcher, but they went early in back-to-back overs. DeFreitas, and he looked in good nick, but went for 19. Lewis and Ford fell cheaply, and then a great partnership between Farouk Nasser and Seb de Oliveira got them back into the game. But we can only really talk about that innings from Jordan Hollard. Nasser had to take a back seat. 100 from 42 deliveries. He came in the 40th over and closed it out in the 50th. 331 for 6.
After a good start, it was wickets that kept tumbling, but the rebuild from Nasser and Oliveira there, 142 added at that point for the 6th wicket as they worked the ball around, scored boundaries where they could, and they're pretty even in how they went about things. That can't be said for the last partnership of the innings. 120 added after that for the 7th wicket, 100 going to Jordan Hollard from 42 deliveries, Nasser just adding 17 from his 19 deliveries as he watched from the best seat in the house from the other end.
And your Clontarf bowling figure, 6 bowlers used. And it's sort of up top. Wilson struggled early on, continued for him. He went for 90 off his 9 in the end and got sort of a little bit of treatment there at the end from Hollard. Delaney picked up a wicket for 51, as did Killian McDonnell. He got that opening breakthrough. And then Vincent and Z, the spinners, 12 overs there for 74. But McNally has to be the standout there. 10 overs, he picked up 4 wickets for 56.
Yeah, so the chase coming up shortly. Clontarf will have to gather their thoughts, try and put the last hour or two behind them because they have a big chase in their hands. It'll be a historic occasion either way. If Balbriggan manage to come out on top, it'll be their first win in their history. If Clontarf can chase it down, it'll be a record chase in the Irish Senior Cup. Don't go anywhere too far. Make sure you come back and join us for the 2nd innings in about half an hour's time.
I suppose the Ireland call-ups are coming next week, but
A very warm welcome back to Breedy Cricket Club in Mahara Mason. Up in northwest of Ireland, we have 2 Leinster teams duking it out here for the title of Irish Senior Cup winner 2025. Well, it's only halfway through the game and it's early doors yet, but you'd say that maybe half of one hand from Balbriggan Cricket Club is on that Bob Kerr trophy, because they posted a mammoth total. Chasing 332, Clontarf will have to create history here. It'd be the highest chase by an absolute mile. Now, there has been a high chase, but it's not quite 331. The highest chase, and it's kind of a strange one, 317 posted by Railway Union. That was in 2010 against Marion, and then the rain came. Duckworth Lewis came into play and Marion chased it down. So I don't think there's any rain coming, Ali McCalmont, but they do have a long batting line at Clontarf, and if there was one team in the country right now that you say have a whisper of a chance of chasing this down, it's this batting lineup in particular, this opening pair.
Yep, I've said exactly those very words on a few occasions there, just up in the pavilion during the mid-innings break. Sort of people saying it was a big total, and I said, well, these guys are well within their capabilities of chasing this. We've seen them doing it right throughout the season in ordinary league games. We've mentioned that cup finals are a different beast, but certainly got the capabilities, and could be a really historic day here at Breedy today. Either way, no matter who wins this, you'd sort of mention it at the end. So Matt Hollard going to start the bowling from the Mason Road end.
Well, Seamus Lynch as well is the man who's facing, and he's someone who always plays this way. I think that's the positive for Clontarf. He's always the person who takes the game on. So for him, hopefully he's gone into the break and he sees it no different to how he normally would, which is just take the game on, see how many I can get as quickly as possible. And Mitchell Thompson's in great form this season, over 600 runs for him a week. There won't have been anyone, I think, cheering as loud as Matthew Hollard on the sideline, though, as his brother got
Just
to the
to him.
fastest century in Irish Senior Cup history.
I just came past him as I was walking back to the box here, and I had a quick chat with him and just said good luck, because I've spoken to him for other things, and had a bit of a chat with him in his pros, and he just went, well, it's about time that the older brother showed me up a bit. And it's actually his younger brother, but I think he was sort of being sarcastic a little bit. But yeah, some performance. He's got the ball now, though. That'll be his job today.
He's coming back off the back of a brilliant performance as well, isn't he? He has been a real star performer for Balbriggan this season. He's had 7 wickets in the Irish Senior Cup at a pretty good rate, but 38 wickets in Leinster competitions, coming off the back of 6 for 6 against the Hills last weekend.
Yeah, 6 for last week. A few Hill supporters here, and we'll gloss over that one, I think. we'll not mention that, because I want to get out of here tonight. It's clipped off his legs. That could be the first boundary of the day. I've seen that a few times in the Balbriggan innings, just straying onto leg stump. Lynch gets off the mark for a boundary.
The innings underway for Clontarf, and no surprise to see it's a boundary. Slightly straight. Set himself up for that. Quick hands from Seamus Lynch, and Kashif Ali gave up on that pretty quickly. He's got the hand protector on that right and bat with the top hand. He's usually a bottom-handed player. No, he's a left-handed batter, so his top hand wasn't required. He was happy to use his bottom hand on that occasion. Got 4 from 2, and here they are.
Here they are in the final. Yep, exactly right. And that'll be one of those ones we've talked about. That'll be talked about. You remember the day that you went out, the old Chris Wokes kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just coming out there to make sure you get over the line, and if Balbriggan were to be victorious today, certainly little things like that will be talked about. And just a single there. Thompson on strike. Good winds from Hollard on that occasion. But I think you're right about Clontarf. The positive for them is this is the way they've been playing all year. It's not been let's just chase 150 and 40 overs. They've gone out. If they're chasing 150, 170, they've gone out and tried to win it within sort of 20, 25 overs. This is the way they play. So
a little bit of shape away for Matt Hollard. So good opening over from him, 5 from it. After one, Clontarf 5 without loss. Well, the other thing that they know is they've got firepower in the middle order as well, and look how you get to the total can be different to the opposition. You don't have to score 100 or 120 off the last 10. Might put a bit more pressure on them in the middle orders, overs, whatever it might be. So the man who came in and kind of changed things along with Farouk Nasser is going to take the ball. Sebastian de Oliveira. It's always nice, we say it so often, don't we, but always nice when you're a bowler. You bat well, and then bowling comes a lot easier, or the other way around, same thing. I said 5 without loss, so it's of course 6 because of that wide.
yeah. Well, it makes things a lot easier on yourself. You know, you've performed. You just want to back it up now, and if he can do that now, starts very nicely. He can do that now and pick up a couple of wickets here and put himself in the conversation for player of the match, let's say. He'll be very happy. But yeah, just it's him that started the turnaround, really.
Well, interesting that it's 3 all-rounders who have put their hand up at the moment. You can't look past Jordan Hollard, but opportunities for the 2 guys who started the fight back to put their hands on that. Not far away. Seamus Lynch just throwing the hands, didn't really, just trusting to his hands maybe a little bit too much, didn't get in a great position there.
Yeah, but there's plenty of cricket here to be played today, as we've said a few times. Clontarf well capable today. Chatting to a few people about that inter-pro game that was on Wednesday here. 280 was late, so he's picked the cap. See how cleanly it's got through, and once you've beaten the field here, runs away. It's exactly what we're talking about. Get full value for your shots here at Breedy. Once it beats the infield. Yeah,
threads the gap there. Quite packed that offside field, but they just can't quite stop it. Is that a shirt number on the back of Jordan Hollard, who's the diving man to his left? Given it ahead of the game, but it was him who missed it on the left, and Greg Ford missed it on the right.
Yeah, so as I was just saying about that inter-provincial game, the Northern Knights chased it down reasonably comfortably, but everybody was saying that, you know, that the Warriors were short at 280, 286 they were short, and sort of 300 is now minimum. Now obviously we're up around the 330 echelons here, but it's not out of the, you know, it's not something you think, well, we'll never get that. Certainly it's possible here. I've seen it before. And the shots like that, it could be motoring here. Seamus Lynch just stands up, hits that through the square area for another boundary. He picks up his 2nd of the over. And as we've talked about, this is the way he plays.
Just sits up too short. Yes, there's movement, but just follows it with the bat there. Seamus Lynch, bigger gap on that occasion, didn't bother running. He knew that was 4 all the way from the bat. Now the one caveat, I suppose, when you talk about that interprovincial game is that that's professional level cricket. Yeah. This is club cricket, albeit the players take it just as seriously.
It's in the air. Oh, just in between the 2 fielders on the leg side.
Well, in the first innings, we were saying everything was going Clontarf's way for those chances, and it's gone their way on that occasion too. 14 without loss after 2. Those kinds of catches, you think of Luke Thompson's catch at square leg. Patrick Z, it was blasted to him, but went straight to him. Even the catch in the deep to John McNally to get rid of Connor Fletcher. Ethan Marshall on the boundary, that one pretty much went straight to him
Straight
as
to
well,
him,
didn't
yeah.
it? That
Yep.
was Sebastian de Oliveira, who we just saw with the ball in hand.
A couple of quiet overs from Mitchell Thompson. He's facing now. And he'll get off the mark as well now with a boundary. Shouts of catch it, but it flew off the bat. Nicely fielded down there.
Can't wait to see this again because I think he's only just got his bat down in time here. He's got extra pace, Matthew Hollard. Full straight, and Thompson just about manages to catch up with it. Kind of finishes the shot off after he's hit it, but it flew off the bat. Good fielding in the deep by the youngsters from Breedy.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to get to the feet. Just
Pretty
lean over,
nonchalant.
pick it
Just-
up. It's going absolutely like the speed of light. I don't know if the hands to the head from Matt Hollard was about it, just about missing the fielder, or about the fact that he only just about got his bat down in time. Maybe both.
Well, actually, looking at the replay, I think it probably was the latter, that he did sort of was late, but it came off the bat at a rate of knots, as you say, but it was late on it.
I think he's just lowering his back lift a little bit here. Maybe not.
It'll be driven in the air as well, but there is that big gap in the covers there originally. Just straight away after that shot, they pull out a slip and catch the horse as it bolts down the road there.
Yeah, it was aerial, but he knew he just had to miss one fielder on the offside. Just a little bit leg side of it there, Thompson. Extra pace, maybe he's trying to stay out of the road, but we haven't seen any chances go through slip. It's a really true surface. The chances have been in front of the wicket, so I'm actually surprised that Balbriggan went with the two catchers in there. Okay, taking Krista Freitas out now, tried to plug that gap. Bit of flair, just a clip off the legs from Thompson. He's got in on the action here this over 9 for him from 6. You can catch up quickly, and you have to catch up quickly when you're chasing 332.
Yeah, even to elaborate on your point there, they haven't even got it. It's not really a slip in now. The two slips have sort of dispersed. One has gone to the cover region, and the other, Seb de Oliveira's gone more of a gully.
And that might be something Clontarf look back on. They kept a slip for a very, very long time. It's sharp. It's pretty free hit that for Seamus Lynch is the only thing, because, I mean, it could be that he does find the fielder in the deep, but he'd back himself that any kind of something on that is going to sail over the rope.
Yeah, he's going to have to miss-hit that really and cloth it really. If he gets anything on that, it's going to fly that pace.
Where was Seamus Lynch for David Delaney? That would be a good comparison.
I'll tell you, it would be a very good comparison if we can maybe look back on the feed a little bit later on. We're a bit busy at the minute. If we look back at the feed later on, we can maybe see where Lynch was and maybe exit and then check later on. Somebody out there can do it. But yeah, it's a good comparison with these two. Holler's definitely getting it through there. 3 done, 23 without loss. Lynch on to 13, Thompson 9.
What a shot that is. Beautiful. Little bounce as Kashif Ali tries to stop it. It'll be just a couple though. He does pretty well considering the difficult bounce he had to deal with. There's a little checked drive from Thompson. He looks a little bit more comfortable now after those couple of boundaries in the last over.
Yeah, those couple of boundaries do seem to have just settled him a little bit. Again, we talked about sort of Balbriggan opening up within, on a final coming out and being a little bit jittery. Clontarf from 330 on the board. Oh, well bowled. You know, it's different to come out chasing up 330 normally, but in a final as well, it's going to take them a little while to get into it here. And I suppose the only thing is, chasing such a big total, you have no choice. It's not a, 200. We could go two ways here, go at it, or sort of keep wickets.
I just wonder though, do we think about it the wrong way in some ways for 50 over cricket? Because 300 balls, 330.
Just a run of ball. Yep.
A run of ball and a few boundaries.
Yep.
You don't actually have to score that many boundaries. What you can't have is dot balls, but boundaries in the power play are a must, and they are coming thick and fast. Another little clip off the legs from Thompson. Oliveira just too straight on that occasion.
Yeah, too straight is right. There's not much protection on that leg side, and that's just a clip off the legs. Bread and butter shot. In the power play, that's usually going to go for 4.
Assured shot, but straight to the fielder. Misfield means it'll be a single. Clontarf climbing in on that occasion, letting the fielder know that they've spotted a little mistake. Andrew Dark, you can't get away with anything.
I think that's my favourite thing about cup finals. A wee bit of a crowd in, any mistake is a wee bit like the old man on the boundary. As soon as he misfields one, then the next one comes to him. Ooh.
Yeah. You don't get it as much in international cricket, but I think Test cricket probably
Test cricket
more
a bit
so.
more, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Love it.
That's where he needs to try and hammer away. Seb de Oliveira. Good line, good length. Now, Seamus Lynch can hit that kind of delivery, but it's a risky one. Get it slightly wrong and you lose your wicket. That's what you got to force him to do.
Yeah, that's the difference. That you give him balls that he can throw his hands at anyway. It's a little risk. He can still hit that for 4, but there's a risk attached to it. And doesn't want to second guess it. That's the over. 4 overs gone. 30 without loss. Clontarf in the target, as you can see on screen there. 3-3-2.
And then he needed a further 300. Easy stuff.
Just another 300. If you just say it quickly like that, it doesn't really. Just another 300.
Current run rate 7.5. Required run rate 6.5. That's quite a high required run rate for 46 overs of a match, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? It's the longevity of the 6.5 and over. A couple of bad ones, or you lose a wicket, then the person coming in hasn't really got that much time to sort of bed in.
A record-breaking century from Jordan Hollard in the first innings. It's a big wide, well read from
that was really
the keeper. Christopher or Connor Fletcher. Christopher turns into a keeper. That'd be something to see, wouldn't it? Connor Fletcher was on got his skates on very quickly to get down and make sure that was just the wide and nothing extra.
Yeah, in terms of leg spinner, he picked that one quite early, didn't he? He picked the wide quite early there. He was off and running. Important spell here from Hollard. He's the leader of this bowling attack. There you go. Beats Thompson outside the off stump there.
I suppose the only positive for Thompson is they've done well enough to force those catchers out, so it's not as much of a risk playing those shots. Not behind the stumps, at least. It's still quite a packed field on the offside, looking for a slightly mistimed one that might find them.
You see that ring just closing in there, in between balls. It's clipped off his leg. That's gone many a mile off his hip. There's your first 6 there. That's well over the boundary there, just clipped off the hip. A little bit of a flourish indeed. 6 more to Thompson.
He's very good when it's straight at him, Thompson. Look at that bottom hand come through as well. Didn't bother running. who can spot the ball? It's just flown over those temporary nets that we just saw in the distance. First 6 of, am I right in saying first 6 of the innings?
It is.
I feel like we saw so many in the first innings.
Yep.
Can't separate, and
Can't
that ball
keep
is
up.
gone. So Gareth Morrison brings out the spares. The good thing about this ground is it's so big that you don't tend to lose as many balls as you might say if it was in Clontarf and someone's targeting the short straight boundary. But they have had to get a few spare balls. And we always talk about Seamus Lynch and his strike rate. He's at 13 from 14 right now. Thompson 22.
For being the head of the attack, but all forgotten about now. He gets the wicket.
And what a lovely moment as well for Ghanem Dara, because he's the sub fielder. He's come on for Farouk Nasir, who's gone off the field with an injury. So Lynch, who's looking like he was playing it a little bit within himself, goes for 17 from 20. 48 for 1 are Clontarf.
Oh, yeah, I'd called it that he'd caught it. I just saw the ball bouncing back out again, and I thought, oh. But nice again that it just popped up. So they got the breakthrough. I wouldn't say it was much needed, but just really gives them that extra little bonus in the power play. They've got rid of Lynch. You can see it again. No, you take it in. It's all right.
I was wondering if I had something wrong with my eyesight because
it's the little sort of plaster he has around his finger. He lifted his finger there. That's my apologies. My apologies.
Listen, we all make mistakes.
Ghanem Dara, I'm sorry.
Really
Mr. Dara.
starting to worry about my eyesight that I hadn't seen that juggle, but we'll blame yours instead.
That's mine, definitely. That is definitely mine.
But for Ghanem Dara to get in the game, he's just turned around and given a little double fist pump to some supporters behind him who are obviously saying, well done. Owen Delaney, the new man out. That's a short one, and it's kind of the kind of shot we'll see from him. He won't really play expansive shots until much later in the innings, and our apologies for any technical issues if you've experienced during this broadcast and you've not been able to follow every single delivery. Thompson's been the one who's been finding the boundary with a little bit more ease out of the two openers though, 28 from 18.
Are we okay to see okay? Back in. Dara's in the action here.
And he'll be delighted about that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, nothing worse than coming all the way up and not doing anything at all. Especially if you're on the losing side.
I was going to say, as long as you're on the winning side, you don't mind too much. But if you're on the losing side and you don't get to do anything, it can be tough to take. The highest score in Irish Senior Cup history was right on this ground in 2022, 121 for 6.
It's in the air as well, just over his head. Very, very similar.
Ghanem Dara thought, is it going to be me again?
Yeah.
Just managed to get the bottom hand through enough. Mitchell Thompson, heavy ball that from Matt Hollard. What's short for other bowlers is not short for him. He's found the right length for his pace on this surface to trouble the batters. It's not short. It's just short of a good length. Looks like to the batters that it's short, but can't get the hands through. So he survives there, Mitchell Thompson.
Yeah, I was here that day when CIYMS played Lisburn 3 years ago now. That was probably when CIYMS were at their absolute peak. A couple of Adaires. John Matchett was in some form. They knocked up 321 that day, and you know, we talked about it at the halfway point. Clontarf here today, one team could chase it. Lisburn were just starting their run there and weren't a settled team as they are now. And the 321 rather was just too much for them, and they were skittled for I think 96 in that game. So wasn't much of a game in the end, but
entertainment in the first innings, is it?
most definitely.
Yeah, you ask everyone what their favourite kind of game is, they'll always say close, but you're more likely to get a close, low run scoring thriller than a close, high run scoring thriller.
Well, I mean,
but you do get them. Donnamana versus Waringstown, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And that's when we were all talking about maybe this was Donnamana's year. But that game was a different game to what we've seen today. Lots of runs coming at the back order. That day, CIYMS played the whole game at around about the same level. Didn't really. Oh, that's big. Man's out there.
Through.
Beats him. That was a chance.
He didn't really commit to that shot, Mitchell Thompson, and kind of just threw the arms at it for him. Didn't try and hit it for 6. Also didn't try and hit it down. There was a real chance in the deep for Cameron Rowe.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you he actually brought the bottom hand, rolled the wrist on it ever so slightly, and it just got onto him a little bit too quickly, Cameron Rowe. We saw drop chances cost Clontarf in the first innings.
Yeah, those little moments just always in one-off games like these are. When you probably did that in the first round or something, probably would just be forgotten about or whatever. But in the final, everybody's looking, and it's the next little period there where you're saying, please, please somebody else do this for me, because if you end up on the losing side here, they'll all be in the bus on the way back thinking, if only's.
Yeah, well, listen, Jordan Hollard was dropped on 58.
Yep.
How different this could be if that catch had been taken. It would have been very unjust, in my opinion. Oh, just that good length. Getting it to rise rapidly. Yeah, that was adjudged not a no ball. And it was, by a great margin. It was above the waist height. So you don't get a lot of justice in sports, but that was probably justice playing out.
Yeah, good bit of lift there. Really good ball from De Oliveira. Let's put a little bit of effort into that one.
He almost wasn't here, Owen Delaney. Almost didn't make it up to the final. Little nugget for you, Ali. And something I was talking about on the way up here. What's brilliant about Ireland is when you're not in the big cities, and I know Derry is a big city in the context of Ireland, but just compared to being the city centre of Dublin, people help each other out. On the way up, they heard the dreaded hiss.
Oh.
Myself and his wife, Laura Cohen, they had Ava in the car, their little girl, and heard the hiss of the tire. Poured it down somewhere near there, and thankfully they were close to a petrol station. They got into the line at the petrol station, and they just said, is there anyone here that might be able to help us? And someone down the row said, oh yeah, I'll help you. Joshua, that's all I know. His first name is Joshua. He has he looks after tractors.
Terrific.
And there was something else I can't remember. He's got a couple of areas of expertise, but there's definitely tractors in the mix. And yeah, took them down to the shop down the road. Yeah, everything there. Helped them out. Wouldn't even charge them for the of a Friday evening.
Absolutely tremendous.
And he said it'll come back around to me at some stage.
Well,
so
it's come
Joshua,
back round today. So
he's heading down for the Derry All Irelands today.
Oh, is he?
Hopefully he's going well.
Okay, well, good shout out to Joshua, and if Clontarf manages to get over the line and Owen Delaney gets a few runs here today, well, he knows where he's looking for that. That's an excellent little story there.
A little nugget, and if anyone knows of a Joshua who's something to do with tractors in and around Portadown, please pass on our regards.
Good stuff. So they're taking the wicket. T. Hollard. His previous over. Going to bowl his 5th now. There's that length you're talking about. Isabel, he's right on it there.
Isn't it funny when you look back and you think, Balbriggan were really pleased with how they started with the bat, and actually it forced Reuben Wilson kind of out of the attack. Obviously David Delaney was a little bit less expensive, but He wasn't going too badly his first 2 overs, Ruben Wilson, but he just didn't have the confidence maybe of a senior or a slightly older bowler like Matt Hollard and Sebastian de Oliveira, and that's when they brought the left arm spinner Killian MacDonald into the attack. But Clontarf way ahead of them. In the context of 8 overs, 9 ahead. They were well ahead of them last over, but then the wicket fell.
Yeah.
So they've lost wicket, the first wicket at nearly exactly the same point. The only worry I have now, Owen Delaney, that's how he'll play. He'll give respect to any kind of good delivery. Mitchell Thompson, who's in great form down the other end, you don't want to get your eye out, as it were. Owen Delaney should really be trying to get off strike, even though it's inside the power play. Can he keep Mitchell Thompson on strike? Because that run rate is coming down to almost even with the rate required, and it was well ahead up until the last over or so.
Yeah, maybe that's that change of field. Just bringing somebody into mid-wicket and just maybe saying, let's just squeeze a ring here. Bowl as many balls as we can. Delaney. But he manages to get away.
Yeah, that's a fruitful area for him. You get 2 straight, he will help it to square leg, not unlike Nasser, although they play it in a very different way.
Yeah, not so much flourish with Owen Delaney, just a little bit more orthodox.
He allows the ball to come to him a little bit more.
Yeah.
The outcome's the same. Here's a question for you. Is that the shirt that he won the Irish Cup in? That
I didn't ask him that now. Andrew Pointer
Pointer's
just
wearing.
walked past us.
Need to look back over the pictures.
I do remember seeing a picture of him coming off after he scored his 102, and I'll put it kindly that the shirt was a wee bit darker when he was coming off.
It was a hot day that day.
A little bit of a sweat on that day. Well earned. Single from Thompson. Takes it into 35 from just 24, so certainly keeping up with the rate.
Oh, it's risen. Not comfortable. And a few words from Matt Hollard.
Yeah, more than a few.
That's a real spray.
Yep.
I don't think you're going to get through Owen Delaney that way. You had a good number of years in Australia where they famously are fond of a few words. So I'd say that's, if it's gone in one ear, it's definitely out the other. But Matt Hollard maybe just releasing a few, a bit of energy. He seems to be in abundance of it.
Yeah. A bit wide.
Connor Fletcher did really well. He had to use every single inch of his jumping ability, stretch very high. I'd be getting a side strain if that was me.
That was a pretty easy call. We're only black on that occasion. Yeah, Hollard followed up with a few more. So he's released a bit more pressure there because he gave him a few more words.
That's frustrating for Delaney. That's the one he can try and get away, but finds the fielder in short there. So an eventful over comes to a close, 9 gone. And they're 60 for 1, Clontarf. Here you go. Got the picture. It is the same shirt, but you're right, it is a little bit darker.
Yeah, there he is, collecting his Player of the match and the trophy.
It's as if it was only yesterday.
Very good. I'll definitely be chatting in about that later. Just going to see. Spin. Last over off the power play.
It's always fun, isn't it, to just bring a bit of spin in. With one over the power play, you're forced to only have two out, and it's almost, especially when you've got such a big total on the board, you can afford maybe a few boundaries, but can you just force a mistake from particularly Mitchell Thompson? That's who they'll be keen to get rid of. I think they'd be happy with Owen Delaney in there, 3 from 10. We're almost at even now, run rate required. A few more quiet overs and the pressure will really start to mount on Clontarf. Slip stays in. Not really seeing any chances through that area today.
I can't think of one.
It's almost like a fielding position, to be honest, like as in a run saving.
Yeah.
If you went a bit deeper, and because there were some that went through. If you bowl around the wicket, maybe that's when when Patrick Z was coming around the wicket. That seemed like something that might happen.
Yeah, very little behind the wicket. Even balls through to the keeper. You know, been a good surface for sure. This is the sort of want up here in Brady now. Comes down the wicket. Well watched from the bowler. First ball to the spinner. And Delaney's out of his box. Stays at home this time. Just plays it down to long on for a single.
It will be interesting to see how Greg Ford goes about things outside the power play with the spinner. Do they keep an extra fielder up? Do they push the 4 sweepers out straight away? He's got one of the wider stances as a slipper that I've seen, Greg Ford.
Yeah. Get away with that one as well.
Yeah,
He
really
should have got a
missed
single there, at least.
Now
4 dots and only 2 off the over.
That was my worry for Thompson, is he just looks like he's kind of come out of that sweet spot. He hasn't had as much of the strike and that kind of delivery. If it had been in the first 6 or 7 overs, would have been dispatched. Power play gone. 62 for 1.
Yeah, we're going to get a double change for Balbriggan. Lewis comes on at this Kerry Road for the 9th, and first over out of the power play. Matt Hollard's going to come out of the attack. Be Andy Darrick going to bowl from the Mason Road end.
Who had their pads on, do you think, for absolutely ages there? There was no wicket. I mean, he was coming in after Jordan Hollard.
Probably Darrick, I would have said.
I'd say he got pad rash there, because when the 6th wicket partnership was together, he would have had the pads on. That's what,
That's
over
right.
13?
For 13 it
So
was,
yeah,
12 and a half.
37 overs in your pads. No thank you. The legs would feel a bit stiff after that.
Well, either that or he'd have had to go out there. I've been quite happy sitting for a while, but maybe not 37 overs. It was a long old stint. But yeah, he's got a chance now to get those cobwebs away.
I've been in that situation where, like, 5th over, you got to put your pads on, and then you're kind of going, please let me not have to go out there. Because, like, you know, number 5 is saying, please let me, this is great. Okay, that's okay. It's been 10 overs. It's been 10 hours. That's grand. Like, just a bit longer, girls. You know, that kind of, obviously he's saying boys, but and then there comes a point when you're going, okay, I'm happy to go out now.
That's enough now.
Come on now.
But
when's it my turn?
Isn't that cricket for you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want in. Right, it's about time I was in.
Right, I don't mind if I'm in, and then come on. It's
Let's
my
go.
turn.
It's my go now.
Owen Delaney just looks a little bit frayed here. He's tried that a few times coming down the pitch. I think he probably won't play a really expansive shot. If he gets to the pitch or he gets the delivery he wants, he'll probably just push it for a single. That's what he wanted. Better outcome. But even just coming down the pitch once, and we saw it in the last over, changes the mindset of the bowler, changes what they've delivered, and he gets off strike. So sometimes it's not about what you get off the delivery, you actually make the change. It's about the follow-up ball from the bowler.
A bit of a nothing shot there from Thompson.
Yeah, testing length, and that's the problem with the real change in pace. And I'll have Kashif Ali as well, who's left armour, who won't bowl with as much pace as Matt Hollard. And what it can do is, especially if you manage to take consistent wickets, is you can't line people up, and it's all same paced, and you can pick a length to attack. It's a bit easier.
Just having a quick chat with the skipper. They're going to change, push back, mid off to long off, and bring up fine leg into the circle. Been driven.
And for a second, well, how many do they have out? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, for a second there, I thought they only had 3 out, and was thinking you don't need to bring fine leg in, but third cover long off and square the men out. First over was a good one for Dark, the pad rush. Just the 2 from it, 64 for 1.
They're going to continue with this now for spin for a while maybe. So it's the option here for Clontarf. Can't let him bowl away here. Seen Delaney come down the track a couple of times, not a great deal of success. We've mentioned it a few times now. Thompson's just to find that little sweet zone again. Takes one. It's a long on.
Oh, Delaney 5 from 15. Dances down. And that's what he's got to do. Don't panic about the 10 deliveries he didn't score off. Just make sure you score off as many as possible going forward. Doesn't help anyone if someone who's spent time at the crease to get used to the pitch just throws their wicket away.
Yeah, well, that would just compound it, wouldn't it? If you have used up the deliveries and then get out, that just doubles down then, because you can always catch that up if you struggled earlier on in your innings.
Just to beat the mid-wicket fielder. And the other thing for Clontarf to realise, and not just the players but the supporters, is that there are going to be quiet overs. It's 50 overs. You don't need to be blasting boundaries in every single one. I certainly saw that you don't have to with the way that Balbriggan's innings went. Round the wicket now, Lewis. Run hard. It should just be the 1. Christopher is one of the quickest out on the field today. I'm trying to see. I think Farouk Nasser's back on the pitch. Is that him at 45? Went off for, it looked like he had cramp. Needed to take some electrolytes on board.
Yeah, they look pretty stiff. But let's have a little look. Yep. Yeah, he's back on, yep.
Because he's pretty important with ball in hand. One of 3 off spinners in the lineup. Jordan Hollard as well, with 24 wickets across all 50 over competitions. Something that we'll be thinking about is bowling at the end of today. But he's another option, 3 different off spinners for Balbriggan.
They dark into his second over.
Now, have Balbriggan figured out that once he comes down the pitch, next ball tends to stand still? Watch him make a liar of me now, Delaney. Oh, he did.
Almost on cue. Yep. Gets a single, gets down the other end.
He's really just looking, when he comes down like that, he's looking for anything that's at him. He comes outside off anything at him, he's going to try and get square. He managed it on that occasion. Or if it's not at him, then he backs himself to get it either side of the fielder and cover and get himself down the other end. Thompson's been kept relatively quiet the last few overs. 39 from 36. There was a stage he was, 24 from 12? And
yeah, he was going at 200 at one stage. It was quiet in the first couple of overs when he didn't face many deliveries, but he picked up with boundaries. I just thought he was in the zone then. But just since that first wicket, strike rate has dropped down. Boundaries have tried up a little bit. That'll be a single. It should be a single. It is. Going right there with the fielding. Again, just 2 from this, but you're right. I think that's just what T20 cricket has brought to us, hasn't it? T20 cricket is just such a fast-paced game. You can't really have too many quiet overs. You can still have one or two,
but not.
But you can't have a sustained period, whereas, 50 overs you can have a period where you just absorb still. But we're just so used to, gotta keep going. And it almost brings its own anxiety now when there's 3 or 4 overs in a row. So.
Yeah, I mean, the person who won't be worried about that is actually Owen Delaney.
Yeah,
because he's played so much
the way
cricket.
he's played. Yeah.
He's 36 years old. He's played a lot of cricket in Ireland and Australia. But when you're the person down the other end, and you're a youngster, Mitchell Thompson, probably weighing on him more, and the guys on the sideline who have to try not to get frustrated. Calls of 2 straight away from Delaney. Will they take the throw on? Little fumble, but did well enough.
He recovered really well because he did fumble it, but then managed to sort of almost pick the ball up between his legs in the end and kept it down to 1. There's the 3 singles from it. Tarek started well as backup. The Hollard spell, 71 for 1, 13 gone.
Well, something just to bring your attention to at home if you're watching at home or around the ground. If you're at the ground, or you're going to be at the ground either today or tomorrow, you can have a look at the back of the programme. There's the Nominate Your Grassroots Hero today. You can nominate a coach, an activator, or a volunteer. You've also got it online, so if you want to have a look for that, have a look at the Cricket Ireland participation channel, and you can nominate those people who, the unsung heroes, the guys who and the girls who train the players to be on the big stage like this, but also just to play in the 4th and 5th 11 or commentate at club grounds, or club secretary like we had from Roger Kerr, scorers, any kind of role that you play within a club. That's where it starts.
I'd say there'd be one of those at every single club in the country that does all those little things behind the scenes. helps out with things, volunteers, as you say, coaches, or does things that other people don't want to do, let's put it that way, and they just go under the radar a lot of the times. They're not the first person. And today, like days like today, you know, there'll be people like that at Balbriggan and Clontarf as well. Today they'll come along today and stay in the background, but there'll be people like that up and down the country, so definitely have a look at that. And if you've got one at your club, stick them down for a nomination. You never know.
Exactly. Well, I mean, the description is every club has those standout individuals who go above and beyond, the coaches, volunteers and activators who are the heartbeat of our game. Really well put. And it's your chance to shine a light, which I think is exactly what you're saying. Shine a light on their contribution. So often they go unsung. So if you have heard us talk about it and you have that person that immediately comes up in your mind, don't let it go undone. These kinds of, even the nomination means a lot to people who give up their time to help those around them in their club game.
He's just going through a little spell here. Singles just down to the same fielder at long on.
It's just small variations. He's reading the batters, knows where he can't afford to give them room. That's one of the areas. Thompson takes it on. It had to happen. Something had to give, and you felt it was going to go one way or the other. On this occasion, Thompson pushes the bat at some bat he's got there, because he's barely had to hit that, and it's just about missed that for a 6. Just one bounce over the rope.
Yeah, it's pinged off that bat into your favourite little area. That's the lost ball area down there. There it goes.
Someone send a few kids down this area because we don't want it to go down there.
Do a bit of fielding. Clips it into the leg side for a single, so that boundary makes all the difference in the over. On the positive negative count for Clontarf, they go above the run rate for the over with the boundary. 79 for 1, 14 overs gone.
He's been so good, Dylan Lewis, at getting the line right at Mitchell Thompson. He obviously knows the strength is that when he's got a bit of space outside off against the spinners, but misses on one occasion, gets punished. Some serious tunes going on down here.
Yep.
Say there'll be a party later on.
Yep. So our local DJ pumping them out here. If this gets to the last 10 overs here, let's see, there'll be a few dancing in the stands over there. Balbriggan, as I said, they've taken up most of the main pavilion, and Clontarf have just spread themselves out along the boundary.
Aerial again, but out to the boundary rider. There's a lot of space to cover out there for Cameron Rowe, but he's anticipated beautifully so far, apart from that drop catch, that is. Although he did anticipate well, then he just didn't manage to hold on.
From Derek. On screen there. Standing in yet another senior final.
Kind of tennis ball looking bounce there. Owen Delaney seems perplexed. It's been a really good pitch. I assume it's the same pitch they'll play on tomorrow for the National Cup final, but saw some of the Galway guys there at the mid-innings, and they just caught the end, I think, of the onslaught from Jordan Hollard, and you can imagine they're all just dreaming of similar antics tomorrow.
It's in the air. Oh, it's just out of the reach of Chris DeFreitas. That cover area puts his head in his hands.
Yeah, well, when someone's advancing like that and they just want to push the ball around, that's exactly where you want to bowl it, because he wants it at him, Owen Delaney, or a bit of room outside off, one or the other. But the channel just missing his front pad on the offside is right where you want to be. He can't really score from that line. So he's come across it, closed the bat face, and almost given away his wicket.
Single out to Cameron Rowe. Yeah, we'll flag that up tomorrow. National Cup final. County Kerry against County Galway. 2 new names in the final.
Yeah, someone is winning it for the first time tomorrow. It could be 2 teams winning both trophies for the first time. Balbriggan win today.
Yeah, it's for sure going to happen tomorrow. And as you just said, it could happen today. 15 overs gone. 82 for 1. And that looks very reasonable. When you look across to the right there and see the target is 332. Run rate required over 7. Good chase on here for Clontarf. As we mentioned a few times, more than capable. We should be in for a really good final. 35 overs here in this Irish Senior Cup final.
Long off has been sent out now. So change in the field, cover coming in. Does tend to bowl really tight lines, Dylan Lewis. Inside edge going down. Do you want another reason for it to be not out, Dylan Lewis?
Rolly Black doesn't like it. Yeah, that's yeah, he's smashed that, I think.
It's just also missing the stumps even if he hadn't. But look, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Oh, good piece of fielding. Just a little hand to it. Stops a single. Doesn't mean much on the scoreboard, but that'll make him feel good. Just keep 2 dot balls.
You need that desperation from your fielders to win a cup final. It's a nice rhythm as well for Dylan Lewis. So bowl 2 dots to one guy, then get him off strike, bowl the back end of the over to the other guy, and see can you sneak out a few more dots. That's a good recipe for not going for boundaries. Spoke about Clontarf being a good fielding team. Balbriggan, very good fielding team as well. That one's just darted in, a quicker one. Yeah. And 50 for Mitchell Thompson. Gave one chance, but it's been an entertaining knock. It's been one that we've seen great timing, some flair as well. 6-4 is 1-6, and the flags are going mighty out in the deep.
Nearly call it 2 this time. Oh, well. I said it in the previous innings, there was a definite 2 on. I'm pretty sure that was a 2 as well.
Well, I think the problem that Owen Delaney needs to acknowledge is 16 overs gone, 86 for 1. Until that beats Chris de Freitas in mid-wicket, Mitchell Thompson's on his way back into his crease. So when Owen Delaney called 2, he had actually only just turned around. So it's very difficult to score to get back for the second there. Owen Delaney tapped in, and Mitchell Thompson, you always think the non-striker is going to be in and out so easily, but he wasn't even home at that point. So yeah, I think Thompson needs to just have a quick word with Owen Delaney about that, because those kinds of frustrations can weigh on both batters.
Big shout. That's the closest one we've seen so far.
Well, I was just going to say, great decision from Mark Hawthorne, because I think that's hit him miles outside off stump. He triggers across quite a long way, Owen Delaney.
Yep.
He knows where his stumps are. It's one of his biggest strengths. He values his wicket. Have a look at where his front pad ends up when this hits.
He is wide to start with.
Yeah, it's hit him. I reckon it's hit him outside, on the outside half of his front pad. Very difficult from our angle to see that, but
I definitely think it's the closest we've seen so
Yeah.
far, though. With some of the rest of them have
100%.
been absolutely nothing going for them.
Well, you know yourself, if you don't ask, you don't get.
100%.
Now, don't think too hard, but where were Balbriggan at the same point?
16 overs, and
I said don't think
I
too
wouldn't
hard.
say they'd be too far off this, except the wickets would be 5. So I'd say they're probably ahead 89.
Ah, come on, did you look
No,
somewhere?
I didn't. I haven't got it.
At the end of 16, they were 89 for 5.
Come
Oh, you were
on,
cheating
come on.
somehow,
I
Ali. I don't know how.
How can I do this?
Trickster.
It's the Paul Daniels in me.
You've got some kind of Morse code with
Yeah.
Streaky over there. He sent you the message. There's no way you knew that off the top of your head.
He's the last
You're
man.
just you're ready for.
That's it. I'm waiting
you're
for these
you're
questions
ready,
now. Yeah.
ready for my pop quiz.
Yeah, well, I was actually just thinking about it, that I remembered that we were talking about the fact that their run rate was fine,
Yeah.
and they were up above 5, but it was the wicket column that was the problem at the time.
Big thick edge, that'll fly away. But the man in third is quite straight. Balbriggan have learned from early mistakes from Clontarf. They had third quite wide, but it's so short straight, you've got to get them fine. Dark just proving a tough nut to crack. I think the key for him, he's just not searching for wickets, right?
Yeah, he's just bowling. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's been just putting the ball there, a decent lick. On the surface, that seems to be the way to go here at the moment. 3 top balls and then a single. Just 9 from just over 3.5. The whole thing just putting it in good areas, really, consistently.
I think for Clontarf, you know, they took those 5 wickets and then they really searched for the next one, which you can't really fault them for, but they
No.
probably did it for too long. And they also had all their boundary fielders out and made it maybe a little bit easy to go at 5, 6, 7 and over.
Yeah, good stuff from Andrew Darragh. Just 9 from 4 overs. 17 overs gone now for Clontarf. 87 for 1. A reminder, chasing 332. Not out batters are Mitchell Thompson and Owen Delaney. The players will take a little drinks break. Myself and Isabel do something similar. We'll be back with you in a few moments. Welcome back to Brady Cricket Club. Maher Mason up in the northwest of Ireland. A good game going on here in this Irish Senior Cup final. 17 overs in. Clontarf in reply, 87 for 1. And you can see on screen there they're acquiring rather a further 245 runs from those 33 overs. Mitchell Thompson has got to his half century. And a run a ball on Delaney on 15. Dylan Lewis to continue. He's bowled 4 overs for 18 at the other end. Andy Darragh got through 4 overs just for 9. So, really good set from him so far. Lewis hasn't really gone for many boundaries. He's been going for singles. They've been quite happy to milk him for a while. Wonder will there be a conversation there in this middle period. Coaching staff have obviously been on there with the drinks break. I don't know what the chat will be. Sometimes that can kickstart an innings or indeed derail it.
And Bill Coughlin was out there, assistant coach, and he was quite animated. I think he was just going, "We can do it, guys," or something along those lines. He's got a slightly different jump that he does, Dylan Lewis, and he probably doesn't realise it's slightly different when he's going to bowl the quicker one. It's a little bit more compact. He kind of crouches a little bit lower. We had one boundary off a Lewis over. That was
just one
in the 14th over. Last boundary before that, when was it?
Go to the 10th over.
Nope.
Oh, hang on to get my magic thing sorts it out.
Come on, where's your
Where's my magic thing?
ball?
My magic machine.
8th over.
The 8th.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. One boundary since the 8th over. So 10 overs, they've got one boundary. It's not going to win you many trophies. Another good Dylan Lewis over. 18 gone, 92 for 1 Clontarf.
Yeah, they've been happy to let him hit it down the ground to long on, long off and take ones. Just restrict the boundaries and try and let that run rate climb. Once it gets to 8, then it can climb quite quickly.
Yeah. The key is to not let it get out of control before 25 overs. Like once you get past the halfway stage in any innings, whatever format you might be playing in, that's when any quiet overs start to really change things up. What might be a shout is taking on Darragh. Can you throw him off his line? You find a way to upset him.
Well, it has been very little of that. He has bowled just in the same spot. And to have a whole guy of his deliveries been fairly similar, and nobody's really tried to get him away from it, as you would sort of do with a spinner, to try and get him away from his length or his.
I think Owen Delaney's tried quite a bit to.
He has
to
come
move
down
around,
the wicket, yeah.
Mitchell Thompson's probably not faced as much of him. By and large, he's kind of got off strike when he's faced him.
Or sometimes you just got to say the bowler's bowled really well. He's bowled well.
Yeah. It doesn't look express pace,
Nope.
but maybe it's in comparison to Matt Holler. Maybe he's a little bit quicker than I'm giving him credit for, but he's a tall guy. I think that's the thing that he's made the most use of. It's bowled into the pitch. Nothing floaty. Oh, Delaney.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he hasn't bowled anything, just floated up there to get your hands through in full.
Yeah, no step hit. Mid off in the ring. Fine leg goes back.
There's a full one. Thank you, mate.
It's not a float. It's not a
Not a
floaty or
floaty
step
one, no.
hit.
We'll give
though,
him
to be
that
fair.
one.
He's
Give him
looking
that
for
one.
the
Yeah.
Yorker. But even that shot from Owen Delaney, it was full toss outside off. Why didn't he put the hands through it and try and get the boundary?
Yeah, there is
when
space
it's a poor
there.
delivery, you doesn't matter what your role is. If it's a poor delivery, you surely got to try and find the boundary. Great to see how many youngsters have made the journey north from both clubs. Haven't seen them take each other on yet. We've had a fielding game on the field of play from Balbriggan. We've had a full-on game up on in the top kind of cages part. Yet to see them take on each other.
Well, the other thing I can assure you of, I haven't been to a few cup finals, only ever played in one, but been to a few. In about, I'd say 45 minutes, you'll hear a lot more noise from the far side here. It'll start to get a little bit louder from one side or the other, or both. If it comes particularly close, it'll just start in the next 40 to 45 minutes.
Witching hour, is it? Cricket witching hour between 6 and 7. It's not just for babies.
It's the very time.
Call of 2, but probably hasn't hit the big enough pocket. Just 4 singles in that over, 19 gone. Clontarf 96 for 1. And this is around about when Balbriggan started going at 7 and over comfortably. Seb D'Oliveira and Farouk Nasser. Not every over did they get a boundary. Sometimes it was a couple of 2s. There was an extra or something like that. But they generally were going at 7 and over from around now. Lewis 23 from his 5 overs so far.
Yeah, what? Derek's gone for 13, I think. So what's that? 36 from 10 overs. Middle sort of spell. We've gone up for that. Pad though.
Yeah, was he appealing for the LBW or the cut behind?
I think they've gone for the.
Yeah, it's the cut behind.
Double go. I think it's the cut behind.
It's the cut behind, but I wonder would that have clipped the stumps had it not hit the pad.
How are you on the umpire's call debate? You like the umpire's call going with the umpire, staying with the umpire? If it hits, it's out.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure where I fall on that debate yet.
I like umpire's call. I think you should still have the on-field being the major decision maker.
The only problem for me is I think, and maybe this is a little bit cynical, I think umpires are more likely to give the decision to the team that have more calls left. That was the 50 partnership with that single, but so if one team has 3 calls left, three reviews left, and the other team has 1, I think that it's creeping in where they know who has more, and they go right, and they can use it. And you'll hear them say it. You can use one of your reviews.
Jeez. Yeah.
So that's my only caveat for that.
Well, that would be more on the actual system itself. But I like the fact that the umpires do have, still a more important role than
Very quick through the over there, as usual. Dylan Lewis, 3 singles, 99 for 1.
Yeah, the 50 partnership did come up, but I think it's 80 balls. I think there's the card. Just the 1 wicket has fallen. Seamus Lynch, usually hitting it less than 100. He was caught by substitute fielder. Matt Hollard got the wicket for 17. It is a partnership here, but plenty overs disappearing. There's your bowling card. 20 overs between them. Matt Hollard with the the sole wicket. Look at those 11 overs for 39 between Lewis and Derek.
They haven't done a lot of that, Clontarf, where they've played a defensive shot and managed to get off strike. He's done it to bring the 100 up, Owen Delaney. Done it just in the 21st over. They need a further 232 runs for victory in 30 overs. Again, not far away. Thompson's still there after a drop chance. He was on 29 when Cameron Rowe dropped him off the bowling of Seb de Oliveira. Wouldn't say yet that you're that fielder and you're still hanging your head in shame.
Yeah.
Patrick Z, maybe. Lovely shot down the ground. Farouk Nasser asked to do some fielding. I think that's the first time I've seen him called upon.
Yeah. It wasn't particularly sprightly, let's put it that way, but he managed to get across.
Listen, if you can get me 80 odd, bowl me 10, bowl me 10 overs, and you can, that's
That'll
fine.
do
Stop
fine.
that.
And he fielded
I'll
it.
take it. Club cricket, that's 100% acceptable.
Most definitely. I think we were chatting as well that, you know, it won't be forgotten, don't get me wrong, it won't be forgotten, of course, but it's just diminished a little bit. Having watched Jordan Howard whack at the all parts and get 100, that 80 was the catalyst of letting the rest of the team play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, his teammates will all know that, but, you know, people looking tomorrow maybe will look back and say, oh, well, that was the guy that won the game, the 100. But, I mean, that 80 was, you know, important in all sorts of ways.
Yeah, and I think the important thing for him is that his club knew it, because every time he got a single and got Jordan Hollard on strike, there was a big cheer from the sideline. So that's what will buoy him and what will matter the most, really. He's got his highlight in his own career, 250
Yeah.
in a league game over in England. So he's played in finals and things, but to be recognised by your community out in Balbriggan, they know the hard work you've put in. Gorgeous.
We get a boundary. We
Beats
will
the
get a
fielder
boundary.
in the deep, but it's a boundary. The first and just the second one since the 8th over for Clontarf. Thompson reaches that one, and the big bat comes down quick enough to send it forward of Cameron Rowe in the deep for 4.
Yeah, that was the key that time. He got it in front. Beats cover, and Cameron Rowe doesn't have time to get round to this one. And there's the Clontarf supporters there. As you say, first boundary in a while. So just gets the end of the over.
Change of bowler at the pavilion in Jordan Hollard.
Well, we talked earlier on about somebody coming on the bowl in the Oliveira, having had a good little time with the bat. Well, here's Jordan Hollard.
He's got forward on his back, but it's definitely not forward.
Absolutely not. Well, if Balbriggan can get over the line here, I think the first thing they should do is buy him a shirt.
Him and his brother.
And his brother.
I think they've earned it across the season, get them their numbers on the back. Just 11 boundaries in the Clontarf innings, 4 from Lynch, 7 from Thompson. Those seem a long time ago, most of them. Down the pitch, it's really high up in the sky from Thompson. Fielder settles underneath it. Good catch in the deep, turns straight around to the supporters and gives it the double fist bump. They know what that means. Sebastian de Oliveira toiling away with ball in hand at the top of the innings and getting 60 odds. He's dismissed almost his opposite number. Mitchell Thompson goes for 60 from 65, 7 4s, 1 6. Decent strike rate as well, but just too early on that one.
Yeah, just tried to break the shackles a little bit. Well judged from the Oliveira, and yeah, there's the crowd getting into it straight away. He's right in front of those Balbriggan supporters, and yeah, that's just the classic pressure build there. No boundaries really coming for Clontarf, and Thompson's strike rate had dropped below 100. So just tried to clear the ropes there. He's caught by de Oliveira. Jordan Hollard has added a wicket to that 100. So that brings out the captain of Clontarf, David Delaney, to the wicket. Coming in at number 4. Big ask now, but the man loves a challenge. Into the wicket. It'll be down to de Oliveira for just a single. Gets Delaney off strike, off the mark. So now that old thing that we had so many times in the Interpros, the Tector and Tector, now we've got Delaney and Delaney.
Yeah,
luckily one's
left.
right, one's left, yeah.
That fielder has been so important in that position there in mid-wicket, and one of the things they've done, Balbriggan, really well is they've moved them around. Christopher is going deeper in the ring now. They haven't been able to hit it down to long on every time. A sweep shot comes out. Just 2 Delaney's in the team today, both out in the middle now. 22 overs gone. Clontarf 109 for 2.
Yeah, picks up a wicket in his first over. Go along with that 100 from earlier. There's your scene here at Brady. Looking across towards the city of Derry.
Do you know, if you're at games like in Australia or hot countries, they'll have sun cream dispensers around the ground.
Yeah.
I think this summer we could have done with a few of those. I hope someone's going across all the Clontarf and Balbriggan supporters and offering some factor 50.
Just making sure. Yep.
Testing the fitness of Darragh here. He's bowling his 7th on the trot.
Well, he's definitely got those cobwebs out of those pad legs anyway, hasn't he? 7 overs on the spin here.
I love that we've made that the storyline. He might not have had the pads on.
Probably not.
At all.
Yeah, he's probably 11. It doesn't fit our narrative, but
yeah, sure. Listen, no one can prove. No one will be able to prove us wrong. Do you reckon that they'll have had a target? Maybe they've tried to just compress it down a little bit, Clontarf, where they say 25 overs we want to be here, or 30 overs we want to be here. What would that be, do you think?
I'm not sure. That just maybe they have done today again, the difference of a cup final, you know, a one-off game in a league game, or maybe a cup game in Leinster. They might have just gone the way they just play, just play, and you know, once it gets down to 10 overs, then we can see where we are. I don't know today. Maybe they've tried to, at that break, did we look at it and say, you know, at 17 overs we've got to be somewhere at 30 to give us a chance. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to at that drinks break, just to try and calm the nerves, because it's obviously been difficult in that period after that first wicket went down.
You'd sort of be saying 20 overs. 20 overs to go. 150. Would you take 150 at a push? So
Yeah, I think at that 17 over mark, you'd probably be saying 160, 170.
yeah. So that's
If we can
leaving
get if we can
halfway.
be halfway with 20
yeah.
overs to go, especially wickets in hand.
So that could be a conversation that they've had. Let's be halfway and sort of aim for that.
And they're going to do things like this, take on the fielders. It's good understanding, especially when he dances down the pitch. Owen Delaney, you've got to recognise he's halfway there, and you're probably going to have to get a move on. David Delaney is so fast as well. Not taking nothing away from Mitchell Thompson, but he's. I always say he's got too many fast switch muscles.
Yeah, we'll probably see that now. You'll probably notice that in the running between the wickets. And he will push a little bit more.
That's 3 singles now taken to the straight fielders.
Still, Derek has managed to stay off the boundary count, really. Just one in the last over, but
Yeah, crazy, really.
yeah. That'll pick out the fielder, so that'll keep that going. That was well hit.
Matt Hollard. You know him by the lack of number more than anything else.
That's it. 23 overs gone. 114 for 2. That run rate has just crept above that 8. So he's just got to keep an eye on that over these next 6 or 7 overs to get to 30. Jordan Hollard, no surprise, going to continue.
Yeah, don't listen to that shirt. I wonder, maybe because he was sweaty after his batting effort, he's used his second shirt, which belongs to Ford. I don't know if that's Greg Ford. Did Matt Ford ever play for Balbriggan?
He did.
Yes, maybe it's his shirt. We don't see much of him. Bottom edge. Just get the cobwebs out of the voice, get the first shout, so you make sure that when the actual appeal comes for a proper chance, he's got a wry smile on his face there.
Laugh there, yeah.
It's a real club cricket appeal. Take on Kashif Ali. I think he was home safe. David Delaney.
Yeah, it's quick. So we were talking about.
So you were talking earlier about, you know, the top level players being able to know where the fielders are and all that stuff. It's just, that's a gift, isn't it? Being that quick.
Yeah.
Between the wickets in particular. That's, I mean, it's obviously a gift in all aspects of his sporting life, but between the wickets in particular, and you've got that extra few yards.
Yeah, it's definitely something people have on their locker or don't. You know, people say, well, you can get quicker, you can. Well, there's another example of it right there. There should be too many cricketers doing that. He's just a maverick of a cricketer.
Do you know the other person who I think is similar, Orla Prendergast?
Yeah.
So, like, they've had to stop her going out in the boundary because it's like, don't use up your
energy,
sprinting
yep.
and your fielding. Yes, you're our best fielder, maybe bar Gabby Lewis, who's up there with her, but she's got to bowl all her overs and she's got to try and bat loads as well. So it's been an interesting change keeping her in the ring.
Yeah, it was a wee bit like in the test match where they had to send out a message to Ben Stokes and say, like, you have to stop bowling here.
Yeah.
You have to stop bowling. You've bowled 9 on the spin here and you have to stop. And we always said, like, I just keep going. But,
Yeah.
you know, at some stage
Longevity.
you got to stay out of your own sort of harming yourself a wee bit. You want to keep going. It's great that
It's not just about that day and
Yeah.
that kind of period of play.
it's fantastic these players want to keep doing it. We always want people to step up to the mark, but at some stage you got to sort of take yourself out of it and say, right, well, okay, for the good of my body or my longevity of career. 5 more from that one. 19 for 2.
They're kind of hovering around 10 behind where Balbriggan were at the same point. So I'd count that as keeping up with them because they've 3 wickets on them.
It's 3 wickets, and then obviously we've got to take into account if we had our warm up there, you would see that huge jump at the end there when Jordan Hollard. So you got to take that into account that you've got to go at the same rate as that just to keep up. So,
well, that's my worry for Clontarf is that do you have someone who's going to hit 100 in 42 balls, a record in Irish Cup history. They do have lots of batting to come. The overseas professional Patrick Z.
Yep.
John McNally, another left-hander in the lineup. David Vincent, I've been told, is fine.
Oh, he's more than fine. He's not a bad cricketer at all.
No, I mean as in from that clash.
Yeah.
After they did the concussion.
Yeah. Oh, fine. As in, yeah.
As in he's
fine. He's okay.
He's okay. Yeah. Not a fine player.
Yeah,
he's
actually,
okay.
I actually did see them speaking to him at the break. A good chat with him. So just to reassure people, he has been checked out.
Yeah, I mean the other one to mention, Ethan Marshall. He's a real talent for the future. Still very young. So I don't think he's hitting 100 off 42, but he's a very good cricketer. And Luke Thompson, good all-rounder as well. Didn't get a bowl today, neither of them did.
Yeah, I just get the sense now that it's just a feeling that I have here that David Delaney's going to maybe take this on now. I know we're talking about somebody getting through to 30. I just get the feeling that he might go here, and it could go one of 2 ways as usual.
Well, I think it should go, but at 70-80%. So look, definitely try and get a boundary early in and over, and then get singles. Go at 8 till 30. But he's gone for it and he's out. Did not get any of that, David Delaney. He's the big wicket, the captain for Clontarf. Looked to take on Darragh, who'd plugged away in a good length. He stayed at that length and line. He's been finally rewarded. His teammates coming right around him. They know the shift he's put in. David Delaney, he's been so instrumental in getting Clontarf to the final, has to go early. 4 from 6 for him. And Clontarf, 120 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket for Balbriggan. Darragh has well deserved it. He's plugged away on that length. Delaney trying to clear the ropes. Doesn't get enough on it, and Cameron makes up for the one he dropped earlier. Gets underneath that, takes the catch, gets rid of the Clontarf skipper. Big wicket. That'll bring out Patrick Z. And at 5, and lots of pressure as we come towards the halfway mark here. Still over 200 required for Clontarf. Conversation between Delaney and Z. I think Darragh has deserved that wicket. He's plugged away. Hasn't really changed up much.
Yeah, for sure. He's been really unselfish in the way he's bowled. He's not looked for glory. He's not looked for the wickets. He's just said, right, I'm just going to go for as few runs as possible. And it was a hard length he bowled at David Delaney. You can see those go out of the ground, but a little bit early in his innings maybe to be looking for that shot, and didn't find the sweet spot by any means in the bat. So out at number 5, the overseas Patrick Z. What can he do?
He'll face an absolute beaut first up. Right on that line and length. And he's been plugging away at. Yeah, just had the feeling that Delaney was going to go there. I just thought he was going to try and wrestle momentum a little bit up to 30 and try and hit a few boundaries. It could have gone either way, as you say. If he's, we're talking about if he's in his innings there and has got the pace of the pitch, that probably does go up to the car park area, but just so early. And a good over from Andy Dark, just one from it. He's got terrific figures from his 8, and it's 120 for 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah, same point. The rebuild was very much on for Balbriggan. They'd recovered from 69 for 5 to 133 for 5. At that point, we'd never dreamed they'd put on another 200. Well,
Yeah.
just below that, but in the next 25 overs, Clontarf have got to go even better. They've got to put on 212 in 25 overs. It's an easy game when you've placed, when you've scored 331 tactically anyway. It's just don't go for boundaries.
Don't go for boundaries,
Let
that's
the
it.
opposition make the mistake. A little Chinese sweep. I don't think I've seen a Chinese
That was
sweep
nice
before. Through the legs.
Through the legs.
The nutmeg off the sweep. I've
Yeah.
never. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen it.
Been pretty difficult to do. There must be a big gap there. But
It's got a fine enough edge.
he managed to do it.
We'll call that the Owen Delaney if we ever see it again.
Isabel, if you haven't seen it in your time in cricket already, it
Yeah.
might be a while.
Correct.
Might be a while.
Don't know that I'll be seeing too many of them. A little edge. He just didn't know whether to go forward or back. It's a nervous start from postman Patrick
was,
C
yeah.
from Australia. An unsure shot, but it's ended in a boundary. They've been few and far between. Any way they can take them, they'll take them.
Yeah, it was the half press forward, and then I'm not sure about the length. I'll go back and just nicked it for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in any coaching manuals for sure, but gets him off the mark.
That's for sure no man's land.
Yep.
It's invited Greg forward to go into catching position. I think that was the arm ball, full wide. I'd say there are a few words coming the young overseas professionals' way.
Seems that way.
He's just got 2 fielders saving a single on the offside. Do you have a reverse sweep, Patrick Z? Because there are lots and lots of gaps. He is very good at bowling straight, Dylan Lewis. That being said, he's kind of hanging it outside off stump. Sorry, Jordan Hollard. We were watching Dylan Lewis for so long, I thought he owned this end. The Keary Road end is now the Dylan Lewis end.
Nice ring to it.
That was a very slow delivery.
Very slow and very floaty. Just got a little bit on the leg there. Managed to divert it away. Fletcher.
We've entered the everything's happening stage of the game in the chase. 127 for 3 after 26 are Clontarf.
Yep, the brains thruster. A little shot top right of your screen there for Balbriggan. Forward to Freitas. Oliveira. He's going to take the ball, so he's going to wrestle that ball out of Andy Darrick's hand. Sure, he'd have been saying, like, I've got through quite a few here, Skip, pretty successfully, but the art of captaincy, take him off.
The art is make someone else do it for you. He's gone to Seb de Oliveira. I want you to bowl. Go and you go and tell.
Yeah, he's just come down in front of us here, and he looks a little bit stiff after that long little spell.
Can't be with the days when you used to bowl 10 on the trot.
Gone. Rare commodity now.
I reckon on debut I bowled 10 on the trot. Not for 50. There was nothing telling the captain to keep me on. Back in the day when, you know,
This is your
250 was a
job.
massive
Yep.
score, you know.
You're on and you're
It's
bowling
just your
10.
bowling. There you go. Right side the power play. Off you go.
Get on with it. Clipped into the leg side, into that little pocket we've seen quite a bit of today. And a boundary for Owen Delaney.
Yeah, I think a change in bowling Clontarf will have been happy to see. Take nothing away from Seb D'Oliveira. He's had a great day, but Andy Dark was proving a handful. A little bit too straight, slightly more pace on the ball. And Delaney misses the fielder in the deep and gets a boundary. Is that his first? Is that his first boundary? Yeah,
It is.
first boundary of his innings. Couldn't have come soon enough.
Yep. 60th delivery. 61st. Yep.
Yeah. Andre Boata just coming in front of us. I reckon he might have just been trying to get away from the Balbriggan faithful. He just, he's a bag of nerves. I saw him this morning. He kind of wants today over with. I think he should be basking in the moment.
Yeah, most coaches, most people you would say the coach going by is probably going to tell somebody something, but you're probably right. He's probably just getting offside for a bit.
He's gone off to talk to Andy Dark, I think, and maybe he's saying, why did they take you off?
What's happening here, yeah. Get yourself back on there.
He's only got 2 overs left, so he's not really the type of bowler like David Delaney you're trying to save 2 overs or something.
No, definitely not.
Why not just keep the pressure on and keep him on? Pulled away, this time in front to square. Didn't pick it up, Matt Hollard. Patrick Z coming over from Australia. You can't bowl short to these Aussies when they come over. They're so used to the short pitch stuff. Helps himself to his first boundary.
Yeah, kind of making her point a little bit here. A couple of boundaries. May have happened anyway, but just from the evidence of what we were looking at. And it goes through his 10.
Work to do in the same area again, and he does well. Andy Dark manages to get around, gets down low enough to keep it to 2. But it's
really
been
good
an
work.
expensive over on return from De Oliveira.
Certainly in the context of what we were watching from Andy Dark.
11 from the over.
Yep.
An important one to try and kickstart this innings again for Clontarf. The numbers 3 and 5 out in the middle. They've got to build an innings. They've got to do it quickly. Is that the start?
George.
Hollard continues. 1 for 14 from his 3 so far.
Well, they haven't been able to do Clontarf since the first 8 overs is get a boundary early in the over for the large part. Yes, last over they did, but it's probably the only over since the 8th. And just managed to get a single there, but that's for Balbriggan. That's a win every time if they can get through the first 3 balls of the over and only go for 1 or just a couple. They pretty much already won the over because now they're in defensive mode. Oh, that's disappointing for Patrick Z. Could have aimed anywhere on the offside almost. They're just 2 fielders saving a single. Manages to pick out one of them.
Takes a slip out now. Just reinforces that offside. And 2 balls to go. Be another dot. 4 of them now in the over. Yeah, take that one down. A big win for Balbriggan there. You mentioned the first part of the over, but the second part was even better. Just one coming from it. They rattled through it pretty quickly.
And I think for me, this is the big difference between club cricket and professional cricket, because a professional batter, albeit Patrick Z is an overseas, but in the professional game, you don't let an off-spinner bowl at you like that.
Yep.
It's something, I mean, you might lose your wicket, but you're doing something else. You're creating something early in the over, putting pressure on the bowler, looking for him to go into defensive mode. One or both of those deliveries outside off stump maybe could have found the rope, but instead they found the fielders. De Oliveira will continue. He's got to wait for his keeper to get ready. He's just taken the helmet off.
Yep.
They've got a bust catch. Balbriggan.
Oh, I think he's hit that as well. See from the umpire.
Big sound there. I think a lot of these appeals from Balbriggan are just excitement,
Yep.
which you'll forgive them for. If you hadn't hit it, you'd be heading back to the clubhouse, I reckon. Missed out. For me, that's a front foot shot. What about you, Ali?
Again, just from what we talked about, we've talked about a couple of boys in the pros based on where they've come from. Sort of back foot, sit on the back foot a little bit. You know, we're always told get onto the front foot from when you're young. You know, this is how you play, but they're sort of back foot players. You can see again.
That's the right shot on that occasion.
Yeah, it was on that occasion, yeah. It's gone for 4.
A great effort in the deep from Kashif Ali, who punches the ground with frustration, but it's a good shot. Just there's a little bit too short there, Seb. De Oliveira. Maybe just left it a little late to go down, but that's where the curve is happening, so that's the most difficult place to save the boundary. You've got to save it and get it in, because if it stays on the same line as you, it's going to go with you, as we saw on that occasion. So just about had the pace and the legs and the shorter boundary as well. Hit it too well to get the single.
Yeah, but he does give me the vibe of a back foot player, even coming forward there. He's hit that really nicely, but just doesn't seem to have the conviction as he does on the back foot, maybe. Just that automatic sort of default position is coming back.
That's something that Balbriggan, and I'm sure men's teams in particular, you don't get it as much in the women's game where people will really hang on the back foot, but in the men's game, when especially younger cricketers, because they don't adapt as quickly, they haven't played as much around the world, maybe they haven't played overseas before, they can't just tell themselves, I need to come forward. You know, we train a lot, we play a lot, you do the same things over and over. It's certainly something when I went abroad. It was the end of another over, 1 boundary in at 2 singles, 145 for 3, 29 overs gone. And when I went abroad, they definitely thought I was going to be terrible on the back foot coming from Ireland. They hadn't reckoned for all the cricket we had to play on a mat.
What's it? Doink.
Yeah, exactly.
A heavier bounce there.
A few bowlers yet to get in the action yet. You can look around and see who they are pretty much by all of them warming up. They all want an opportunity. It's Kashif Ali who's going through the paces in front of us here. He might be preferred to Seb De Oliveira, who's gone for a few boundaries in his 2 overs and return to the action. Every time Jordan Hollard comes on to bowl, I want to say it's Greg Ford, but it's not. Don't listen to his shirt. I have to keep saying it in case anyone's just coming on now. The graphic is correct. The shirt is incorrect.
She's lost it. It's Ford. It says quite clearly says it's Ford on his shirt. It's not. Mr. Freitas now has been stationed out on the boundary.
Patrick Z looking to, well done, Farouk Nasser. It doesn't have to look pretty. You just got to stop it getting past it.
Yep. Again, similar to the previous over. Boundary in the first 3 balls. Comes down the wicket. Can't get it away.
Calls of 2, they won't come back though. Great spell so far from Jordan Hollard, 1 for 19 with 1 to go in his 5th. Just seems to find a way to get out of his over. So 149 for 320 overs to go. It's about where you said they might have been aiming for at the drinks break, but it's a very steep hill to climb for Clontarf from here.
Well, it is. Just looking at the evidence in front of us here at the minute, you know, this may be the change in gear. That there's the 30 overs. They may say, let's get the 30, see where we are, and reassess from there. And right now, obviously, the conversation, if there was another drinks break right now, the conversation, right, we've got to go now. That might be the conversation. We've got a new bowler coming on here, so we've really got to go now. But the evidence we're looking at the minute, you know, the boundaries aren't even. They don't look like they're going to hit boundaries at the minute. They're picking fielders and quite a lot of dot balls, and that can change.
He was Balbriggan, then went to Clontarf. I think was it 2019 or. Went back to Balbriggan in time to win the league with them.
Yeah.
But this could be the matchup. I think, you know, he's a left arm. Yes, he can swing it, but it's well past the time where you're going to get swings. So maybe this is the man to bully. Space over mid wicket, mid off, mid on, inside the ring as well. Good start from him. Nice and full. You can see he's got on his right hand that kind of glove. That's to protect the webbing in between his thumb and his pointer finger, where he split the webbing in the semi-final. Amazing how often you reopen that.
Yeah, I'll be hoping nobody pings one back at him here. Might be happy to take the chance, but how often that splits again.
Does he pick the fielder in the deep? Oh dear. I think that's gone for 4, no? Yeah, he stepped over the rope there. You're going to have to ask the fielder in the deep. I think it's only going to be given as a 2, but...
Oh, definitely.
Oh, actually, I think he's done really well.
Well,
he's kicked it
while his foot's in the air.
Yeah.
Not sure he would have done that.
Well, what he didn't know was that it was definitely 4.
Yeah.
So I think as a fielder, you're only going to
enough.
signal if you know it's 4. So I'm just giving him the signal. And he's got a big smile on his face. He's happy that it didn't go for 4. We'll just have a quick another look, will we?
There's a few not sure here.
And they're split in the comms box. Made a meal of it. It's only if it hit the rope before it went over, and I don't think it did. So he kicked the rope after he kicked it inside.
Every single game that something that happens, it comes down to
No, I
two
was going to
runs.
say, listen, they're either winning this with balls to spare,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, it'll just come out.
I just don't think it's going to come into a 2-run game.
Well, be a good one for us to call if it does.
So you still think it was 4?
No, I don't now.
No.
No, I don't.
That was the one to target down the ground. Can you get your hands through that next time? Owen Delaney.
It definitely hasn't timed the ball as well as others here today.
Big full toss outside off stump, just goes for 1. It's the kind of one that would have been hit to the boundary in the Balbriggan innings. Working for every single run here, Owen Delaney. 31 gone. Clontarf 154 for 3. Delaney on 47. The problem is it's off 75 deliveries. Z going at almost a run a ball, 19 from 20.
Yeah, and it's that triple R there, the run rate required. Touching 9.5 now, and this is when singles don't even sort of dent that. It still goes up even with a single, and
Yeah.
it just can really exponentially go now.
Yeah, you're kind of at 3 every 2 balls. Is that even too little?
It's too much for me to think about. That's
If you
9.
get 3,
It's just short.
9, yeah,
It's just short.
But it's not going to go up too much.
No.
Just a little
Yeah.
fraction.
I think if you were given Clontarf 3 every 2 balls, 9 and over for now for the next wee while, I think they'll probably take that.
Yeah, like when you think back, it's obviously easy to think I would have done something different, but I think I might have changed the batting lineup if I was Clontarf. Even Patrick Z coming in at number 5, would John McNally have been a better shout? He's someone who can score boundaries. He's a left-hander as well. He's good against spin.
Yeah, the left-hander might have been a big thing, just changing lines for bowlers. That could be out. It is out. Walks past that one. Goes Delaney. He goes for 48. Jordan Hollard continues to have that day. He gets his 2nd wicket. The 4th wicket for Clontarf falls. Delaney is stumped for 48.
That's 2 40s in Irish Cup finals for Owen Delaney. It's taken 77 deliveries, just the 1 boundary, and a strike rate of 62. He's tried to give his team something to build off. Playing for maybe a little bit of turn here. And Delaney coming down the pitch was a big weapon of his. Just came across the line of it. And Fletcher, never going to miss that. Pretty regulation, but you have to still catch the ball and take the bails, which he did. 156 for 4.
Yeah, just to take that little breath as the ball's coming through, just to make sure you complete the skill. Did look fairly regulation, but you've seen them missed. So just to take that little step back and metaphorically and take your time and make sure you complete the stump, and he did that beautifully. So it is that man you were talking about a minute ago, John McNally in. So it is the right hand, left hand now, but there's been a few overs now gone since Patrick Z came in. So an even tougher ask now for McNally.
And I'll take that on. It's Patrick Z knew what he was about there. That's gone straight to Farouk Nasser. And John McNally, he's only just come out into the middle, to be fair on him. So he didn't know that that's the game plan. 1 to the man who was batting for most of the innings in the first. Slip goes in. A good option as well. I mean, they've enough runs to try and actually get John Delaney out, but I think the mistake Clontarf did was they tried for a long time to get the two set batters, Seb de Oliveira and Farouk Nasser. That's John McNally off the mark. Tried to get them out specifically and probably didn't defend quickly enough. 3 runs and the wicket. Jordan Hollard, what a day he's having. 100 exactly. 2 wickets so far. 32 overs gone. Clontarf are 157 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with Clontarf trying to take wickets here as well. Not just about
Balbriggan.
Sorry, Balbriggan trying to take wickets. Apologies.
It's just about recognising the situation. It's kind of
yeah, you know, I mean, they've got runs on the board. The run rate's climbed to 9.7. So yes, you know, you can sort of defend that run rate wise, but why not try and keep taking
definitely.
wickets?
But once John, what I'm trying to say is once if he gets to 20 and Z is on 40 now, maybe recognise they need to score boundaries. So let's try and starve them of run scoring opportunities rather than search for wickets.
Yeah.
Kashif right in at the toes of John McNally. It's hard to know from his body language whether he's cutting a frustrated figure or not. He always kind of has the drooped shoulders and the head forward.
Yeah, the old hang dog. Yeah.
Yeah, but is that just,
yeah,
you know, it's a kind of the body language
that's just
version
my,
of
yeah,
that's just my face.
That's just the way I am. Yeah, that's the way I play.
That's just how I stand. And I used to get that. I remember talking to Ed and people saying, would you not try a little bit harder, you know, running? And actually it's just his loping gait.
Yeah.
It's going just as fast as anyone else.
Yep. It's just the perception of it.
Not everyone can look like David Delaney when they're running, you know?
That's it.
He doesn't really have a loping gait though, John McNally. He's more of a scamperer, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, we always used to talk in the T20 Festival. You knew when he was fielding, you had it. He has that little,
Yeah.
has that little movement.
Scamper.
Yeah, round to the ball.
Oh dear, there's just not good communication between these two at all.
Yep.
I like the plan from Patrick Z. There's space down the ground, but Kashif Ali is a bowler who tends to bowl it into the pitch, and if he overpitches really full. So coming down the pitch is actually quite difficult against him. Because of that shot though, they'll drop long off. So yeah, actually if you stand still, you're likely to get a short ball or a really full one, rather than coming down and trying to put him off his length per se. There's the hard length. And that's what you got to do when you have to wait till the 30th over to get into the game. You got to keep the ball on your hand. Don't let the captain take the ball off you.
Yeah, right into the game there. Massive big cheer there. Is that only going to be a single, but a big cheer from his teammates as he went down to keep that to a top ball.
Fielder in the deep settles underneath it. Chance and taken. They've taken nearly all their chances. It's that man, De Oliveira. He's been good in the field. Taken 2. Z looking to get the innings going. Was it the change in pace from Kashif Ali? Ask questions of the Clontarf batters. Patrick Z, postman pack, goes for 20 from 24. 3 boundaries. No sixes. 158 for 5.
Yeah, here's your replay. Just into the pitch, and he's tried to go and pick up the pace of this innings, but that's what happens when you're trying to chase 10 and over. Can't fall foul and just picks out the man in the deep. Patrick Z goes for 20. Clontarf 158 for 5. They'll emerge from their huddle to realise that it will be a drinks break now. So we'll be back in a few moments to see the conclusion of this Irish Senior Cup.
Takes us to the drinks break. Clontarf 158 for 5.
Oh, he's up there. I say he's up there. Him and Stella. Stella there. Next to Hezzy.
And welcome back to Brady here. We're in the final acts of this Balbriggan Irish Senior Cup final. Balbriggan posting 331 for 6. Clontarf now 158 for 5 as we finish, or don't finish, the 33rd over. That will be a wide. Patrick Z out off the last ball before drinks there. 20. That brings Ethan Marshall out to the middle. And a big ask for a young man. Plenty of talent, but lots of pressure on here. 10 and over required from here.
He's actually such an exciting talent. Ethan Marshall has been ever since I saw him, I think at about 11 years old. That is the end of that 33rd over, 159 for 5 Clontarf. Left-handed batter, elegant, good on the front and the back foot, but power game, as you can imagine, not, I mean, for his age group, definitely there, but at this level, maybe not. That comes down to John McNally, who I think has added power this season. He's 2 from 5, Marshall 0 for 1, and it's a very different looking scorecard to Balbriggan, who lost all the wickets early but then had the rebuild and had the time for those players to rebuild, and they had a man not out from number 5 in there at the end. Good hands from John McNally, they called 2, but great work in the deep from Cameron Rout.
Yeah, he's been good out there apart from that one little
difficult chance. Like, we have to say it was
well,
a hard chance.
It wasn't easy.
He's
yeah.
a brilliant, as you can see from that, he's a brilliant fielder. So I think he would probably say it's a drop chance. It's not just us bullying him, you know.
Yeah. No, he's been excellent out there in terms of his pace around the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, the key there is his anticipation, and as soon as that ball comes off the bat, because John McNally does have such good hands, he's quite good at missing the fielder in the deep. Much quicker delivery on that occasion to Ethan Marshall. Are you looking forward to the match tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a completely new one for me. Obviously, I watched County Kerry in the semi-final. I watched a good bit of them. So too much of them, in fact, too much of them. But look, they had a great crew up with them and really enjoyed their day. Obviously, long trip, as is the norm for them, and yeah, just 2 new names, and just that's really what it is. It's just 2 new names in the final that we certainly at the start of the year wouldn't have been expecting to say County Kerry be playing County Galway in a final of the National Cup, but that's what makes cup competitions what they are, that anybody can do it, and it'll be a really interesting National Cup final tomorrow. It'll be really just to see, you know, it's not the heavy hitters coming in there, you know, and sort of how they get on with it in a new day, and can they handle the pressure in the same way as we were talking earlier on?
Well, I think it's different because they're both in the same boat. For Balbriggan, they've handled the pressure incredibly well because they would have said they were underdogs. Some downcast looking Clontarf supporters there. Good to see some local supporters in as well. It's the brilliant thing about the Irish setup, especially for the girls. They'll come down and support each other. Some of the girls from the Northwest, friends at the Clontarf Irish under-17s, they were away for a very successful tour in the Netherlands recently. Kashif Ali, he can't prize the ball out of his hand. Why would you? 1 for 7 from 2. the left armour against two left-handed batters. Battle of the lefties. Where is John McNally thinking? Long off and long on are out, so that's your easy single. Cover is out as well as a square. Third and fine inside the ring.
Yeah, that's the difficulty now. You've got to really sort of work out where you can pick up a boundary. They've decided to reverse it for Marshall. Bring the long on, long off, up in, drop behind the wicket.
There's no communication here. That was out if he'd hit. If they'd just gone, I think you get home safe and sound, no problem. Just
Yeah, I think he would have done.
John McNally's been the common theme there.
Constant,
actually,
yeah.
he's been the constant. Well, there's been miscommunication. It was first with Patrick C and now with Ethan Marshall. Tough going. Fifth needs to 5 from 10, 1 from 6. If they were batting first and they found themselves in this situation, I don't think either batter would mind. They'd be happy enough. David Vincent, I think, would have come out in this position usually, so I wonder will he bat at all? Is it almost 163 for 6? I did hear he was fine, but maybe you never. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to realise the injury.
Yeah, you would have expected him to be coming in at 7, you would have thought. So perhaps there has been a conversation there.
I'm sure if it's the case of a Kashif Ali and you need only a few at the last over, we'd probably see him. But
Sure, yeah.
Nicely helped behind square, but man in the deep does well, comes around and keeps it to 1. So just 2 singles in that Kashif Ali over. 35 gone. Clontarf need double their score. 164 for 5.
Yeah, they're just keeping a lid on it here. Balbriggan. Got the pressure on now. You can see that run rate as we talked about. As soon as it gets above 8-9, it does then go pretty quickly. And we're up above 11 now per over for a good period. 15 overs.
Yeah, 11 per over required.
Yeah.
Bit of a hack from Marshall. He's trying to get things going, but manages to hit it out to the man in the deep. That's a couple of half misfields from Matt Hollard. He's been a little bit sloppy in the field.
Yeah, I wonder would they go back to Matt Hollard now for a couple. Right now he's got 5 left. 15 overs.
Yeah, I think for these two that they might say they prefer that is the only thing. With
Might do.
Kashif Ali's not slow, but he's kind of skiddy. It's hard to get underneath him. Not enough pace to say you could work with the pace. And then the spinners, you've got to create the momentum. And you got a youngster in Ethan Marshall, you'd probably back yourself to take catches on the boundary, but there is a boundary from John McNally. Hit on inside the ring. Looks like he's carrying a little bit of an injury, Andy Darrick there. But McNally sends it straight at him for a much needed boundary.
He hits that through and on, just angling into him. from around the wicket. Just a single down to the Oliveira, down on the boundary. And it closes out the over. 36 gone, 172 for 5. There's your bowling figures. As mentioned, Matt Holler's got 5 left, but they're going to stick with Cassie Foley. No problem with that because he's going well. 3 overs, 1 for 9. 2 for Jordan Hollard, 1 for Derek, who bowled really well in the little middle order period. They're a little bit expensive at 44, but with those 6 bowlers now, they've got a few options. I'll need to continue. An extra fielder there. They could get 2 though.
Oh dear, this is a chance. He's doing well, John McNally. Got his skates on. Don't bother looking at the fielder. You can't change what they're going to do. He did that really well. Just make sure you do what you can do, which is go as fast as you can.
Gets back for 2.
So field now is so hard to pick out. This field is in the deep. Square leg, mid wicket, long on, and cover out. Just the 4 and out outside the ring in power play number 2. Finds the gap. Mid off was the one that was up, and that's the class of John McNally. He knows exactly where the gap is and he finds it. Just focus on the here and now. See what you can do each ball. Don't think too far into the future. And that looks like what John McNally is doing right now.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, trying to work out where you can, where's the best option for your boundaries, and then off was up.
Yeah, it forces a change in the field. This is probably an easier field to bowl to. Makes any options that John McNally might turn to harder. Square leg had just come up and he's found the gap between fine and square. It's a chase on. Great work from Farouk Nasiri. He's managed to get the electrolytes on board. The cramp is gone. Keeps it to 2.
It's a great effort. It's a great effort down there in front of the Balbriggan supporters. He gives him a bit of a look there.
Just signals to his knee. My knee's okay.
I'm good.
Ethan Marshall at the non-striker's end. He's just 17 years old. John McNally only 20. What an experience for these 2.
Yeah, when they came out, Ethan Marshall came up at the bat after the drinks break. It's the first thing I thought about. This is the way Clontarf have obviously planned it, that they want to bring through lots of younger players. We talked earlier, their average age around about 21. You know, that's unheard of in Irish Senior Cup history, I'm sure. You know, 21 years of age.
You've got Curtis Camphor, Fionn Hand.
Sure.
Those 2 players, you take them out, who are you going to put in instead of them? And they've gone with Thompson and Marshall, who are proper cricketers for Clontarf. So rather that than bringing back someone from the seconds who... That's a big shot from the young man. Stand and deliver. Beautiful timing. Great hands as well. If it's up, it's gone, says Marshall. I'm going to join in on the act. 6 for him.
There you go. If you wanted to have a look at what this young fella can do, as you've just been talking about, there's a perfect example of it. No fear at all. Terrific shot. Enjoyed by the crowd.
Why would you be fearful? You know, you come off and it goes well. Great. If it doesn't, you're the 17-year-old in the team. This That's how he's got to try and look at it. Don't let the pressure get to you. Long on goes back now. Cover, long on, mid wicket and square out. Slower ball, or ballooning slower ball from Kashif Ali. Not much disguise in that, but he's got out of the over, and I reckon it might be take your cap, you're taking a rest. 37 gone. Clontarf 187 for 5.
Yeah, decent over. Clontarf, they're going to need plenty of them. So it'll be Jordan Howard.
You might get your wish the next over where you
Yep.
see Matt Hollard back in.
I think I might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see your kind of change bowler going around the park. Bring on your trump card. Squeezes that one out. John McNally calls 2. Should come back. You've got to take on the fielders. Cameron Rowe recognises there's definitely 2. Just lets them come back with ease. The next landmark for Balbriggan will be get to 40 over so we can get 5 out. That's when it becomes exponentially more difficult to get boundaries. Handy edge, but a fielder plays perfectly there, exactly for that shot. You don't often see that position.
Oh.
A genuine third. That's not out. Outside the off stump. And called again. I think he's home safe.
Yeah.
And then some.
And then a misfield.
And Matt Hollard, I think it is here, telling his brother, calm down. 2 appeals and 1 ball. Neither of them close to being out.
No. That one's definitely not out.
Stop looking at the ball, John
That
McNally.
one's fine as well.
He's done exactly what I was praising him for not doing before, which is watching the fielder. Excitement levels just brimming over here from Balbriggan. And the big shot down towards us. Another 6 from the young man.
6 more.
Ethan Marshall. Mid on inside the ring. Just not really enough respect being paid maybe for the youngster. He's been sent in for one of the premier teams in the country at number 7. Floated up. Helped on its way. That fielder does go back.
Yeah,
now.
it goes back now.
There's a few horses bolting for you
Yes,
today.
that's a new one to catch, another one. That's well hit as well.
That's the strength of Ethan Marshall for me. If we see this again, have a look at his hands when he plays this shot. I'd love to see it. We might not have time. Have a look at. You know, we'll show you the full replay maybe at the innings, at the over break. But he's got such brilliant hands. I'm sure we'll see it again, and we've seen it again just now. Gets through the slog sweep. 6-2-6. It was looking a bit scratchy from Ethan Marshall up until the last couple of overs, but he's found the pace of the pitch.
Now he's picked up the bat now. A couple of really nice shots. Yep, that's really good from Marshall. And you were actually talking earlier on with the 200 coming up. That's exactly where I was going to go with it. We were just talking about getting to the 40th over. I'm just going to say that these 2 or 3 overs, although, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you might think, well, it don't matter too much, but if they can get that momentum going into that 40th over, not make it almost impossible in those last 10, and certainly in that over, they've picked up a real good over there.
John McNally moving to 22. Ethan Marshall on 24.
He's going to go to spin again. This.
I don't mind this because he's got the longer boundary straight.
boundary,
We didn't
yeah.
see any. We saw Killian MacDonald, I think it was, bowling from this end, but we didn't see much of bowlers trying to get the batters out caught on the boundary. Long off, long on. Mid wicket and cover out. I don't know if Dylan Lewis, because he's so good at bowling on the stumps, could he bowl with the cover up? Put square out. Try and get an LBW for John McNally, who no doubt will take the sweep on.
Again, mix up. On his head.
No, I think he's home safe.
He's home though. He's
easily.
home.
These guys, the carry-on in club cricket. Conor Fletcher at the non-striker's end is holding his hands up. You can't possibly see from there.
Yeah, just a mix-up again.
Yeah, easily home. He's gone past the stumps there, John McNally.
It's club cricket.
Simmer down.
It's club cricket, Isabel. I'm telling you, club cricket happens
Sure,
week in, week out.
Myself, I should know. Play it myself.
You
It'd be
know
the
well.
exact same.
Week in, week out.
Looking to beat the fielder Farouk Nasser. There's one to Christoph Freitas, but none to Farouk Nasser. I'd be holding that over him the whole evening tonight. Yes, it was on the bounce straight up into his hands, but still. That's a feather in my cap. Floated up, good hands, but can't beat Dylan Lewis. They sense at Balbriggan that something's happening here.
Yep.
127 to win from 68, so it's pretty much around 2 a ball. Gives himself room, Ethan Marshall, followed by Lewis.
Filled it.
Very athletic and gymnastic from Dylan Lewis. Over the shoulder. It's a really good comeback over after an expensive one. Just one from it so far. Well, there goes the boundary. The wrist again coming into play. It'll just be one bouncing over the rope. I need to keep scoring boundaries every single over.
Yeah, these two with that boundary have gone to a pretty rapid 50 partnership. Just one bounce into the rope. And they are 51 off just 37.
Well, you're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it. We need to work the rhythm with those flags. What were Balbriggan on at the same point?
Well, let me take a guess now, seeing as I'm not going to believe it.
209 for 5. 209 for 5. I'm highlighting that. That's unbelievable.
So if the Wasp was up there, it'd be 50-50 now.
Yeah, well, which would be incredible, wouldn't it?
That is an amazing stat.
Absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe that. So, I mean, that tells us that Balbriggan scored 122 from 66 deliveries in the first innings. So all Clontarf have to do, it's pretty simple, just get one more than that.
Yep. It should be easy enough.
Simple stuff, this cricket. So, I mean, we called it. It's not replacing Kashif Ali like we thought. And this is, again, Clontarf didn't do this. They didn't change their spinners to bowl from the other end and their seamers from this end.
Yep.
Balbriggan aren't going to make that mistake. Matt Hollard, who you'd imagine it'd be difficult to get him over mid-off and mid-on.
So, there's Matt Hollard, as you see on screen there. 5 overs for him. So far, 5 to go. And immediately beats the bat. John McNally.
He also beats the stumps, which McNally won't have known about until he managed not to hear the stumps rattle. The field is so important at this stage in the game. Mid-wicket is out. Long off. Cover third. So it's a strong field on the offside. He's going to push it across John McNally. Fine is inside the ring mid-on as well. Oh dear. Just a little bit too quick for McNally to get underneath. I think he was eyeing up, sending it over mid-on. It's going to take these two a couple of deliveries to get the pace here.
Definitely. Definitely a notch up from what they've been facing so far.
I think for me, if Ethan Marshall can target that point area. The extra pace across him from Matt Hollard. He's got really good wrists, which I've spoken about a lot. There's a big gap between point and third. If you can beat that point fielder on either side, you might be in with a shout for a boundary. Yeah, there's the shot.
Yeah. That's the one right there, yeah. In hindsight.
The heartbeat just racing a little
It
bit
will
faster.
be. It definitely will be when you see Matt Hollard coming in.
I mean, what's a really good indication of the plan for me, a really good keeper, Connor Fletcher, behind the stumps. He knows Matt Hollard's plan, where he lines up. He's so far outside the line of off stump. He knows the line that Hollard's aiming for. There he is. And there is the gap.
There's your point.
Love it when a plan comes together, Pinky.
Yeah, there's your point right there. Gets a boundary. Just got to keep them coming. Keep Clontarf in the mix here.
Yeah, such a strong area for Ethan Marshall. They won't know that much about him, obviously, he's a young guy, but I think if I was Balbriggan, I would drop a point, bring a fielder over from the leg side, and just pepper that offside with fielders. Bring cover up and just strengthen the cover region.
This is going here. This is going here. Young Marshall. Now, he's arrived here right now. Remind you, one of the quickest bowlers on show.
Goosebumps.
Takes it on.
He's just made him look kind of slow.
Yeah.
That's not short. That's not that short. It's just got such good wrists, and I suppose with the fielder and square leg out in, he's not too worried about getting caught playing the shot.
You're saying his heart might have been racing, but I don't think he had ice in the veins there. Very calmly done.
Long off goes out and mid on inside the ring. So what's the plan now for Matt Hollard? Last over with only 4 outside. Straight down the ground. Fielder in mid off will cut it off. So another good over for Clontarf, 12 from it. 10 overs to go. They just need 111 from 10.
111, even I can work that one out, really. We talked about it. Plenty left over here. 10 overs to go in this Irish Senior Cup final.
Well, Clontarf were ahead of Balbriggan at all points until the 11th over. 64 for 1 they were, and Balbriggan were 61 for 3. From then, they've been behind until this over.
Right now, yep.
Balbriggan were 212 for 6. Clontarf are 221 for 5. So they don't have to go quite as good guns as Balbriggan did. Dylan Lewis continuing. I don't think he'll get those flighted deliveries anymore, will he?
No, I don't think so.
They're going to come back for 2. He's been sloppy all day out there, Matt Hollard. Pressure of a final. It's about trying to keep your focus on the here and now. That delivery, can you forget the last over, Matt Hollard, and just make sure it's only one straight to you in the deep.
And again.
Called into action. That's a nervous fielder. I mean, any day of the week he should be expecting himself to pick that up clean, but he's just palmed it in from the boundary rope. Come back for a second.
Oh, they've gone up and it's out. Dylan Lewis has got the breakthrough. Just. People started to think, well, this is back on again here. He's got the breakthrough. Connor Fletcher Takes a really good catch behind the stumps. This is broken through. What a little knock from a 17-year-old there, coming in under all that pressure we talked about. 43 from 27 for Ethan Marshall.
A quicker one, and maybe just hanging on the front foot a little bit. Ethan Marshall tries to get through it, but extra bit of bounce. Actually, he was just laid on it. Good keeping as well. Fletcher's been really good behind the stumps. A brilliant knock. A strike rate of 159.5, I think it was. And while he was there with John McNally, you knew it was going to be entertainment aplenty. Luke Thompson out at number 8 for Clontarf. Right hand, left hand combination. I was just going to say that Balbriggan, while the runs were still coming, they were forcing Clontarf to run them. The difference in trying to hit that ball when you're blowing compared to when you've just not had to run, it seems so small, but it's a big difference. He'd even taken himself way to the side, hadn't he, just before that, to try and get himself together.
A little
So
bit
you
of
just
time.
wonder if that was the small change. Simmer down.
It's called a wide, as expected.
Yeah, Clontarf trying to get in now and just quieten down Balbriggan supporters a little bit. Probably more known for his bowling. He's an adept batsman, Luke Thompson. Had a bit of a sound to it.
The bat going through.
That was the floaty one from Dylan Lewis. Just letting the bowler know there's one delivery to come, so everyone will hang back. They'll go as deep as they possibly can, try and get Thompson to get a single if it's not a wicket. He's gone for the big shot. Don't you worry about a single. I'm going to get off the mark with a 6.
This is great.
These youngsters do not know when to lie down.
This is great. This is absolutely great. I'm just about to say about, I've seen patronising in for a young 17-year-old kid getting 43, and then another one comes in and says, I'm just going to carry on with this. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. Doesn't respect anything, and let's see what I can do. Yeah, I can hit it further than you, Ethan.
I mean, and do you know what he said? He said, you may have hit 6s, but I'm going to lose the ball.
I'm going to lose the ball, yeah. It's gone. It's just terrific stuff. And while they're changing the ball, there's your card for Clontarf. Seamus Lynch was the first to go with Matthew Hiller for 17, but then Thompson was going well, just got stuck a little bit. That's when he meant for 60. David Delaney tried to up the rate, but got caught in the deep by Rowe. 48 from Delaney, and Patrick Z couldn't really get going, but it was a 43 from Marshall's really injected some impetus into this innings and giving Clontarf a little bit of hope here. Exactly 232 now, exactly 100 required. 54 deliveries left. In comes Hollard again.
John McNally hits that fine. The man in the deep's pretty fine himself. Dylan Lewis. This is probably happy days for Matthew Hollard. He was given some tap in his last over. You wouldn't see him go 1 for 45 or 1 for 44 in his first 6 overs too often. He looks a little bit rattled in the field as well. He's in the David Delaney vein. Nervous
Definitely.
energy look about him at all times.
Most definitely, yep. There's always something going on upstairs. Sometimes it's a little bit scattered, and sometimes it's well thought out.
Yeah, quick one with a bit of bounce to start off with. Probably could have done better with the line just to let Luke Thompson know the pace is there. The field they've gone with form third cover along on square and fine out. It's quite a hard guy to set a field to, Luke Thompson. He hits areas you might not necessarily expect. A little bit unorthodox.
Full ball driven down the ground. Will just be one to Oliveira.
A good Yorker length. We haven't seen many Yorkers find their mark today. That one was just probably a centimetre or two off, but does the job. And what Balbriggan have to think now is we just need 1 or 2 overs now to win this game. If you've got 1 or 2 overs to go for just 3 or 4, it gets beyond Clontarf.
Scored it away to that point area you're talking about. It'll be another boundary.
Just too easy for left-handers there with the field set as it is. That man in point. The other Hollard, Jordan, it's too easy. Once it beats him, it's just 4 all the way.
Yeah, don't seem a plan outside the width. Pulling it wide. But it means then any bat with this pace, as you say, if it beats point, it's going to go.
At this pace, I mean, it might seem rogue, but why not have third point and cover out and just bowl full wide outside off and say, what can you do with this?
Yep.
Back yourself to hit where you mean to bowl it. This time hits it straight to the point fielder. It won't come back. Sorry, the cover fielder. Just the one. This one probably needs to find the rope some way.
Yeah, just to keep the momentum that they had going.
And this is when you start looking, right, who are my bowlers? What are my bowling options? Greg Ford is gesticulating wildly at mid-off. On Cieta's field is in the right place. Third needs to be finer, he says. Big gap between point and third on this side as well. Big swing, no ding. 42 gone, 239 for 6, Clontarf.
Yeah, the keeper comes down with the helmet. I wonder if it's going to be spin continuing. Doesn't look like it. Dark's going to come back. Did look as if he was carrying a little bit of an injury earlier.
I don't know if that's just how he walks. I was thinking this just after I said it, that he looked like he was carrying a niggle. I thought, he might just have a slightly awkward gait as well.
I definitely think he was
You do think,
limping a little bit.
Good, because I said it and then I thought,
No, definitely feeling he was doing a little bit of stretching. But anyway, whether we're right or wrong, he has an injury. He's coming back to bowl. Really good spell he had earlier on, bowled it on the spin. 1 for 26, so you're going at 3 and over in this particular game.
Let's set the field for the viewers at home. Cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket square. So third and fine up. Great start. He's been so important. Andy Dark, 1 for 26 with 11 balls left for him. It's something that they have over Balbriggan, over Clontarf, because these two, especially Thompson, hasn't been out there for very long. So if they keep changing the bowlers up and they keep forcing them to kind of assess the first couple of deliveries in and over,
it means, you're immediately on the back burner, I think.
Squeezes that out to the fielder in the deep. Will Thompson come back? He tries to. Good decision from
Real good decision, yeah.
It's Jordan Hollard down there. He's got a brilliant arm throw. He had to run in quite a lot from the deep there, so it wasn't as long a throw. Good to see that Thompson's aware that he should be trying to get McNally on strike.
Definitely.
But now he's on strike. What can he do? And just trying to get the field right here. Yeah, with the length that he's been bowling square, shouldn't be needed out. I say shouldn't, with an asterisk.
Yeah.
Mid-wicket, long on, long off, cover. and third out. And the ramp shot on, and he takes it all the way for 6. Fine leg inside the ring. Big punch of the bat from John McNally. Well done, he says to his Clontarf teammate. We're going to need both of them to go hard here. That's exactly what's happening.
Well, we asked more experienced players to pick fields and work out where they're going to hit balls for 4 and 6. Well, Luke Thompson just picked his field perfectly there, and also picked the bowler. That's exactly what he's been bowling for the first 8 overs. And nobody's tried any of that. He's come in and ramped that for 6. Well
Field
bowled.
stayed the same, so the shot was on again.
Was.
Good execution, to be fair, from Dark. Full and outside off stump. Third was outside. It was on the boundary, so good execution from him. But I mean, that's the talk about what Balbriggan have over Clontarf. Luke Thompson, a bit of an unknown for them, you'd imagine. They've been talking about different players in the lead up to the final. I'm not sure he'd had too many bits of information beside his name.
Goes again.
And they're going to run this time. Great judge of a run, John McNally, and I think that might be actually why there was so much indecision with, was it Z first and then it was
Marshall early on.
Marshall early on, because they're kind of in panic mode, run no matter what. And he'll get run out, you know, when you're kind of gambling on a bad throw. But he won't have those howlers that they look like they're going to have.
Yeah.
Nicely punched down the ground, but a good result for Balbriggan. 9 from it. So again, slightly below, or a couple below the required run rate. 7 overs to go. Clontarf 248 for 6.
Yeah, that's the sign I was looking for there. 12th man comes on, takes the helmet off. For the keeper.
No more spin.
Yep, no more spin. Thank you.
Yeah, they left themselves short, didn't they? Clontarf bowling John McNally out early.
Yeah.
They had no options with seam.
So they had the ball in the 5th last over, I think it was. 5th or 6th last over. McDonald had the ball in.
And then Reuben Wilson had to come back
Had to
as
come
well.
back, yeah. And that's when, obviously,
All hell broke loose.
Jordan Hollard
Devastating.
was right in it.
Matt Hollard has ball in hand, though. Imperious shot from McNally. Can Thompson get back? He's certainly going to try. John McNally needs to get his skates on, and he does. And this is when it really can make a difference. Your supporters from the sideline willing you on to keep running hard.
Young Thompson's pretty sharp, I have to say.
I'm more worried about John McNally.
Yeah, definitely. Young Thompson's pretty
He's
sharp.
also sharp, but when you're the one who's hit it,
Yeah.
you got to get back. This is the short boundary straight, remember, so it's not as long a throw.
I thought he might have been struggling there, both of them.
A big wide well left by John McNally. That's the kind of one you can sometimes reach for and get the bowler out of jail. It's a good plan though from Matt Hollard. You don't mind them bowling a wide every now and then if they're going to go full and at the wide line. Well, my problem is that point is still in the ring.
Still standing there.
He looks so forlorn there by himself, doesn't he?
Nobody within 20, 30 yards of him. Again, if you beat him there. Oh, chance. Oh, he's going to hold on to it. Yeah.
I think throw it.
I'd have gone for that maybe. Just to the circumstances here. It's a free one. Pick up another wicket.
Could have been a free 4 though.
No, it could have been. There's a couple back.
Who's back there? Were they getting in the right position?
Yeah, I think he would have been okay. Been an extra 1 probably.
Greg Ford back at long on. Third. Oh, is he moving back again? I can't even see where he is. It's all happening. Third is out mid wicket. Long on, long off. Cover. Field is the same. Well, that's what he meant to do the last ball. Beats the fielder easily in the deep. And they're jumping around over at the Clontarf Hill, I'm going to call it. He got a sight of the ball before, got a better length on this occasion and helped himself to 6 more.
Well, if you watch this replay, if it stays on, John McNally. Yeah, there he goes. He's kind of looking at that like a drive down the fairway. Is it going to hang on?
That's a brilliant shot. Great camera work.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Just hang on. It's just going into the green. Just pitches and stays 2 feet away from the hole. Lovely.
The Shefad, he signalled it nice and early to put him out of his misery. Beautiful shot in the deep. I don't think. Oh, that's the pressure. He's been so good all day. He's got the Clontarf support behind him. I wonder did someone shout just as he was supposed to pick that up.
Pressure.
That's club cricket for you.
Definitely, you can.
It's vicious.
As that ball was heading out, immediately thinking there's pressure on this immediately. A little fumble. Gets McNally back for 2, and it's not even the extra run. McNally's now back on strike.
11 from the over so far. Oh.
Good comeback.
Yeah, it's a good length. It's a dangerous length with points up. You've got to keep it nice and tight to the body.
Close enough to him there,
Yeah, the line is so important. If you go a little bit too straight, you've got square up inside the ring. If you go even a couple of inches further away, it's going to go through points. So you got to be right on the money.
Yeah, giving it the heavy breathing there. You can see on screen, Matt Hallard.
He runs in from almost the boundary here from this end. Good length for that line. Just tucked off the hip from John McNally. 12 from the over. 6 overs to go. Clontarf 260 for 6. They require 72 from 36. Exactly to a ball.
Great stuff this. Great stuff this, as I say. All the way through, they were just keeping themselves in the game in a way. Just hanging on by their fingernails, but right now, the middle, the lower order are really giving us a shot.
Yeah, well look, they scored 25 of the final over, Balbriggan. Raining 6s, but currently Clontarf are 12 ahead of where they were, so that's kind of where they're catching up, if you know what I mean. They need to stay. They don't want to hit 25 off the last over, so if you can make it half that.
Anything less than 15, yeah, I'll give you that. So I want to just keep that 9, 10, 12 gap.
Andrew Dark to bowl his final over of the day. Dug out by John McNally. Maybe he thinks the matchup is Luke Thompson for the...
I'll take the 1, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean the other good thing is they're going to have to run hard. We've seen they're running 2s. The seamer's all on now. The helmet's gone off, so you've got that extra bit of breathing time. So when the spinners are on, they're making you run 2s. You run 3 2s off a spinner and tell me how you feel about the next ball.
It's a dot ball.
You got to tie a shoelace or something.
Where does Thompson go here? Down the ground. Straight. Doesn't quite make it though, but he'll get...
Dear. Oh, it didn't run. That's criminal.
I was watching the field there. Didn't really look at the 2 batters, so yeah.
That's a lesson, a hard lesson to learn at this stage in a game. But you've got to, when it's the longer boundary straight, unless you've got serious power, you've got to run.
Definitely running there. As I say, I didn't even think about it. Just looked at the field. Slower ball, tucked in the leg side. Could be pushing 2 here. It definitely will.
Definitely. I mean, that was a telegraphed slower ball. The disguise on the slower balls today has been suboptimal, I will say. That might be why we've only seen 1 or 2. It can still surprise you. It can still surprise you when there's only 1 or 2. He's only got 3 deliveries to get through. I don't think we'll see another one.
Cleanly hit, but straight to the fielder. Oh, it's a good piece of fielding. Luke Thompson has got back.
Balbriggan, unfortunately, their support are at a terrible angle for runouts. They're
Matters
completely
not.
diagonal to the stumps.
Yeah, it matters not.
Beautiful shot, but just can't beat the fielder in extra cover. Save to Oliveira, I think. Yeah, he's home there. You can see, you usually can tell because the bat has stopped moving. He's got home, so he just leaves the bat.
I didn't think he would
Home.
throw that, to be fair. I think he would just held on to it, but
He had so much protection on the other side, right? The Christopherus in. A valuable dot. We haven't seen too many of them.
no, not recently. Definitely not.
There's that slower ball again. Helped to the boundary. Picked it. The line poor. John McNally finds the gap. Don't worry about it being in the air. Just make sure that you send it over the rope for your 50. What a way to get to it, and what a moment as well.
Yeah, he's been the headlines all year. John McNally with either bat or ball or both. And today he's come in here. He's got a half century here off 40 deliveries. 4 4s and 1 6. He'll not be thinking about that one iota right now.
Yeah, just 22 in boundaries, so he's been made to work. That's the gap this time. Luke Thompson won't try and come back for the second thing. He probably could have. Very forward, had to move to his right. So 5 overs to go, and it's all still to play for Clontarf, 269 for 6.
Yeah, quick shout for Andy Darrick there. His first 8. Really good set. His first 8 went for just 26, I think. Come back a little bit of top at the end there, but it's expected at this time of the game. You know, nowhere to hide here, really. 269 for 6. Looks like De Oliveira going to come back now from the Kerry Road end. He's been the most expensive of the Balbriggan bowlers so far. So now, going to earn your corn here. Greg Ford, get your field in the right position. Get your fielders in the right place too. Get your better fielders where you think the ball is going to go. Here we go.
Good start. Good boot as well from the captain.
Yeah, the big size 10 down. Not worried about bending down. We're going 1 anyway. I was actually, just as I was mentioning about getting your fielders right, I was looking around to try and find Christopherus. I haven't mentioned him at all, I don't think, in this innings, really. He's what will now be long on.
I think this should be a wide. That's an incredible call for me.
Yeah, asked for by the batter as well. Let's get a look at it here.
Yeah, that's past the wide line. I know he advanced, but he didn't go across. I know the only thing is it's about when it passes them, so maybe it was just inside the wide line when it passed Luke Thompson. Big call. He looks straight down the ground again.
It's going to be
That's
4.
the shorter boundary.
Yep.
Don't run this time, Luke Thompson. He did, which is better tackers from him, but it's the boundary. A lovely languid swing of the bat.
Yeah, just that this is the thing about cricket again. I mean, we're in the last sort of 4 to 5 overs here. Probably won't get the kudos for that shot. It's a lovely shot. I mean, that was played in the 10th or the 12th over. We'd say it was beautiful technique and lovely shot. Right now, it's 4. But it was a beautiful shot.
No, listen, we've said it a few times. Well done, Luke Thompson. Just foxed there. Good work from Conor Fletcher as well behind the stumps. Not easy when you're taking it on that bounce.
Yeah, everything gets magnified right now. Just little things like that, making sure you don't let a bye go. Get McNally back on strike and crucial dot balls.
Yeah, Balbriggan out in the field a little bit quiet, and you have to think, well, look, we're still on top. It's still a huge ask, but can they focus on their own task each delivery? Make sure that if the ball comes to you, you collect it. Thompson's making sure to make contact and at least get off strike. Good fielding.
Yeah,
in
he just
the
came
deep
a little
from
bit,
DeFreitas.
straighter.
Yeah, the space for me for John McNally, probably if you can D'Oliveira across you, if you can beat extra cover, it's Greg forward. There's a big gap either side of him because Chris DeFreitas has come a little bit straighter, trying to protect that over the bowler's head position. There's also square and fine up, so the ramp is on.
Yeah, just keep hold of that ball. Not a bad over for Balbriggan. 7 from it. 56 from 24. DJ plays.
Some serious DJing here.
DJ plays. The heat is on.
Top class.
Nailed on.
Well, look, I mean, I've been talking about the comparisons right the way through, and it's so interesting to see. They're 6 ahead of where Balbriggan were. Then we had a David Delaney over, I think it was, that went for just 4. So this is the time to maybe catch up, and
Yeah,
if
get
you're
ahead again.
thinking about it, I mean, they're not going to be thinking about what
No.
Balbriggan did. I know that, but just for us, having watched the whole game, these 6 balls are, you know, you go at more than them, and you don't have to go at 25 in the last. Matt Hollard's changing ends. He's obviously, this is the end that the seamers prefer. He's got to be careful now about behind the wicket, so I'm sure Luke Thompson will be thinking about ramps and things like that in particular. I know John McNally can play those, but
Yep.
third is out. Cover. Long off, long on. And change. They keep on changing it, which is fair enough, I guess. You get your plans right. So third is now up. Cover, long off, long on, mid wicket and square. So it's going to be full and straight. So how are your nerves? How are your guts here, John McNally? Can you play a ramp? Oh, that's the bluff. Slower delivery.
Yeah. And again, that's what does well. Just to manage to keep that just within his circle that he could stop the single.
Boundary every 3 balls. Score off every ball. You get home safe and sound.
We're done. This game is the simplest game in the world, isn't it? You break it down.
Dances down, and Dylan Lewis in the deep. Make sure to get it in the hand. Well, I think something that probably if you haven't watched a lot of cricket on TV and you don't listen to people like us talk about it, something that definitely added to my game is because what you can do is you can look up at the scoreboard, go, I need 55, and then you've got to score them all that delivery and just play a wild swing and try and hit it for 6. But if you can break it down and go, right, okay, I didn't score a boundary off that ball, but that's okay. It's just got to be every few balls, you know. Luke Thompson, for him, third is out. Cover, long off, long on, mid wicket. So square and fine inside the ring, point as well. An extra cover. Goes the ramp. Yeah, good bowling from Matt Hollard. He knew that was where Thompson was likely to go. Went full and well outside off
Good
stump.
line. Yeah, good line as well. You know,
The
not
wide
just
line
that
goes
it
with you.
goes with you. You know, he moved and that was good from Hollard. Kind of
What I'd
gambled.
love to see from Luke Thompson, and I don't think we're going to see it, is why not bat 5th stump outside off stump with this field? Say, right, you've got your field up. I know you're going to move the wide line. You can't bowl off the cut strip.
So if you want to go
So
that
if you
far,
want to go
yeah.
that far outside,
Yeah.
and that was the one to do it to. They should come back for a second. No, they won't. Around about that time where the senior batter says, I'm going to take this on.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. 54 from 45. been a day for the lower order, Isabel. We watched it in Balbriggan, we're watching it now.
What a day for Breedy as well, because they've created a brilliant pitch for us.
Gone. Massive. That's one of the biggest ones of the day. That's up on the car park.
That's
almost onto the second pitch.
David Delaney was trying to do earlier. He didn't get hold of it, but he wasn't on 54 at the time of trying to effect the shot. Those cars in danger there.
That's a big one.
Why has he come around the wicket and in at John McNally? That's when you don't bother running, Luke Thompson. I think I remember talking to you way back in the Mardyke about the next element of John McNally's game was just adding a bit of power.
Well,
it's only taken a few months.
Not been too long. Yep.
Well, I mean, he did it during that series, to be fair.
Well, he's just showing the extra little bit of, whether it's confidence or bravado or whatever it is. He's tried to run that. Oh, he'll be spewing with that. Just tried to run that yard either side of Andy Darroch. That's gone again.
Oh, and even a single. Could they not have run one there? Luke Thompson just
get on
through.
your bike. Yep. Yeah, just that every little moment like that now counts double.
48 of 18 is the equation.
So 3 overs to go. And look, either way, whichever way this goes now, it's been a terrific final. You've mentioned Breedy. Maybe 600 runs plus scored here in the final today. It's been an absolute road for the batters. They've had to work at it as well. The bowlers have got a wee bit in it as well. So brilliant at Breedy today. And 2 sides have really gone at it. It hasn't been the names we'd have probably said at the very start. You know, who's gonna be the main players in this? And so far it's been maybe 1 or 2 that we wouldn't have said. You know, so I mean, I think that makes it even better.
100%. I mean, for Clontarf, they've such a young team that they would say they've a full complement of players that they can turn to. De Oliveira, a wild wide, and he's been brilliant. I can't speak about him enough. Connor Fletcher, he's got the anticipation of I don't know who's got the best anticipation going around. he's seen that so early moved, and he's been willing to wear it.
He's been really good. I'll probably go unnoticed from many here, really, but he saved a lot of runs down there. Imagine if that goes for 5 wides in the first ball.
Yeah, they'll come through for the single. Even Balbriggan can't appeal for that one.
No.
It's a good option. Square legs up. Don't mind it as a shot. He's clearly good on those little paddles and ramps and stuff. There's a few limpers walking around the field now at this point. Kashif Ali, I think, is the latest to be struggling with a bit of a calf strain.
Well, it's been a long day for them. In that sunshine.
Oh, there, down. That was a chance.
Yeah, he's put it down.
Now he saved the run, so job number 1 done.
Probably the most important thing there.
Yeah. And then just the slight less bit of pace from De Oliveira meant that he was through the shot a little bit early, gave that opportunity. It would have been an absolute screamer had it been held on to by Kashif Ali. Popped it up, but popped it up a little bit too far away from himself. Looks to launch it leg side and gets it all the way. Adding 6s here, adding the power, not the length to bowl and not the line. John McNally put down the ball before, an insult to injury, hits the next ball for 6.
Yeah, that's right in the hitting zone right now for him. That's exactly the same shot he played.
I reckon his reaction from these 6s is proving my point, though, that he's only adding the power now. Like he's only 20, he's going to get more and more powerful. There's no doubt about that. But in the past, when he's played that shot, it hasn't always cleared the rope, especially not in a pretty big ground.
A bigger
you know?
ground, yeah. That little pocket, he's hit that one. But yeah, it was so funny the last one that he was sort of bent over the bat, thinking, "Is it going to go?"
Yeah, and it went easy.
It was plenty. It was plenty.
He's just not used to, like, not his 100% connection going for 6. Three sixes now for John McNally. Looks for another one. It's a thin edge. Could this race away? No, I don't think so. Derek's going to manage to keep it to 2. Lucky that was towards the longer boundary. So wide a leg bite to start at the over, then a dot. And 8 in the middle.
McNally back on strike. If you can just pick one more maximum up here, maybe. These last 2 balls, it'll definitely ramp up the pressure on Balbriggan. They've the real pressure here now. There it is. Is that down to the fielder? It is. Chris De Freitas. We've said he hasn't done much today, but he gets himself in a beautiful position to take that catch. McNally bends over in frustration. What an effort from this young man. Shows time and time again what a great thinking cricketer he is. He was trying to get that boundary in the last couple of balls, but just couldn't get it up enough for the elevation. He goes for 68. De Freitas takes the catch. 294 for 7.
4 wickets and 68 from 51. A brilliant all-round performance from a real star for the future. We've not seen the best of him yet. We've certainly seen a brilliant performance today. John McNally just didn't quite get the power into it. Chris De Freitas is just the man you want out there. He'd been put down earlier in the over. Added 6, but no more. 294 for 7. So the game still hanging in the balance, but you'd say that wicket, the pendulum swings towards Balbriggan. And I mean, David Vincent, that clash in the deep.
Yeah.
He's obviously not in any state to come out and bat, which is a real disappointment for him not to get the opportunity. He could have got naught, but not to get the opportunity to see if he could affect something for Clontarf. His family steeped in the history of the club. It's Reuben Wilson. 1 ball to go. Free hit territory. I know they've only got a couple of wickets to play with, but it's now or never.
Yeah, I think we're in pretty much free hit territory now. It's got to go. Be De Freitas again. Just one crucial moment in the game right there. You say he was looking to try and pick up at least a 4 of those last 2 deliveries, just to bring the last 2 overs into view. Maybe get the 300 psychologically just before those last 2 overs. He just picked out Chris De Freitas, but what a knock from McNally. Brilliant.
Matt Hollard, he'll be delighted to be bowling at Reuben Wilson instead of John McNally. Clears the front leg. That's one of the dots they'll want. Poor Reuben Wilson, you have to feel for him. Cricket's a cruel game. Most sports can be on occasion,
no,
but
decent level. You got to get out there, and yeah, it's really tough ask there. Come out and hit 6s from ball 1. A couple of young lads have done it though, I have to say. They've been brilliant, really have.
Yeah, not necessarily against Matt Hollard though.
No.
It's by and large been the in batters who've made him
Yep.
pay. And just a single from that. Luke Thompson on strike. All hope not lost. 36 from 10. He's on 20 from 17. He's shown he can hit the boundary, but just not with enough regularity at this point in time. You always know that people are nervous when they're ready way before the bowler's ready. Fine legs inside the ring. So that plan is still there. I still think move yourself across the stumps. Give yourself better opportunity to access the ball. He's going to bowl outside the off stump. And another dot. They can taste it, Balbriggan.
Oh, he's given a wide.
How is that a wide? It's come off. It's come off the batter.
Yeah, it's definitely hit the batter. It's definitely hit him.
Oh dear. Rody Black needs to go and have a chat with Mark Hawthorne there.
Yeah, I think he might be doing, as you're saying. Keep an eye on.
That is the sun. I mean, definitely the sun coming from the angle that it is. You can see it's right in the eyes of Mark Hawthorne, but
even the way the ball went through, you know, you could see it drop down and roll through to the keeper. Rather than, I mean, Matt Holler's not going to be able to do that with the ball. If he could, he'd be a superstar if he can stop the ball in motion.
Thick edge, that'll race down to third. He's nice and fine there. Farouk Nasir
Brilliant.
does brilliantly. He's going to do everything to defend those runs. You have to fight so hard to make. And good on him as well for staying on the field, because he was
could have gone off.
strife.
Yeah.
He's clearly not bowling today. He'll do anything to stay on the field for what he hopes is a historic moment in Balbriggan's history. But you can hear a pin drop. Neither side willing to really claim the victory as their own yet. It's 90-10 in favour, you'd say, of Balbriggan. That's surely got to be a wide, and it's going to be a 1. But so actually decent outcome for Balbriggan. Even Wilson on strike. It doesn't feel like he's got any boundary options in him.
Even that from Fletcher, that was really going wide. He doesn't get anything on that. That would have been a real tough job for.
He might have saved 10 or 15 today, maybe even more. There's been a few big wides that
he's stopped going for 5, and you know
they stopped going for any runs. Some of them
he's done really well today. His keeping's been excellent.
That's a wide as well. Yeah, that's a good decision. It's a good plan, but as a bowler, when you keep bowling the wides, you start losing faith in the plan. I remember seeing, was it Max Sorensen in the World Cup? Which World Cup was it? 2014. And his plan was wide Yorkers, and he just, it went to pieces. Then he suddenly had to go at the stumps, and he went round the traps.
It has happened quite a lot where, you're right, bowlers just get into that.
And they go to plan B. Graham Hume in the T20 in Stormont went away from his full wide plan. That'll go just for 1 to defrate us. He's in the action now.
Yep, sure is. We sort of talked about it the last few overs. You always look for your top fielders, where they're positioned. Gives you the clues of what's the plan.
Yeah, it's something that actually I talk about in club cricket. You know, if you've got some really top-class fielders and they're not being put in the right places, put your hand up and say, I think I should go there. I think there's a catch that's going to go there, and I'm going to be the one that takes it. It's not about talking down about your teammates. It's just, you know, you have your internationals or your representative players on your team. Edged, and that will go right.
No, it won't.
Oh, my
he's
goodness,
done it again.
He's been amazing.
Again. Terrific stuff. You know.
He's basically in fly slip there. Is he? How straight is he?
I'll tell you where he'll be in about an hour's time. He'll be in the ice bath, because I tell you what.
There's no ice baths.
Get one.
Come on. There's no ice baths after the Irish Senior Cup final.
80 and running about here like he's a 20-year-old.
And you got to sit in the bus now for a few hours, which will really help with the cramping.
Stiffness. And long old over.
27 from 7 required, so it's still possible in the realms of cricket, but unlikely. And that one, surely no. Surely no. Even Farouk Nasir can't stop that one. Maybe they should have had a long stop.
They should have just put Done
Just
the Harry
put the
Brick.
man there, yeah.
Yeah, just put a man straight behind the keeper.
Boundary to close out that Matt Hollard over. Looked for the pull shot, wanted to send it over square leg. That fielder was up, but gets it over the keeper instead. And we've talked about the maybe mid-on, where it's behind the bowler on the ring. And we said that we thought they could maybe think about chasing half of what Balbriggan scored in the last over. They're going to have to score 2 less than they made.
Just the 2, yeah. Will be the Oliveira to bowl it. We've got down to our 100th over of the day as well. We didn't think at one stage we were going to get there, but fair play to both teams today. As I say, they've stuck at it really. Balbriggan coming back from half their side out for less than 70. They've got up to 331. And similarly, in a way, was the Clontarf innings. They've been brought back. Here comes the Oliveira. Let's head into the offside. It's not going to go anywhere other than the fielder. He'll take 1.
I think that's the right decision.
Yeah.
Reuben Wilson on strike there. He looked in a lovely position. He just doesn't probably have the batting under his belt to be expected to hit boundaries at this level, at this stage in the game. Luke Thompson, a big ask for him, but more likely he's on 28 from 20. They've got to target the short boundary straight. Does that, gets 1 away. That's 1-6 needed.
What a shot.
That's
What a
exactly
shot.
the ball you want though. What delivery is that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Right on the length.
Well, it's the kind of delivery, to be fair, that got John McNally out. Really committed to the shot.
Brilliant.
Dylan Lewis in the deep, just making sure it goes over him. And Clontarf getting behind the what could be hometown hero. 16 to win from 4. So again, they have to come back for a second.
Got to go
Must
for 2
come
here.
back.
Wild
Reuben
throw.
Wilson does well.
Yep.
I mean, brilliant from Seb to Oliveira to take that sliding on the pitch.
Difficult, yeah.
Jeez, the standard of fielding has been immense.
Really good, that one.
Both teams out on their feet.
Yeah, I think they're pretty tired here today.
I mean, can you imagine all the emotional energy that was used up this morning?
Early on. We talked about that early on. It's not like any other game. This is not like any other game right now. 14 from 3.
Make him hit to the long boundary. You
Yeah.
have to make him hit to the long boundary. In the deep, chance taken, and that might be the game. Raw emotion. He made him hit to the long boundary. Luke Thompson, a brilliant knock from him. 36 from 23. He gave his team hope. He stayed there with McNally.
Well, what an effort. What an effort. I just doff my cap to these young boys that have come in today and really given it their absolute all for Clontarf today. Seem dead and buried a long way out. They've kept them in it. Just fallen short there. Terrific effort from all of them. Marshall, Thompson, and of course McNally. We forget that he's only 20, but just going to fall short. But they should feel really proud of themselves today. They've done really well.
And I think it was great to see that. Well, not great, but I suppose interesting to see. Catcher was Cameron Rowe, and he's obviously been having to put up with a few words on the boundary.
Bit of tap, yep.
He takes the catch that maybe sees the trophy go to Balbriggan. McDonnell, who had the first kind of punch thrown in the final, took that wicket early on. It seems like a year ago. It was only this morning. He comes out 14 required. Just keep the ball inside the lines. Oh, it's a perfect delivery. So good. Perfect. Killian MacDonald disappointed, but just inside the wide line. A wry smile from Killian MacDonald. He would have been hoping not to be out there.
Yeah. So we come to the last ball of what's been an absolutely fantastic Irish Senior Cup final.
Balbriggan win.
And into the covers, Balbriggan have done it. They have won their first ever Irish Senior Cup today. What an effort from them. Commiserations to Clontarf. What an effort from them too. It's been an absolutely fantastic final here at Breedy. No quarter asked or given. Both teams going at it right the way through. You can see the celebrations from the team from Fingal. Balbriggan have won today by 12 runs. Superb final. Great day here at Breedy.
Yeah, incredible effort from both teams, and from Clontarf in particular. I mean, to see a young team like that just not be willing to lie down. Every player who came in gave their absolute all. Both teams playing right to the edge of their ability, and just 12 runs in the difference. There's any number of things you can look back on from both teams where you feel like those runs could have been saved or more runs could have been scored. But first Irish Senior Cup win for Balbriggan, a historic day. And I mean, incredible to think 319 for 8. There's only been 2 scores higher in the competition.
And one of them was here today, and one of them was here 3 years ago. So what a game here. It's proved to be fantastic hosts at Breedy. Balbriggan have won, but Clontarf certainly should not feel in any way downhearted. They've been fantastic today.
You can never say that a team will be back soon, but it feels like maybe we're coming into the era of Clontarf, the youngsters, the way they went about their business when they came in the middle. They've got talent right the way through the order, but when the top order didn't quite fire as they would have wanted in pursuit of such a high total, everyone coming in behind that man on screen, an unmistakable gate, John McNally, probably the pick for them. Nasser, the man who staged the comeback, has a quick word of them. But and then have a look at those guys at the back. Luke Thompson, Ethan Marshall, both would have been hoping to get a bowl. They got an opportunity with the bat and they grabbed it with both hands, but just didn't quite have enough in the tank for such a mammoth total.
Yeah, and just a little point that these two have been going at it hammer and tongs there for 100 overs. There's plenty of respect there between those two teams there. That you've come off the field giving it plenty, and plenty of verbals out there as well, but as soon as the game's over, plenty of respect from the two teams there. They've given each other a good go today. It's Balbriggan who have ended up on the winning side, but as we say, nothing to be downhearted about for Clontarf.
How about cup competitions? It's been a bit of a horror season in the league for Balbriggan, but they've got the biggest trophy of all. The Bob Kerr is going back to Balbriggan. Well, it seems like forever ago that they won the toss and elected to bat, and then were soon after regretting the decision. Greg Ford, one of those who didn't put on a big show with bat in hand today. Both openers started well, 13 for Cameron Rowe, and Fletcher looked good as well, but once the first wicket went, they kept on tumbling. 69 for 5 was where they were at when Farouk Nasser and Jordan Hollard came, in fact it was Sebastian de Oliveira came together, and that partnership in the middle was telling, because at the end Jordan Hollard came in around 100 not out, fastest ever century in Irish Senior Cup history, 42 deliveries for the milestone. The last 3 batters not required. 20 extras as well from Clontarf. Yeah, there's that opening partnership that set platform, but nobody after that could get going until Farouk Nasser and de Oliveira came out for the 6th wicket. 142 for that. They were pretty even as well in the way they scored. Then Jordan Hollard took the reins. He said, "This is my moment. Last 10 overs belongs to me." Farouk Nasser said, "You're very welcome to the strike." He scored 17 from 19. Hollard finishing on around 100 from 42 deliveries. That was on the final delivery of the innings. The bowling was difficult here today. There's no bones about that. Ruben Wilson found that. He went for 90 in his 9. And David Vincent a little bit expensive as well. McDonald got some tap at the end to ruin his figure somewhat. He got 1 wicket, as did David Delaney. John McNally bowled out early. He was the pick of the bowlers. 4 wickets for him for just 56 in his 10. So Clontarf started well. They wouldn't have wanted Seamus Lynch to go early in a big chase, 17 from 20 for him, but Thompson was going great guns, and he and Owen Delaney came together. Things slowed down, but they each made decent totals, 60 from 65 from Thompson, and Owen Delaney 48 from 77. David Delaney looked to get things going, but he was the one man in that top order not to make a score, so he didn't really get going and just went 20 from 24. But then the youngsters, McNally, Marshall, Thompson, entertained all here at Breedy. The main stay was John McNally, who took his time, went through the gears, 68 from 51, just didn't quite have enough to take his team home. And Ethan Marshall was probably the most exciting batter on show, 43 from 27 for him in what was a brilliant power hitting display, 4 sixes from the 17-year-old. And Luke Thompson came in at the end to help John McNally, 36 from 23. Great innovation shown by him and good wherewithal as well. But when it was left to Wilson and McDonald, it was just too much, and they were short by 12 runs. Very different to the Balbriggan partnerships. There were partnerships right throughout. First 2 were worth about 100. Then Delaney and Z, they toiled away for their 36 in the middle. But it was right at the end that Clontarf rallied, and between McNally and Marshall, 67, and then the biggest partnership of the day of 69 between McNally and Thompson, but no one big partnership that could chase down the total of 331. Well, I thought they were going to find it easy out there defending such a big total, but they were made to work hard. The best economy went to Derek. He was brilliant. Bowled 8 through, came back and then went for a few runs at the back end, but 1 for 43 for him. A brilliant return on a high-scoring game. Jordan Hollard as well, 2 for 49, and 2 wickets for Sebastian de Oliveira. So winning the toss and batting first, Balbriggan posted a mammoth 331 for 6. The real top scorer, Jordan Hollard, for 100 not out. Clontarf made a really good fist of it. They kept on coming at Balbriggan, but just couldn't quite get over the line at the end. So we do have our post-match presentation coming up. It's with Ali McCalmont out on the field with the 2 captains and the player of the match.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation for this Irish Senior Cup final. Before we get to the presentation, Cricket Ireland would like to thank all of the volunteers, support staff all around Brady Cricket Club today for a fantastic tournament, and indeed today, just the finale of this today has absolutely been fantastic. We're going to begin with the player of the match. Plenty of performances today. We could be here for 10 minutes for that game today, but just a few. Seb D'Oliveira, 65. Farouk Nasir, 86 not out. Ethan Marshall with 43. And John McNally, 4 for 56 and 68 in his knock as well. But the man of the match today for 2 wickets and that 100 of 42 deliveries is Jordan Hollard. Jordan, we'll just talk about the win first of all. You've obviously got over the line there for Balbriggan. What does it mean for you?
Yeah, obviously we're stoked. It's been a bit of an up and down season, and just nice to give back to a club which gives back, well, basically gives so much to us. So it's kind of nice, a little reward, like sort of towards the end of the season. But yeah, great result against like a seriously good Clontarf side. So
yeah, they are a fantastic side. It's been a great final. Now let's just talk about you. You came in there. Boys had reset it in the 6th wicket there and got a good partnership, but you came in 100 off 42. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's still one of those things I'm going to have to wake up tomorrow and realise that it is a reality. But nice for it to come off every now and then. It's also, personally for me, it's been a bit of an up and down season with the bat, and just to do it when it matters just adds a little bit of a cherry on top, I guess.
Well, absolutely. It mattered today. You are the player of the match today in this Irish Senior Cup final. Jordan Hollard. Congratulations, Jordan.
Thank you so much.
Can I now invite the losing captain today, David Delaney, up? David, it's hard to take right now as you've just obviously lost the game, but what a final to be involved in.
Yeah, no, it was an amazing game. look, I mean, Balbriggan were amazing to start, you know, 3:30. That I was like, oh, that's a good score. But our guys at the end there, I mean, amazing, their kids, you know, John McNally, up-and-coming star, you know, Ethan Marshall, under 19 star, and then Luke Thompson just turned 20. So there's a lot of positives to take out of from us. You know, it's not just about binary winning and losing. It's like, look how good our players are. You know, they come through our club. You know, what a great example of, you know, keep working in your cricket. You know, challenging yourself to improve. And the guys are amazing. Like, I just couldn't be prouder of them at the moment. So.
Yeah, we were just talking about it on commentary there about how obviously the plaudits will go to Balbriggan for winning the trophy, but you guys have nothing to be downhearted about today. Your kids there at the end, I call them kids. John McNally's 20, and these guys have come in and took the bull by the horns literally, and got you so close today.
Yeah, no, look, they were amazing, and like, look, we've had an up and down season, but that was nice to see today. Those guys contributing in a really good style. I mean, even Balbriggan, I mean, amazing. And Jordan Hollard's innings was just phenomenal. He was hitting it at 25% and was going for 6. And we just, like, we learn from that, and we'll learn a lot from that, and executing our skills and our plans being more crisp. But our team's very young, you know, and we have another gear to unlock. And like, these are big performances today. We needed, and Jordan just came out and was exceptional, you know, and even Farouk, but Jordan was exceptional. 42 ball 100 is just something you just don't see in every final. Like, the big day, he needed to come out and he did it. So amazing.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm sure you've got a few thank yous for all the people that have come from Clontarf today.
Yeah, no, look, listen, I'm going to first thank Emma Butler and Elaine Nolan for putting on this great, amazing day. Even Breedy, the wicket was exceptional. Yes. You know, Trevor and his team, just an amazing venue. I love playing here, so I was delighted when I was here. And you know, I just said, look, to the supporters as well. I mean, to our coaches, to our managers, to all of the people who've just given so much to this team. Look, we didn't win today, but we win in so many other areas, and it's just such a nice feeling to be in a final. Look, we came unstuck today, but we'll be back, you know. So
yeah, it's a really good way to end there. You will be back. I've no doubt watching that game today. You will be back. Congratulations today on your performance. Well done. Thank you, David. Just invite Greg in, the winning captain today for Balbriggan, and I interviewed you a couple of years ago in the All-Ireland T20, but you lost in a Super Over. Today, you got over the line. 69 for 5. Did you think you were going to get there?
I think you've always got to stay positive. We were never out of the game, especially with the deep batting lineup that we have. It's seriously a wonderful game that you can have those sort of ebbs and flows where you look completely out of it. In football, if you're 10-0 down, the game's over. But in cricket, you're never out of it. So you just got to, when it's your day, it's your day. You just got to trust that it's going to be. And it's really great to get over the line in a final. So I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting over the final is what it's all about, of course, at the end of the day. But, you know, a couple of your guys there come in. Obviously, Jordan Hollard will get all the plaudits for his 100. But the two guys that were in before that, Farouk Nazir, Seb de Oliveira, got you back into the game.
Yeah, I think their innings sort of went under the radar a bit. It was incredibly important that they batted us back into the game and laid a platform for Jordan to be able to come in and sort of play the heroic role that he did. But I think their innings were just as important in the end.
Yeah, I'm watching those guys at the end there. Obviously, we just talked to David Delaney there about the young kids from Clontarf. They're getting a little bit squeaky at the end there.
Oh yeah, the game is never over until the last ball is bowled. I thought that they actually constructed the chase really well. They got bogged down a little bit in the middle period, but other than that, I thought they showed great composure, especially in a final, to get as close as they did with a score that was that big was a very good effort.
And just finally, as I mentioned to David, any sort of mentions for the fans and everybody that's come up from Balbriggan today?
Oh, well, our support was just amazing. To have everyone come up and sort of dedicate their weekend and day to come and support and watch us is really means a lot to the team, just having them there. And I thought also that the wicket was seriously good. It was a great cricketing wicket. It really made the day even better. So thanks to the groundsman and everyone involved preparing the wicket.
Absolutely, and congratulations to your team. It's your first ever Irish Senior Cup. You're going to go and lift the trophy in a few minutes. Thank you, Greg Ford. Thank you so much. Thanks to Greg and thanks to David and the man of the match, Jordan Hollard. That concludes our presentation here for this Irish Senior Cup final. Don't forget, tomorrow we have the National Cup final back here at Breedy. 12 o'clock tomorrow. We'd love you to join us then. So just from myself and everybody at Cricket Ireland and MWX Media, goodbye.